This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Bo-Ray. Are you really not going to go with us? A freckled boy looked at the dispersed crowd hesitantly. And still persuaded? Bo-Ray. You know, this is no longer the former Screech Academy. Why don't you leave? The freckled boy didn't understand. He didn't want to stay here for a minute longer. The former Screech Academy was one of the most famous magic academies in the entire Ace Empire, and even had wizards as teachers. In order to improve their magic, everyone tried their best to enter the academy. At that time, the threshold of Screech was very high, and people with low-level magic talent like the freckled boy could not come in to study. But now Screech is different. Senior tutors left one after another. The old principal suddenly passed away, and the new principal is still a muggle without any magic talent. Even in this year's enrollment, the new principal took the initiative to recruit more than a dozen untalented students, forcing the few teachers to leave. Now they have to stay to study, which is simply an insult to them. Those who choose to stay must have been deceived or wanted to get a fake certificate. God. The freckled boy didn't even know why he gritted his teeth and entered this academy. The freckled boy was hesitant to speak. Besides, Bo-Ray, with your ability, you shouldn't need a Magic Academy certificate. Right? The Magic Academy certificate is a symbol of strength, and one of the benefits of joining the academy. Many nobles will spend money to let their children with low talents enter the school to save face. But Bori is a swordsman who practices martial arts, and he doesn't need this certificate at all. The freckled boy who kept mumbling finally got Bori's answer. I don't need it. But I just want to collect one. There's nothing I can do. Bori shrugged lazily, and he even took the time to glance at the corner of the stairs. Under the dim magic wall lamp, a boy in a blue magic robe was quietly reading a book, as if all this mess had nothing to do with him. Bo-Ray sneered. Okay. If you want to leave, just leave. Why are you dragging me along? I don't want to go back with you and get scolded. Ike's cheeks flushed after his thoughts were revealed. After a while, he angrily said, You can leave if you want, and followed everyone else's steps and left. Soon, only a few people were left in the huge auditorium, sitting very scattered. Some of them looked around subconsciously, with nervousness in their eyes. After a long time, a girl whispered, Why hasn't the principal come yet? You're not really lying to me, are you? Bo-Ray's ears moved slightly, and he remembered why these untalented students came, and his expression gradually became complicated. It seems that the fraudulent principal has also made a lot of efforts to maintain the source of students. Sieshichan, who was considered a fraudulent principal, was busy with an old man. He had just traveled through time, and he was clearly going back to the village in the rain for class the second before. And the next second he appeared in this quaint and full of medieval European style. Without giving him buffer time, a lot of memories washed over his mind. And suddenly there appeared a I am the principal app that introduced itself in a babbling manner. The old man with a white beard outside his mind looked at him with contempt and asked him to sign a transfer agreement. He was so busy that he couldn't maintain his good temper. Ancient Screech, I think you know that signing the transfer agreement is good for you and the Screech family. Sieshichan pinched his eyebrows with one hand and pressed the parchment roll with the other hand. His smile deepened. Dear Mr. Robber, can you shut up? Mr. Robert Willouin. He stood up with a snap. What did you say? Sieshichan slowly opened his eyes. Surprised. What? Is the magician going to teach me? The Muggle principal. A lesson? He emphasized the word Muggle. Sure enough, Magician Dwellowin froze in place instantly. He was so angry that he was about to explode. But he could only hold it in. And his face turned red, and his neck became thick. Yes. Sieshichan traveled to a Western fantasy magic world. It was just like the novel. There were all kinds of races. A few people and races had magical talents. They were respected because of their strong strength and became arrogant. They looked down on Muggles and felt that it was an insult to attack Muggles. Therefore, when Sieshichan emphasized Muggles, a trace of disgust flashed in Dwellowin's eyes. But he was unwilling to condescend to attack, which made him even angrier. Sieshichan smiled. Master Magician, can we sit down and talk? Dwellowin narrowed his eyes. Talk? I think I have made it very clear. Just sign your name on this transfer agreement. No. Sieshichan smiled slightly and refused to give in. I remember that the academy that has not been abolished can be protected by the Magician Association. Which rule is it? I have to think about it carefully. Xieshichin looked at Duolin in surprise while thinking. Master Magician is also from the Magician Association? That person must know more about the rules of the Magician Association than I do. Right? I wonder if the Honorable Magician can help me recall it. Duolin was angry and left, leaving a cruel and ungrateful message. Presumably he didn't give up. Finally he left. Xieshichin closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, relieving his headache while sorting out his current situation. He is now the principal of a declining old magic academy. As the principal, he has no magic talent. The magicians were disobedient and broke their contracts and left without even paying the penalty. The original body he inherited was ambitious and wanted to tell magicians that muggles can feel the magic talent as long as they work hard. He was not good at that. So he simply recruited a dozen students without talent, which made the few magic teachers angry and left. The news that there were no teachers spread, and there might be students without talent. The students who just came to the school wanted to leave, and the original body panicked. At this time, Duolin, a senior magician of the Magicians Association, came to discuss the transfer agreement on behalf of the association. The original body was very reluctant, and was suppressed by the magic pressure of the senior magician. He left without being able to bear it, leaving Xieshichin, who traveled through time, behind. The good news is that with the protection of the previous school agreement, if he faces the threat of transferring to another school again, he will have to wait for the Magic Academy appraisal meeting in a year. As long as he can train junior magicians at that time, he will have the qualifications to continue to run the school. The bad news is that he has no teachers, and it is estimated that most of the students have left. Everything has to start from scratch, and the people behind the scenes don't want him to have the qualifications to run a school. You should know that it is very difficult to obtain the qualification to run a school. Not only does it require a land with rich magic elements, but it also requires the permission of the Emperor of the Empire, the guarantee of a legendary wizard, the approval of 3 magic saints, and a certain foundation for running a school. There are many benefits after the college is established. The easiest way to obtain it now is to transfer other colleges that cannot be run. Not only can you easily run a school, but you can also get the foundation of this college. It is conceivable that there will be no less trouble in the future. However, these are not what Xieshichin is most concerned about now. He tapped his head and said calmly, I am the principal. What can the app do? This app is committed to building a top comprehensive college. Its operation is flexible and not rigid. The school leaders decide the upper limit of the app, and break down the tasks for the leaders and provide school management assistance. Currently, the app can be used for functions including but not limited to student files, principal information, teaching aids mall, task formulation function. Xieshichin pondered for a moment. Task formulation function? As soon as the voice fell, a translucent panel appeared in front of Xieshichin. Just like the game system he had played before, it listed task sections one by one. Main Task 1. Develop a teaching plan. Task description. How can an excellent principal not have excellent teaching quality? Please develop a teaching plan for the next year. The app will rate your tasks, divide them into daily tasks, stage tasks, and give relevant rewards. Notes: be careful in making them. The more difficult the teaching plan, the higher the reward, and the more severe the penalty for failure to complete it. Main Task 2. College Growth Plan 1. Task description. A mature college needs to be famous. Now please work hard to develop the college and strive to let more people see it. 0/1000. Task reward. Principal value 1000 plus experience value 1000. Note: when the experience value reaches 1000, the app can be upgraded. Xieshichin fixed his eyes on the 2 main lines for a while. The entire task section is divided into 4 parts: main line tasks, construction tasks, achievement tasks, and principal tasks. Currently, there is an additional campus renovation task in the construction task, and there are 20 tasks with people's names written on the achievement tasks. The principal task is still blank, which may be related to the free customization of the mainline tasks. Xieshichin was not in a hurry to complete the task, but opened the teaching aid mall. As an excellent teacher, he clearly understood that if he wanted to improve students' grades, what he needed most was a reasonable and easy-to-use teaching aid. Unexpectedly, the books in the teaching aid mall were very cheap, and the most expensive one was only 1 yuan. There were even magic teaching videos for sale, but they were a little more expensive. The Foundation of Magic. The Foundation of Mental Power. Advanced Mental Power Exercises. History and Winners. As Xieshichan browsed the first-level teaching aid mall, his face became more and more interesting. And he gradually became interested in this magical app. Unknown territory. Unfavorable start. Very challenging. Oh, yes. I think I should first understand the students who are willing to stay with me and whether they are easy to teach. Xieshichan muttered to himself as he opened the student files, wanting to see if the app was really that magical. Facts have proved that the app really lives up to its reputation of golden fingers. 20 student files are neatly arranged in the form of avatars and names. Click on the avatars to see the students' various values, races, ages, and current talent values. Xieshichan clicked in and browsed through them one by one, then smiled happily with curved lips. Advanced Magic Talent. Advanced Swordsman Talent. Top Light Talent. Good fellow. It seems that there are quite a few students with impure motives. Xieshichan put away the golden finger and had a plan in his mind. He followed the memory of his original body and went to the bedroom, ready to change into formal and good-looking clothes to welcome the cute and naughty students who were willing to stay. He couldn't keep the students waiting for too long. Chapter 2. Palace. Ophelia. Let's go to Helwyn's School of Magic. Freya looked at the remaining hall, full of worry. You heard it too. He is a liar. You don't have much time. Ophelia smoothed her long golden braids with uneasiness, still pursed her lips and shook her head. Wait a minute. I believe in Screech. That being said, Ophelia was not particularly sure. Perhaps she just habitually grasped the last piece of driftwood. Every opportunity. She obviously has a high talent for magic. But because of her low affinity for magic, she can't learn magic. Ophelia is very unwilling. Since Ancient Screech dares to say that he can do it, he must have some background. Right? Ophelia thought uncertainly. No matter how much it costs, she will always do it. There are many worried students like Ophelia and Freya. Most of them are civilians without talent. They have nowhere else to go. Instead of going back to continue to be servants for the nobles for the rest of their lives, it is better to live here and get a certificate to go back. The principal promised that this batch of special students would not have to pay tuition. Everyone kept looking at the auditorium door. Time passed by little. Some people even worried that Principal Screech had secretly signed the transfer agreement and left. Tap, tap, tap. Bori, who was lying on the table playing with a feather pen out of boredom, moved his ears slightly and subconsciously looked up at the door. It was a series of very neat footsteps. Even the weight and interval seemed to be the same, gradually approaching, giving people a feeling of knocking on the soul. Coincidence? Bori thought uncertainly. And the next moment, the auditorium door opened. A ray of light came through the crack of the door, and Principal Screech stepped into the auditorium against the light. Despite the light blocking, Bori still saw the principal's appearance at the first time. His slightly curly shoulder-length golden hair was tied into a small bun behind his head, and some of the broken hair modified his face shape. He wore single-sided glasses, and a very expensive school badge on his black exclusive principal robe, which made him look melancholy and elegant. But the other party always smiled gently, dispelling the melancholy, like an elegant gentleman, wearing an emerald ring on his left hand. Bori was sure that he could see clearly that there was a small black mole on the back of his hand near the ring. Screech didn't care about the empty auditorium. He walked to the stage steadily, then slowly reached into the pocket of his exquisite principal's robe and pulled out a baton. Bori was full of questions. It was a branch-like thing, pointed in front and round in the back, more like a baton used by conductors when playing music. Before he could figure it out, Screech smiled and tapped the tabletop with his baton. A small, but eye-catching sound instantly awakened the minds of 20 students. Welcome everyone to study at Screech School of Magic. I am your guide, class teacher, instructor, and principal on your future academic journey. Principal Screech. Xieshichan smiled and held the teaching stick in his palm, and made a brief but informative speech. First of all, congratulations to everyone for being selected by Screech School of Magic and becoming a part of Screech. Believe me, here, you will definitely have the most unforgettable academic journey of your life. Secondly, I think those who choose to stay here are familiar with Screech. I won't introduce you to the principal. I just talk about the main points. Xieshichan took out the Student Handbook 1.0 that the app had compiled urgently from his ring like a magician. 1 copy per person. Take it yourself, or you don't need it. Pay attention to a few points. First, the initial class time of this school is from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. and from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. and the location is 100 on the first floor of the teaching building. The initial morning exercise time is from 6 to 8 in the morning, and the location is in the small garden in the center. Please don't be late. What? A girl was surprised, and when she noticed Screech's gaze, she closed her mouth tightly, but there was a hint of uncertainty between her eyebrows. This schedule is too strict. You know, the most important thing about learning magic is to see the resonance between the magician and the elements, experience the perception of the elements, and absorb the elements. When they learned magic in the past, they mostly studied magic theory in the morning and devoted themselves to nature in the afternoon to freely perceive the elements. Even in other magic academies, there is no reason to take a whole day of classes. She wanted to refute, but the big guys she knew well were listening quietly and had no intention of refutation, so she could only endure the anxiety in her heart. Xieshichin waited for 2 seconds, and after making sure that no one refuted, he continued leisurely, "Second, our school will conduct a mock assessment every month. The assessment content is the current learning content. After the exam, the ranking will be ranked. If you fail more than 3 times, I'm sorry, the principal can only send you back." Speaking of this, some students turned pale instantly. Obviously, they regarded this as a means for Screech to get rid of students without talent. But Xieshichin changed the subject. Theoretical knowledge accounts for the majority, and everyone is an elite carefully selected from various places. I hope you won't let me down. Some students breathed a sigh of relief, and the boy in the blue magician robe, who had not raised his head, finally raised his head and looked at the principal, who had not looked at him straight in the eye. His brows frowned, and it was obvious that the principal had ruined his plan. Xieshichin took in all the expressions. Third, textbooks, notebooks, homework books, and diaries are all on the table. Take them when you leave. Of course, the teacher does not force homework and diaries. He had plenty of ways to make them willingly follow his teaching steps. Xieshichin didn't change a lot right after he arrived. He knew that local students needed a certain amount of time to adapt and react. After explaining the teaching matters, Xieshichin simply patted his sleeves and said to disband. He left in a casual and natural manner, like an ultimate loser. The students present looked at each other. After a long time, a student asked timidly, do we want to take it? Take it. Why not take it? Bo-Rui came back to his senses, smiled and walked up to the stage first, took a book from the stack, and put it into the space ring casually. If my father knew that I was persuaded to drop out not long after entering school, I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Right? Ophelia also stood up and took a set with Freya. She was not in a relaxed mood. Screech acted very unreliable, which made her feel a little worried, until Ophelia opened the textbooks issued by Screech one by one. Foundation and Stimulation of Mental Dynamics, Class Notes, Mental Power Application Homework Record, Magic Diary, Screech Survival Manual 1.0. Huh? Ophelia touched the locked magic diary and was surprised. This actually requires personal mental power stimulation? Some of her previous storage boxes needed to be stimulated by mental power. This kind of alchemical items were difficult to refine, but they could well protect privacy. Only one's own unique mental power could open it, and it did not require a lot of mental power. Even the most ordinary people could use it as long as they wanted to open it. It was very convenient. Ophelia pursed her lips, opened the textbook with excited eyes, and her heart was full of expectations. Perhaps Screech had a way, and she could really get what she wanted here. Although there were a few students with ulterior motives, most of them were ordinary civilians. They had finally learned to read and had the opportunity to learn magic, so they cherished it very much. So the first thing they did when they got the textbooks and manuals was to get as much information as possible, for fear that they would violate a certain agreement and be expelled. They also naturally found that the content in these manuals was too thin. The only school rules prohibited private fighting and leaving the academy at will. The rest was to tell students where to eat, where to study, and listen to the principal. The textbook on basic mental power is quite thick, but the content is so dense, and with illustrations, that it makes people dizzy and have no idea where to start. I couldn't help but feel worried, so I had to bite the bullet and read more books in an attempt to keep up with the progress. Of course, there are also some things that I don't understand but think are irrelevant. What is this? There was disgust in Vera's sweet voice. It's so dense that it looks like an earthworm. Chris, can you understand it? Vera is a noble, and her father is one of the 3 noble dukes of the empire. Vera is very proud of her identity. Although she didn't have much magic talent, her beautiful and innocent face and noble status were enough to make her live a good life in the future. Vera only needed to choose the most suitable one among these eligible nobles and cultivate feelings. Obviously, Chris was the one that Vera and her family were very optimistic about. And they even let Vera go to a distant and downtrodden academy to study magic. What a irony. She opened the basic textbook of mental power, frowned her beautiful eyebrows, and looked at the blue magic robe boy next to her in a very cute and coquettish tone. Chris? Chris lowered his eyes and turned a page of the magic notebook he brought with him. He was silent for a few seconds, but still answered in a light tone. It's just useless knowledge. Villa smiled sweetly. I think so too. That being said, Vera still stuffed the book back into her space ring. After all, she didn't know how long Chris would stay here. For some reason, Chris has become more and more indifferent to her in the past 2 years, and there is still a lot of distance. Vera must try to stay and increase the time she spends with Chris. She didn't want to be forcibly repatriated, which would delay her relationship with her future fiancé. The principal himself didn't care what the students thought at the moment. He was looking for things that could be sold in Screech's storage warehouse. The original owner's ancestors couldn't blame him. This school was poor. If some of the family property wasn't sold, it might not last even a month. After searching for a long time, except for most of the things with family marks that couldn't be sold, only a few flawed gems were found. They could be sold for a few gold coins, but it was obviously not enough for the daily operation of Screech. Even if most of the functions were turned off. TSK. If we can't cut costs, we can only increase revenue. Sieshichin touched his chin and tried to use the little memory left by the original owner to think about ways to make money. Note that the principal currently owes 100 principal points. I know. Isn't this a necessary expense? Sieshichin was not afraid of boiling water. Is it okay to call you the principal? I don't understand the knowledge system of this world. How can I set teaching tasks? What he said made sense, leaving App nowhere to refute. But looking at the binder who spent 100 principal points like water before the task was completed, App still felt a bit stuck. Of course, Sieshichin didn't mean to be a time saver. In addition to exchanging teaching aids for students, his principal's value was to exchange various books and video tutorials for himself, so that he could prepare for the class tonight and plan the learning process. Classes would start tomorrow, and it was the first period. He had to ensure the attractiveness and professionalism of his courses to keep these students' hearts. This was one of the reasons why Sieshichin's speech was brief. To save time, the remaining one was to quickly sell off the property, pay the college cooks and security guards, and buy supplies, at least for 1 month. Don't let these trivial matters affect his teaching progress. Looking at the few remaining gems, Sieshichin sighed softly. It's still not enough. I remember that my personal panel shows that my force value is equivalent to that of a second-level monster. Can you locate the location of the second-level and lower monsters around me? The app does have this function. But please enter a reason. One location consumes 10 principal points. Sieshichin entered the reason without blinking. Establish a monster park to broaden the students' horizons. After completing the application, Sieshichin silently exchanged a lot of alchemy-related textbooks. It's time to go back to my old business. Chapter 3. What is Sieshichin's main job? He changed into a light outfit, picked a hairband with gems to tie his hair, and stood neatly near the location given by the app, observing the monster. This was the closest monster nearby, because he was not familiar with it. Sieshichin even spent 5 principal points to identify the information of the monster, and his flesh was in pain. The fierce demon sheep beast, a first-level monster, is as powerful as a low-level human swordsman and magic apprentice. Its meat is delicious and contains some fire magic elements. Eating it can improve blood circulation, and its horn can be used for alchemy. Good stuff. Sieshichin instantly looked at the fierce demon sheep beast with a determined look. He took out his teaching stick, rubbed it a little to feel it, then aimed at the eyes of the fierce demon sheep beast, and threw it with all his strength. Meh! The tip of the teaching stick went straight into the left eye of the fierce demon sheep beast at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The demon sheep felt pain and raised its front legs high. Flames came out of its nose one after another. The heat was not high, but it could burn the skin. Xie Shichen was not afraid of hunting wild animals for the first time. He waved his fingers lightly, and the teaching stick bought from the mall returned automatically, as if it recognized its master. Holding the clean round head, Xie Shichen threw the teaching stick again at a very fast speed. This time, he aimed at the right eye of the demon sheep. The slender but hard teaching stick pierced the demon sheep's eyes fiercely, and then shot out from the back of its head. The demon sheep didn't even see its opponent, and gradually became silent. Xie Shichen waited cautiously for a few minutes, and made sure that the demon sheep was dead. And then he stepped out of the big tree not far away. It's quite useful. Xie Shichen gave a generous evaluation. The automatic return function of the teaching stick is for better education, not as a weapon. The principal app, which had already developed intelligence, couldn't help but reveal a little bit of its emotions. Aren't you a teacher? It had been with Xie Shichen for nearly 5 years, although it often fell asleep. It was only when it saw Xie Shichen being awarded the title of special teacher that it became determined to bind itself to him. How could this old profession be so? Xie Shichen sighed. When I went to teach in the countryside, the students were very miserable. They had no chance to eat meat, and could only eat 2 meals a day, he said in a calm tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Studying consumes brain cells. How can you not even afford meat for the nutrition of those lovely and motivated students? I opened several farms in the countryside, and catching chickens, sheep and geese is also my old business. Of course, what Xie Shichen didn't say was that he not only opened a farm, but also rented a mountain to open an orchard, and took the nutritionist certificate exam. His old business is not ordinary. But this is enough for the app to shut up. It can only comfort itself that at least the major is very suitable. This principal is a special teacher and cares about the health of students. It is very profitable. Then, it saw the principal who cared about the students personally following the contents of the book, butchering the sheep, and setting the recipes and cooking methods for the next week for the chef, and even using a space ring to store the food. And the app was shocked. Maybe this is called good luck. Screechy's School of Magic is a large school built on the mountain. The magic elements here are rich and very suitable for practicing magic. But compared with the dilemma of not having a senior tutor to teach, this benefit is insignificant, because the Magic Academy covers a large area. In today's fiscal deficit, many academy facilities have been dilapidated, and there is no chance of repair. The whole academy looks very desolate. The area near the student teaching area is slightly better, but it is still incomparable with other magic academies. To put it nicely, it is old. And to put it bluntly, it is old. Standing in the small garden that is so desolate that there is no trace of green. The faces of 20 students are green. That's it? A small garden? What is morning exercise? The familiar ones gathered together, whispering their troubles and worries. And there were also lonely ones, standing aside motionless. But their frowns showed their inner unrest. Oh my God! This is even more desolate than the countryside. Only a few students in the class have space rings, and most of them don't. They can only stand there holding their backpacks, not knowing where to put them. I don't know what morning exercises are for. Someone whispered. Perceive magic elements? But they haven't even started. And they don't even have talent. So what can they use to perceive? Just when everyone was worried, Xie Shichen walked over slowly with his usual brisk steps. He was still wearing the black principal robe, but he had changed into a dark purple uniform underneath. And he also wore the school badge and various gorgeous gemstone decorations. Today, he specially wore white gloves, and the emerald gems stuck on them were unusually conspicuous. Well, it seems that everyone is quite punctual today. Xie Shichen took out a brass pocket watch from his chest, glanced at the time, and smiled gently. Very good. You are all obedient children. The students were silent. As for what they thought, they had to know it themselves. Vera was more impulsive. Seeing Xie Shichen's hesitation, she was resisting the thought of doing morning exercises in this messy and desolate place. This is not what a lady should do. After seeing her ugly appearance, how could Chris agree to be her fiancé? So, she couldn't help but say, do we have to do morning exercises in this place? This is too dirty and messy. Screech is so big. Can't we choose a clean place? Xie Shichen looked down at the ground. It was very clean, without a trace of weeds. Of course, he spent a lot of time and the principal's duty yesterday to ask the app to help remove the weeds. It is impossible that it was not removed cleanly. Xieshichan chuckled. Dear. Maybe later. You will appreciate the barrenness of this land. Villa? ? Without waiting for Villa to think clearly, Xieshichan clapped his hands a few times to attract everyone's attention, and announced the content of today's morning exercise. The morning is the clearest, and the most suitable time for recitation, considering that everyone may not be used to this intensity of practice on the first day of school. There is no recitation process today. But Xieshichan loves the frequent buts in English, which is very interesting. A strong body can allow everyone to go further in learning magic. So our only morning exercise task today is running. What? Villa lost her composure and exclaimed. Are you kidding? I'm a delicate magician. Magician? Bori agreed. Yes, Principal. Magicians are not swordsmen, so they don't need to train their bodies to be strong. Right? Although he is a swordsman, he will still be tired if he runs for an hour without stopping. Besides, he doesn't want others to know that the youngest son of the Sally family has an excellent talent for martial arts. Villa saw that someone supported him, raised his head high, full of pride. Principal Screech, I don't think we need such a time-wasting course. Xieshichan smiled at Chris, who had been silent the whole time, and hit the snake at its weakest part. Chris, do you think so too? Among the 20 students, whether openly or secretly, Chris may not be the most talented, but he must be the highest level. He became a junior magician at the age of 15, and even has abundant magic power, with a tendency to be promoted to the intermediate level. Naturally, when Xieshichan called the names, all the students subconsciously looked at Chris, the boy wearing the junior water magic robe. Chris frowned. Although he had no feelings for Vera beyond that of a sister, and had gradually distanced himself from Vera for some reasons in recent years, Vera was still his adopted sister after more than 10 years. He strongly disagreed with letting his delicate sister participate in this inhumane running. Of course, he himself did not want to run. Which magician needs to exercise on his own? They would naturally use magic elements to exercise their bodies. Just like his grandfather, the sage of magic. Chris could guess that Principal Screech wanted him to support him, but he couldn't say anything against his will. So Chris shook his head and said, My grandfather never told me that magicians need to rely on external forces to train their bodies. As soon as the voice fell, Vera couldn't help but call Chris's name. She knew that Chris still had her in his heart. Really? Xieshichan was very surprised. Then how do you deal with the swordsman's attack? Can you really recite a spell completely? The magic spell is very long. Chris calmly analyzed. We are not stupid. We will not let the swordsman get close to us. In fact, it is true. The clumsy swordsman has no chance to get close to us. Right? Xieshichan smiled and nodded. Yes. Can you do it? Chris retorted unconvinced. Of course I can. Xieshichan smiled and said nothing, as if he was mocking him. Chris was angry, and even a little unhappy. Although he acted very calm and restrained, he was also proud. He was proud of his talent. At the age of 15, he could vaguely touch the threshold of an intermediate magician. He would also look down on people who were not as good as him. But his aristocratic etiquette made him hide these deeply. He is just a muggle, Chris thought. If his grandfather hadn't told him that there were records of forbidden spells in Screech Academy, Screech would never have seen him in his life. Thinking of this, Screech's calm eyes suddenly became dazzling. Chris recited the spell without hesitation, wanting to teach Screech a lesson. Up. He just moved his lips, and Screech took out the teaching stick he carried with him, seemingly slowly, but in fact very quickly. In almost the blink of an eye, Chris stood stiffly in place. His blue eyes like the sea were full of fear, and even his brown curly hair stood up, shouting danger. At some point, Screech threw the teaching stick at his throat. The tip was only separated from his Adam's apple by a layer of skin, and he could feel the coldness of the metal. Chris had a hunch that if he continued to chant the spell, the sharp teaching stick would go straight into his throat. Seeing Chris standing there in a daze, Xieshichan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, I'm really sorry. I thought the magician's spells were all instantaneous, and I was worried about getting hurt, so I took the initiative to attack. Xieshichan complained slightly in a rhythmic tone. Fortunately, the teaching stick is an alchemical item that can float and stagnate. Otherwise, I would not be a good teacher. By the way, he looked at Chris. Dear, I am just an ordinary muggle. Your spell is so slow that it can't even catch up with the Muggle's attack. Isn't it time to reflect on it? Chris, ? What a joke. He is so familiar with low-level magic spells that it only takes 10 seconds to chant a spell. 10 seconds. This is a speed that is difficult for an intermediate magician to reach. Also, is this really a speed that a Muggle can reach? Is Screech really not a swordsman? This requires mentioning the definition of Muggles in this magical world. Only those who cannot practice magic or martial arts are called Muggles. This really cannot be blamed on Chris for despising him. Who could have thought of it? Chris looked ugly, and subconsciously tilted his eyes slightly to look at Beauray, who was diagonally in front of him. Beauray was silent for several seconds, and shook his head sadly, indicating that he couldn't do it. Chris was desperate. Who on earth spread that Screech was a Muggle without talent? Chapter 4. The place was completely silent. Even Duvela, who had originally raised his head, lowered his head nervously, fearing that the damn teaching stick would point at his neck the next moment. Sieshichin was a petty person again. He did not move the teaching stick at all, just looked directly at the 20 students, and asked with a gentle and gentlemanly smile, "My dear young gentlemen and young ladies, it's getting late today. Are you willing to start morning exercises? If there is no accident. I really don't like to delay the class. Do they just like to stay late?" The students were angry but did not dare to speak, and nodded one after another. Vera bit her lower lip and stammered. But I'm wearing a skirt. It's not easy to run. What should I do? In order to be exquisite, she would change into a new skirt every day. Today, it was a knee-length skirt with a crinoline, layered and very beautiful. Sieshichin smiled. I think our proud Vera can overcome the difficulties and complete today's training. Right? Vera wanted to cry, but had no tears. Finally, the 20 students lined up according to Sieshichin's command and received a morning jogging map. Beauray was the first one to stand. According to his observation, the principal's team seemed to be arranged according to everyone's physical fitness. But he was not very sure because there were several classmates between him and Chris. Although Chris was a delicate magician, his physical fitness after the baptism of magic was much better than that of ordinary students. Beauray suppressed his guess and was the first to jog when Screech gave the order. Beauray had a good idea. He could follow the group and run slowly, so he wouldn't be exposed. Little boy, your speed is not up to standard. Sieshichin, who appeared out of nowhere, chuckled and threw the teaching stick, sighing, since everyone has no motivation, I can only help everyone. Help? How to help? A sense of foreboding flashed through the students' minds. An hour later, 20 students, who looked like dead dogs, panted and collapsed in room 000 of the teaching building. No one cared whether the table was clean or worn out. Their brains were completely blank. Even when they thought about the morning exercise this morning, they acted like they were dying. Too scary. How can Screech have so many tricks? Bori still has a little bit of strength left, and he shouldn't be like a rude bull. But, damn, the principal's eyes are like a ruler, and he hits him with a teaching stick when he sees him slacking off. He can even tell whether he is incapable or lazy to save his strength. It's like a worm in his brain. In the second half of the journey, when he left the small garden, Bori understood why Screech said at the beginning that Vera would be grateful for the barrenness of this land. After leaving the small garden, they either ran with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, pushing aside the weeds, or nearly fell down while scrambling on the gravel beach, or could not move forward even a step on the wet mud that had been watered so much. Bori had never suffered such hardship in his life. He even ran a lap faster than the others because of his better physique. But Bori subconsciously looked at Vera and Chris as the only 3 students who came out to provoke Screech. The 3 of them were extremely miserable. Chris's face was covered with mud and weeds, and Vera took off her high heels and crinoline to run in the second half of the race. Now she was slumped on the table for a long time and couldn't recover. Miserable, Beauray muttered quietly, never being the first to stand out next time. Sieshichin was not such a devilish person. He even thoughtfully asked the chef to deliver breakfast to the classroom and handed each student a wet handkerchief. Breakfast was just bread slices and a bowl of hot devil mutton soup. If there was no morning run, some noble students might still dislike the bland breakfast. But now, hungry and bullied, they just want to have a good meal. Eat Screech out of money. The students who finally ate and drank enough collapsed on the chairs, staggering here and there. Sieshichin did not force them. The first day always passed quickly. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. It's already 9 o'clock. It seems that everyone slowed down today and delayed the course. Everyone felt nauseous after listening to these high-sounding words. Slow down? Slow down? Are you trying to kill them? Xieshichin touched his chin. The time setting is indeed a bit unreasonable. Let's do this. From now on, morning exercises will be changed to morning reading plus Tai Chi. Our exercise will be changed to the evening. 8 or 9 o'clock is the best time. We can fall asleep after running. What a wonderful schedule. Students, that? Villa only remembered to eat but not to be beaten. And asked weakly, what is Tai Chi? Oh, it's just a simple stretch of the body. Xieshichin kindly stroked the teaching stick, not arguing with the students. In the future, when the mental mechanics are solid, we can add another class to exercise mental strength in the morning. My God. Just thinking about it makes me feel that this morning is so wonderful. Villa was too weak to complain. And he could tell who was wonderful, and who was just thinking with his toes. No matter how poor you are, you can't be poor in education. Even if time flies. Even if you have to stay late to make up for the time. Xieshichin has to teach today's class, thinking that everyone has not recovered yet, and the learning efficiency cannot be improved. Xieshichin did not immediately talk about the boring principle of mental power, but used a more roundabout, humorous and attractive way to guide everyone's learning attention. Don't rush to class. I'm happy to chat with you. Xieshichin smiled, and pinched the chalk in his hand with his gloved slender fingertips. Very elegantly. Do you know what this is? The students were silent for a while. Maybe some of them knew, but they didn't dare to speak. Most of them were from common people. Xieshichin didn't feel awkward and said, this is chalk. The board behind me is called a blackboard. It is something that common people often see when they go to school. It is also an auxiliary tool that muggles like us need to use when teaching students. Noticing the children's stress towards muggles, Xieshichin blinked. As you can see, I really don't know magic. And I can't absorb magic elements. But I always believe in a wise saying. Genius is 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. Among them, inspiration is the most important. But most people, most of the achievements, are not to the point of competing with inspiration. So I wonder if it means that the practice of magic is also the same. Xieshichin is proficient in the art of voice. And his voice is soft, which makes the students in the field gradually quiet down and show thoughtful expressions. He paused for a moment, turned the chalk, and continued. So, I started to study magic elements and magic affinity, and finally got a surprising result not long ago. This made the students subconsciously prick up their ears and listen carefully. Xieshichin used the hand that was holding the teaching stick to adjust his glasses, and said with a smile, I have studied magic, alchemy, martial arts, and refining for decades, and found a very surprising data. Magicians may have different talents and affinities, but no matter what level of magicians, their mental strength is very rough. On the contrary, alchemists often make alchemy, and their mental strength is mostly much higher than that of magicians of the same level. And those who have magic talent can easily win in battles of the same level. They can be activated very quickly, gather magic elements in a shorter time, control magic more accurately, and have significantly improved elemental affinity. Even their magic storage is more vast than that of ordinary magicians. The most recent example is the battle for the tower between the legendary water mage Aurora and the legendary fire mage Leonard. Speaking of this, there was no need for Xieshichin to lure them anymore. All the students were immersed in this passage, including Chris, who originally looked down on Xieshichin. It was really that the example Xieshichin gave was too good. The legendary mage Aurora was his idol, the goal he wanted to pursue in his life. And Leonard and Aurora were big names that even ordinary people were familiar with. This kind of close proximity to idols, and being able to hear news about idols made everyone excited. Unexpectedly, Xieshichin stopped talking again. He continued to talk. I guess that mental power plays a vital role in the use of magic. Therefore, I looked through the records and finally found this textbook. The Foundation and Stimulation of Mental Power. I hope that in the future, I can use it to lay a good foundation for everyone. Stimulate more uses of mental power, and become more powerful. Believe me, when you are extremely proficient in the use of mental power, your future will be immeasurable. The students' young faces were filled with excitement and longing. It wasn't that they had never been promised a good thing before, but this one was so sweet that they were eager to taste it, and were willing to believe in this 1 in 10,000 possibility. Okay, The atmosphere was aroused, and it was time to get to the main text. Shichen lowered his head and opened the textbook, which was densely filled with annotations. He had worked all night to come up with it. Chris saw that Shichen had already opened the textbook, and it was obvious that he was about to enter the next stage. He couldn't help but ask, "Principal Screech?" Shichen raised his eyes. Chris pursed his lips, but still mustered up the courage to overcome the shadow Shichen brought to him today. "Well, please, can you tell us about the battle between Aurora and Leonard to seize the tower? How to use mental power?" The eyes of the students around him instantly became sparkling. "This?" Shichen raised his eyebrows slightly, his voice full of laughter. "Don't be impatient. Kids, our class has just begun, hasn't it? The battle to seize the tower. Well, we have to wait until the history of magic war and 100 wonderful uses of mental power to talk about it in detail. After?" Chris touched his only textbook, which was thicker than his thumb and contained dense words like ants. How long would it take? Chris sat down depressed, but he still forced himself to listen to Shichen's lecture carefully. Since he couldn't hear the story of his idol, he would try to find loopholes in Screech's words and refute him. 40 minutes later. Take a 10-minute break first. Let everyone sort out their thoughts, and then we will continue. The gentle and amiable Principal Screech announced the intermission. Chris came back to his senses and found that he had been immersed in that gentle voice for 40 minutes without finding anything. The little guy's face suddenly became ugly and ashamed, and Shichen wanted to take a picture of him. Others were also savoring it with great interest. They found that the textbooks that were originally difficult to understand became easy to understand, and they couldn't help but feel complicated. It turns out that Principal Screech really studied a lot, and he knows a lot. After realizing this fact, the most excited among the 20 students was not the untalented civilians, but Ophelia. She already had a very high talent for magic, and now Screech told her that as she cultivated her mental strength well, she could increase her affinity for magic. This was simply a pie in the sky. Ophelia couldn't help but hold Freya's hand tightly. "Freya, my future is no longer empty, and I don't have to be that vase for marriage decoration." Freya naturally knew what Ophelia meant, and she was also excited for Ophelia. Yes, the principal is worthy of being from the Screech family. She is very resourceful, even though she didn't know what the future would hold. Even though she had only seen a little bit of Screech's strength, Freya still couldn't hide her excitement. This meant that her prince had a chance to become better. No longer an abandoned child of the royal family. No longer insignificant. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Freya would pray, believe, and witness her prince's supreme achievement. God of light, please have mercy on our prince and let him become the light of Ace. The students had never felt that 10 minutes was so long, and they even wished that Screech could take a whole morning class. However, Shichen was not that crazy, and he still combined work and rest. After 3 classes, he left 40 minutes for everyone to organize their notes and inform them of the afternoon classes. If someone has already organized their notes, they can choose to preview them. After all, people are easily tired in the afternoon, and if they are not careful, they may miss the knowledge points. In the remaining 40 minutes, the only sound in the entire lecture hall was the sliding of the children's pens and extremely quiet whispers. Shichen sat on the podium, writing the 1-year plan to be handed over to Xiao Xiao, working hard to pay off his debts, and thinking about taking time to hunt a few more live monsters to raise. The life of the King of Scrolls is so simple and monotonous. Chapter 5. The efficiency of the King of Papers is also extraordinary. In less than 40 minutes, Shichen has perfected the plan for the next year and made a rough growth plan for each student. How to say it? App looked at the thick stack of detailed plans that were difficult to find fault with, and had no other thoughts except sighing that some people were born to do this. Congratulations to the principal for completing the main task, formulating a teaching plan. Current teaching plan score, S level. Your excellence is unparalleled, and your consideration is perfect. You will receive a reward, 1,000 principal value plus 1,000 experience value. I am the principal. App will formulate principal tasks for you based on the plan for the next year. The app has reached the upgrade standard and has been automatically upgraded. There will be an 8-hour upgrade period. Please wait for good news. Shichen. The student is still there. He doesn't want to be a fool talking to himself, so he tries to manually input and communicate with the app. I wrote an S-level teaching plan, so I will give you 1,000 principal value. The debt is not enough to pay back. Right? The app is about to be offline for upgrading. And he came out to explain when he heard the doubts. The maximum starting reward for teaching planning is 1,000 points. But the more detailed and high-quality teaching planning is, the more personal tasks can be generated in the subsequent daily life, so as to achieve the purpose of continuously accumulating principal points. And the principal has the experience of completing an S-level task, and his reputation is improved. And he can give more support for future loans. Loan? Shichen raised his eyebrows with interest. Why should I take out a loan if I can buy on credit without spending extra money? Is the interest rate fixed? You're dead set on being a deadbeat. Right? I don't know if he was mad or focused on upgrading. But I've never talked to Shichen again. And because their class time was postponed by an hour and a half, everyone didn't officially leave until 12:30. Shichen was efficient, and was the first one to slip out of the classroom after class, leaving Chris, who was planning to ask him how magical the tower battle was, standing there in frustration. Why are you in such a hurry? You will learn it sooner or later. Right? Boris said carelessly. But at the same time, I'm afraid you will want to vomit when you see Aurora. Chris retorted coldly. I will never want to vomit when I see Aurora. Aurora is my idol for life. Boris shrugged and didn't comment on the words of Aurora's little fanboy. For him, the course was indeed very interesting. But when he returned to the book and thought of the dense words, Boris wanted to vomit, and even felt that he was on the verge of death. With a sigh, Boris put away his books and blank notebooks. He habitually observed his surroundings and laughed. Hey brother, you didn't take notes either? He turned his head and found that there was a good brother sitting behind him who hated studying as much as he did. Not to mention his notebook. Even the textbooks were empty, without any traces left. Huh? The good brother tilted his head in confusion. Why should I remember something that I can remember after listening to it once? Boris, He asked another question without giving up. Can I ask? Why did you come to Screech if you are so strong? The other party was silent for a while. A little embarrassed. Thank you for your compliment. But I have no magic talent or affinity. And my physical fitness is not good enough. The principal said that I can learn magic. So I came. Boris gave up. And his heart was full of shock. So Muggles' brains are so good? Suddenly, I felt ashamed of my high magic and martial arts talent. In the forest near the college, Shichen was struggling to hunt monsters. He was not very familiar with his current body. But fortunately it was physical attack, and he would be familiar with it after a few times. He wanted to ensure the integrity of the magic beasts, which made him somewhat restrained. In one noon, he hunted only a dozen first-level magic beasts, mostly one male and one female. If nothing unexpected happened, they could still be bred. Shichen spent more effort to use iron cages to separate and open up several simple first-level magic beast areas, waiting for these young and strong magic beasts to bring a prosperous fortune to his breeding farm. Of course, if these magic beasts don't know how to appreciate it, Shichen can only go back to his old business. After dealing with the habitats of these monsters, his zoo project for today also came to an end. In the afternoon, he continued to teach the basic course of mental power. It was not that Shichen did not want to add more tricks. The basic course of mental power was indeed quite difficult. If he added more courses, students would be easily distracted. If the foundation is not laid well, it will be difficult to promote subsequent teaching. Although it is a bit monotonous, he is also trying his best to make students feel novel. For example, doing homework. Okay, today's class ends here. I hope everyone can review it well when they go back, and don't forget today's knowledge points. Shichen threw the chalk in his hand into the chalk bucket, took off his white gloves slowly, looked at the little classmates below who were writing with their pens, and curled the corners of his mouth. It was the writing he liked. Shichen threw the white gloves into the storage ring, and then pushed the blackboard upwards. It turned out that behind this big blackboard, there was another blackboard of the same kind. When combined together, there was a larger space for writing on the blackboard. The classmates were even more desperate. Although they could understand this lesson, it didn't mean that they were not afraid of more notes. However, the new blackboard content was a string of data, and it was unknown when Shichen wrote it. Did you all remember the homework books that were distributed yesterday? Shichen smiled and tapped the blackboard with his teaching stick to attract the attention of the students. Theoretically, I will assign you a homework every day. But since you are so interested in the battle between Aurora and Leonard to seize the tower today, I can't bear to deprive you of the right to expand your knowledge. The students haven't figured out the relationship between the daily homework and the battle to seize the tower. And their teacher, with an elegant smile, has already explained the confusion to everyone. I give you a chance to find out the reason why Aurora succeeded in capturing the tower. Write your analysis systematically in your homework book and hand it in a week later. Let me see if everyone's love for Aurora can make you hand in a satisfactory answer sheet. Students, are you serious about asking a group of muggles who have never been to the door to analyze the reason for the victory of the legendary wizard? Yes. Shichen is serious and provides help to everyone in a very organized manner. The teacher will give you a few tips. First, there are a lot of relevant materials in the library. I have a list of relevant materials here. If you need them, you can come to me. Of course, it is your compulsory course to distinguish whether the information is reliable and in demand. Second, on my left is the data converted from Aurora's magic strength in the past. And on my right is Leonard's. The numerical value cannot summarize everything, but it can be used as an auxiliary analysis. Now, isn't the task much easier? The student stared at the series of numbers and almost unfamiliar words on the blackboard with dead fish eyes, and fell silent. Shichen sighed. Don't be too stressed. Just treat it as a fun homework. If I indulge you and let you ignore the classroom learning, I will be disappointed. It's just that I think, instead of telling you how Mage Aurora won, it's better to let you find the answer yourself and witness it with your own eyes. You know, the process of pursuing the truth is always long and interesting. Isn't it? Indeed. Chris showed a thoughtful expression. They practice magic. Isn't it also a process of verifying the truth? Scritch can summarize the reason why Aurora won. Why can't he? That is. Chris looked at Shichen, asking for confirmation. Will there be an answer? He was asking Screech if this analysis of the successful tower capture was authoritative enough. Shichen smiled with relief. Dare to question. Be careful to verify. You are a good boy. Chris blushed for a rare time. He just didn't trust Screech. Shichen blinked and pretended to be playful. Of course. I promise that although you may have a partial understanding of the standard answer now, you will not question the parts that you can understand. This is the answer he got after summarizing many teaching aids and books. It may not be complete, but it will definitely not be inaccurate. Chris was relieved. And he promised, I will complete the task in 1 week, and do my best. Shichen nodded, looking at the 19 quails who were as quiet as chickens. What about you, my dear little classmates? Don't you want to dig out the secret of the strong to win by yourself? The little classmates immediately said in unison. Yes. Very good. You are worthy of being a student who dares to apply for Screech Academy. You have courage, perseverance, determination and wisdom. Shichen praised with emotion. I haven't seen such an excellent student for a long time. The students were almost flattered. Principal Screech praised them. At this moment, they were immersed in the joy of being praised by the wise principal, and completely forgot that the principal was once a muggle they looked down upon and worried about being unreliable. After cheering for the students, Shichen began to leak oil. Bo-Ray, Chris, Vera, the 3 conspicuous people who were called were confused, but still stood up politely and looked at Shichen. Shichen pointed to the blackboard and said in a normal tone, I am a teacher who clearly rewards and punishes. Since the 3 students have disrupted the teaching order today and delayed everyone's meal time, stay today and clean the blackboard for the teacher. Seeing the 3 people's ugly faces, Shichen changed the subject. It seems that the students are all polite people. They won't be unable to accept the punishment. Right? Of course not. Villa subconsciously refuted. And seeing Shichen's successful smile, half annoyed and half angry. I wipe it. Don't do it too early. The students haven't written down the important data yet. Shichen bent his eyes, and a soft smile like moonlight poured out from his beautiful and deep eyes. Then the teacher will leave first. I hope to see a clean and tidy lecture hall tomorrow. Good guy. Even the sanitation of the classroom was contracted out without saying a word. Chapter 6. The guys watched Shichen flick off the non-existent chalk dust on his body, put the teaching stick into his inner pocket, and left the front door cleanly. Only then did they realize that the white gloves he had worn since today might just be because he didn't want to get stained with chalk dust. And he wasn't really a gentleman. Now that he could leave, Shichen's steps were as steady as ever, but also a little brisk, as if he was in a good mood. Those with good eyesight could also see the new hairband Xieshichan had changed today. A brown hairband with a blue bear gem, which was super conspicuous and cute, swaying gently with the owner's steps. Oh my god. Is he trying to tell me that he had a good time today? When he could no longer hear the footsteps. Bori complained feebly. He's even more evil than my father. Oh god. I don't need to see Aurora. I'm already nauseous. As a poor student, Bori thought that this kind of clerical activity of looking up information and writing analysis was not suitable for him at all. Asuto, are you willing to give me some advice? He turned around and looked at Asuto with his round puppy eyes, frowning slightly, looking pitiful, trying to arouse Asuto's sympathy. Asuto, the big guy who has such a good memory that he doesn't need to take notes, has now become Bori's lifeline. Rely on Chris? Forget it. That fussy man will probably drag him to find information. When Bori thought of the scene, he wished he was dead. Asuto was a little embarrassed. Bori, it's not that I don't help you, but... He pointed to the homework book inside. It seems that there is a magic device on it, which will automatically check for plagiarism. Bori, automatic plagiarism check? What does it mean? He subconsciously opened the homework book, and without trying, there was a line of advice written in beautiful cursive on the first page of the homework book. My dear children, in order to cultivate the habit of independent thinking and refusing to get something for nothing, I, the principal, have set up a very novel thing for the homework book. Automatic duplicate check. These 20 homework books are related to each other. If they are similar and there is no logical connection, even if the language is reorganized, it is impossible to write them down. P.S. Please indicate the source when quoting from a book. Otherwise you can't write it down. Bo-Rui, devil. Anshin Screech is a devil. Devil who wants to kill. Bo-Rui wanted to cry, but had no tears. And he slumped on the table like a salted fish. Villa rolled her eyes. Okay. Bo-Rui. Everyone has finished copying and left. We should clean the classroom. Villa pouted, holding the ordinary broom that looked a little dirty. Feeling very aggrieved. Why is there not even a magic broom here? It's too barren. She had never suffered such hardship at home. You get used to it. Chris adapted quickly. Hurry up. I still have to go to the library. He must find out how the obviously weak Aurora won the battle to seize the tower. Although the three noble classmates were reluctant, they were still quite fast. At around 6 p.m., Chris finished dinner and went to the library he had been thinking about smoothly. The thin paper in his hand was the book list given by the principal. Chris marked out the books he thought were more important and decided to borrow as many books as possible to read, even if it cost a lot of gold coins. He was not good at speaking, so he recited the names of the books several times to avoid making mistakes. But to his disappointment, there was no one in Screech's library. The densely packed books on the wall seemed worthless in front of him. The only thing that attracted his attention was a sentence in front of the library door. Do you see the index of the book next to it? Do you see the ladder in the corner? Look for anything you need and register it. Oh! Remember to return the book within 30 days. If you delay, your contribution points will be deducted. That's it? Thinking back to before he came, his father said to him earnestly, Chris, you are my father's best child, and the child with the highest magical talent in the family. I am reluctant to send you to the already declining Screech. But child, in order to avoid being disqualified from running a school, Screech has managed those ancient materials very strictly. Only by becoming a student there will you have the opportunity to see the forbidden magic scrolls and the shadows of ancient magic books. Father believes that you can definitely bring back those precious materials that were wasted in Screech. Looking back, the huge library. The ancient books are neatly arranged. On the soft carpet. On the low desk. Various magic books and parchment scrolls are placed in a mess, with some traces of formations. The shadow of the forbidden magic scroll? Chris looked at the scrolls scattered all over the floor, and even suspected that there was something his father dreamed of in it. He was at a loss. If he knew that he was misunderstood by Chris as extravagant, Xieshichan would definitely defend himself. He is not extravagant. He is so poor that he is in debt. The library had many books, soft carpets, and bright magic lights. Xieshichan really couldn't bear to leave such a great place, so he made his home in the library. The scrolls and books scattered all over the floor were all traces of his research on the textbooks of this world. Because the homework was assigned on a whim, he naturally didn't realize the inappropriateness of it. By the time he realized it, the words had already been spoken. Xieshichin didn't care. In comparison, the teaching aids in the teaching aid mall were still cheap. Maybe the app was like him, believing that no matter how poor you are, you can't be poor in education. They all gave family prices and could be bought on credit. App, thank you. During the time of app upgrade, Xieshichin was not idle. It was not time for him to study the textbooks yet. So he went to the laboratory of the college to do some research. Scritch's laboratory had not been used for a long time and was covered with dust. Fortunately, the experimental supplies were complete and could support Xieshichin to practice his alchemy. Alchemists are similar to pharmaceutical professionals in that they all prepare medicines. Oh! Some alchemists can also refine magic tools, such as space rings, and are called alchemy masters. But that has nothing to do with Xieshichin for the time being. And Xieshichin doesn't want to figure out how they differentiate between professions. His task today is to make an estrus potion that can be used for magic beasts according to the knowledge in the book, and improve the formula to have a soothing effect. He doesn't want to mess up his zoo when breeding. Xieshichin recalled the knowledge points, and first made an original potion to practice. Facts have proved that it is difficult to cross a professional field. Even if Xieshichin has mastered enough knowledge and skills, he cannot succeed in an unfamiliar field at once. He was not discouraged, and continued to concentrate and calm down, analyzing his first mistake, making improvements, and replacing some expensive raw materials. The Screech family's property really did not allow him to squander more. Xieshichin was extremely careful, staring at the reagents bit by bit, and timing them even to the second. Finally, in the second experiment, a sizzling sound was heard, accompanied by a thick white mist, and a light pink potion lay quietly in the reagent bottle. His breeding potion was successful. Even a steady person like Xieshichin couldn't help but relax his brows and laughed. Very good. The next step is to improve it according to my ideas. Xieshichin muttered to himself as he devoted himself to work, and suddenly remembered a fatal point. The growth cycle of monsters seems to be quite long? No. How can he recover the funds quickly? Xieshichin stared at the pink potion, and one breeding plan after another rolled through his mind, and finally finalized it. Small profits but quick turnover. Such cheap monster meat. Even if the energy is slightly lower, I believe the mercenaries will forgive him. Right? Xieshichin's financial path was finally paved. He was busy in the laboratory until 9 o'clock in the evening. Seeing that it was getting late, he had to go back to the library to prepare lessons and make lesson plans. Xieshichin hurriedly left the laboratory again, and the whole person was busy. It was when he was preparing lessons that a small accident occurred. Xieshichin looked at the students sitting around several large tables in the library with complicated eyes. Puzzled. Can't we borrow books? Why don't you read them in the dormitory? The student dormitory of Screech is quite good. Not only does it have single rooms, but each room is also equipped with a desk, a small sofa, a carpet, and some alchemical daily necessities activated by the magic stone. It is very luxurious. Xieshichin really didn't expect why they didn't go back so late. A dozen students were also surprised when they saw Xieshichin. Principal Screech? Ophelia wore round glasses at this moment, looking gentle and polite. Principal, are you here to see us? They didn't know why the principal came here so late. Ophelia could only guess that it was because the lights in their library were too bright. She apologized gently. I'm sorry, Principal. Freya and I were so fascinated by the books in the room that we forgot the time and disturbed you. We will leave after reading this last bit. This is simply a paradise in Ophelia's heart. In fact, many people think so too. No wonder those hidden forces always want to annex Screech. These books in the room are all treasures. Even someone like Bori who hates studying has to cheer up and memorize as many useful magic books as possible. Although he can't use them, his family may be able to move to a higher level because of them. Of course, there are also students who just follow the crowd, because those big guys who they think are very powerful have not left, and they are afraid that they will be left behind if they don't work hard enough. So they dare not leave, and can only bite the bullet and continue reading in the library. Fortunately, there are many travel notes in Screech's library, which are not boring to read, but can learn a lot. Perhaps because everyone had impure intentions. The first time they saw Xieshichin, they all felt an indescribable sense of guilt. It was a bit mean. No. The library is a suitable temperature, and the lights are just right. It is a very suitable place to study. Your willingness to study is the greatest fortune of Screech Academy. Sieshichin pushed his glasses and smiled to comfort. Don't worry. Just relax here like your own home. I also like to read here. Believe me, as long as it doesn't delay tomorrow's class. I don't mind if you read all night. I will only be happy for you. His gentle words made everyone slowly relax and feel relieved. They looked at the books in their hands, and did not forget to sneak a glance at their principal. The principal was indeed as relaxed as if he had entered his own home. He took off his principal robes in a relaxed manner, revealing the soft cotton pajamas that he had changed into at some point. Then pulled off the hairband of the little bear Jim, loosened his scalp casually, and walked barefoot and lazily to the table full of messy scrolls, spread out magic books, and various notes. The principal casually took out a large and soft bear doll from his ring as a cushion, and then took out a plate of cakes and a cup of black tea. Then he sat down lazily, holding a pen, and began to prepare for class. He knew the location of all the messy books, so he didn't need to look for them at all. When he needed them, he could reach them with his hand. The degree of seriousness made Ophelia, who was immersed in the sea of books, sigh. The principal seemed to really treat the library as his home. He spent the night in the library. Chapter 7. I can't understand it. Bori leaned against the fence of the small garden, his face full of confusion and shock. Can anyone really read those boring magic books all night? It's just a devil. Bori muttered to his compatriots. Is he really a muggle? Isn't it said that muggles are very fragile, and even need to sleep every night to maintain sufficient physical strength? Why is he? Bori! Vera frowned and said unhappily. You have been mumbling for a full 10 minutes. Can't you be quiet? Bori said aggrievedly. I'm just curious. This is incredible. He subconsciously looked at Chris, wanting him to say something. But Chris seemed to be immersed in his own world. He was as quiet as ever, and it was undeniable that he was a little frustrated. When he went to the library to read the relevant information about Aurora last night, he was so ambitious at first. But those books were so boring that he slowly laid down on the desk. When Chris woke up again, he found that there were many students sleeping around him. He felt a little comforted. But when he turned his head again, the headmaster, who was said to be a muggle, was still energetic and even had no other thoughts. He had completely forgotten that there were a group of students who were looking up information in the library all night. Chris, who was very competitive, was very frustrated. He felt that he was not serious enough. He lost. Vera called Chris several times, but it didn't make him come back to his senses. She guessed that last night must have hit Chris hard. Chris was so outstanding and so serious. Damn it. Screech must have used some conspiracy. Vera was convinced and increasingly annoyed by Borui's nagging. Sieshichin showed up at the small garden on time. Compared to the first day, the students on the second day were much more lively. They gathered in groups of 3 or 4, and few acted independently. They had already formed a small group. What made Sieshichin happy was that perhaps the first day was too embarrassing and everyone learned a lesson. For today's morning exercise, they all wore clothes that were easy to stretch. Even Vera, who loved beauty, changed into pink jeans. Very good. My children, you are all very smart. Sieshichin's clear voice echoed in the small garden. Bori subconsciously replied, Hello, Principal Magic. Sieshichin blinked slowly. You don't have to call me dear. I'm just an ordinary muggle gentleman. Please call me teacher. Principal. Bori was glad that his word devil was stuck in his throat. And he suddenly changed to magic. It was okay to be misunderstood. He didn't want to be punished by Screech to wipe the blackboard again. But obviously, Screech has enough ways to get them to help him wipe the blackboard. Today I will lead everyone to practice Tai Chi. I hope that the smart children can remember it clearly and help each other. After all, excellent memory is the first step into magic. Sieshichin said casually, walked to the front of the small garden, and faced everyone. At the same time, the magic 3D teaching mirror he bought in the teaching aid mall was casually placed next to him, and his back shape was reflected in the 3D teaching mirror, just like 2 identical Screech, including the small hairband replaced with a ruby rabbit. Boroi no longer had the heart to appreciate the novel magic teaching aids. He took advantage of the situation and tried to see the devilish principal's mood from the little hair tie. Does it mean that Screech will be as soft as a rabbit today? Oh, no. Sieshichin squatted lightly, and seeing that the students behind him were standing there like fools, he asked in a good temper, Are they all petrified? Students, it's very scary. No matter if they were reluctant. Everyone immediately imitated the principal's movements crookedly. But they didn't squat very well. And, damn it! Chris cursed in a low voice. He was always proud. So he would naturally do his best to perform the movements to the standard. But this ordinary movement made his legs tremble after less than half a minute of half squatting. For his own face, he gritted his teeth and held on even though his whole body began to tremble. How long will Screech squat? Why does the delicate magician have to do such hard labor? Just when Chris felt that he could not hold on any longer, Sieshichin sighed softly and started to move. But this sigh made Chris's anger burn fiercely. Sigh? Regret? No. Chris, will never be someone else's regret. The delicate noble magician gritted his teeth tightly, staring at Sieshichin without turning away. He would not miss a single move. Fortunately, Sieshichin was always so considerate. After seeing the students' limits, he began to teach them to practice Tai Chi step by step. Tai Chi emphasizes the use of softness to overcome hardness. Although it does not require strong force, it is definitely not soft. Seeing that half of the time had passed, the students seemed to have just learned the movements, without any strength at all. Sieshichin silently stopped the movements and said with a smile, Great! The children are very smart, and they have learned half of the movements so quickly. The students all breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. It seems that practicing Tai Chi is not without benefits. At least today's morning exercise will be over soon. Smart children are always so efficient, and they can set aside a lot of time to consolidate their practice. The teacher is really pleased. Sieshichin looked at the students in the field with a smile, and slowly took out his teaching stick and tapped his palm. Then, let's start free practice. I hope that by the end of today's morning exercise, everyone can perform skilled movements with their eyes closed. Students, ? Villa swallowed her saliva and asked Sieshichin in a coquettish tone. Excuse me, Principal. What does skilled mean? To be honest, there are not many people on this continent who can make Villa treat others politely. And the principal is the only Muggle who can make Villa treat others politely. Beaurui dared not even think that the most spoiled rose in the Empire could learn to respect Muggles in just one day. But this incredible scene happened. But in fact, Vera just didn't want to be punished to wipe the blackboard again. Sieshichin was very pleased and willing to donate generously. My dear child. Of course, let the magic mirror and teaching stick judge whether it is proficient. After all, there is only one principal, and he can't completely correct everyone's movements. Right? Really? The students who had already had the lesson of the first day of morning running didn't believe it very much. They gradually dispersed according to Sieshichin's words, and then stood in place and tentatively made the first movement. Ouch! Sieshichin looked towards the source of the sound. It was one of the quieter students yesterday, compared to the few little troublemakers who made trouble on the first day of class. They were quiet and obedient. According to the student profile of the app, this seemed to be a male elf without magical talent among a pair of twin elves. Herbert? Herbert rubbed his white and slender thighs with tears in his eyes. Puzzled. Why hit me? He was so active. Why did this teaching stick flying around aim at him and hit him at the first time? It hurts. Sieshichin came back from his thoughts, smiling tolerantly. Silly boy. Of course, it's because your movements are not standard. It's my fault. I forgot to mention that the teaching mirror can not only show the teacher's figure without blind spots, but also observe the mistakes of the taught without blind spots and correct them. As soon as the voice fell, a line of beautiful floating cursive characters appeared in front of Herbert, and a little man who looked exactly like him, imitating a very standard horse stance. The floating characters also had a small teaching stick, which kept pointing at the little man, indicating that the students should follow suit. It was amazing. Herbert, a country bumpkin living in the forest, had never seen such novel magic items. But it did not arouse his curiosity at all, because if you don't do it in a standard way, you will be beaten. This is too much. Herbert's twin sister Isabella stood up and said angrily, We have never seen a teacher who beats students in other magic schools, except when he taught martial arts lessons for his brother who had magic and martial arts talents. But that was also students fighting each other, and the teacher didn't do it. As for why I didn't say anything in rebuttal during the morning exercise yesterday? With Screech's fierce look yesterday, Isabella didn't dare to say anything rude. But although Isabella often quarrels with her brother, they are the closest relatives after all. If Herbert is beaten, she will help him out. Siashichin also nodded. You are right. We Screech never physically punish, beat or scold students. And I never hit students in non-combat courses. Isabella's face lit up. Then, Siashichin spread his hands helplessly. This is the teaching mirror and teaching stick for teaching correction. Isn't it? Dear, do you want to see clearly? Your brother doesn't have any bruises at all. We Screech won't take the blame for this. Isabella subconsciously looked at Herbert and saw that under the shorts Herbert was wearing, there was no blue or red on his white and tender thighs. You have to know that they are very delicate and tender when they are elves. They may have a large purple patch when playing around, which looks very scary. But now, Isabella frowned, looked at Herbert, then looked at the teaching stick, and finally had to admit that this was just a correction of action. It was her dear and delicate brother who reacted too much. Isabella was a kind spirit. After she realized that she had misunderstood the principal, she apologized to the principal with guilt. Siashichin waved his hand and said indifferently, in fact, morning exercise is equivalent to a practical course. There will be some bumps and pains. It is normal, just like yesterday's morning run. But we Screech will ensure everyone's safety. So don't worry about the children. Speaking of this, he glanced at his students with a half smile, shrugged and pretended to be helpless. No matter what, if you do something wrong, you must be punished and corrected. Right? Yes. Isabella nodded seriously. You are right, Principal. I will improve my observation skills. What a gullible child, Siashichin thought. It seems that he will have to open a series of courses from anti-PA entry to thick black learning in the future. Otherwise the children he has taught with great difficulty will be easily deceived by others. And he will be distressed. Of course, being cheated by oneself is not cheating. So how can one cheat on one's own people? It is clearly a reasonable killing of an old friend. Siashichin found a clean stone with a clear conscience and sat down to review today's lesson plan. In the remaining free time, they would get familiar with this half of the Tai Chi postures. One by one, the students in the field gradually let out their first shouts. Damn it! What kind of devil is Scricky's teaching stick? Beauroy touched his thigh with a grin, rolled up his trouser legs and found that there was no injury at all. And even internal examination could not find any internal injuries. But it happened. The pain was like hitting the bone. And it lasted for a long time. Even a junior swordsman like him could not breathe. Herbert saw that everyone was lucky enough to enjoy the same treatment as him, and felt that it didn't hurt to be beaten. He smiled and quarreled with his sister. Isabella, how come you have become like your delicate brother? Isabella rubbed her thighs with tears in her eyes, and while following the teaching mirror to do the movements, she gritted her teeth and trembled. Go away. I'm better than you. Wow. It doesn't count as a punishment if I don't cause any damage. But it really hurts. Chapter 8. Screech still had a bit of humanity. He ended his morning exercise 30 minutes earlier and said that this half hour would be the time for students to eat breakfast in the future. As for whether the time was enough, this was not Siashichin's business. He even temporarily installed dozens of bathroom cubicles in the cafeteria to save as much time as possible for these clean students. Right? But even so, half hour was still very tense. It was not that they had not thought about being late. Everyone had their own little thoughts when they came to Screech, as long as the principal was not too much. Everyone basically tolerated it. Moreover, from the time he met Screech in the auditorium until now, everything he did was hard to figure out. The unknown always makes people vigilant. Even a spoiled person like Vera is thinking about how to save time at this moment. Rather than being the first to be used as an example by Screech, Vera drank the meat porridge cooked by the chef in big gulps. And she didn't even care about etiquette. After drinking the porridge in a few gulps, she got up and rushed to the bathroom. She could never tolerate herself going to class with a sweaty body. The first day was an exception. Bori didn't care. Compared with the nobles, he was more like a dissolute mercenary, more casual than polite. Seeing that Vera disappeared like a gust of wind, Beauroy laughed so hard that he was out of breath. Look at what our Principal Screech has done to our Miss Vera. Oh my God! If I had the magic photo stone in my hand at this moment, I must record it and show it to my old man when I get back. Chris restrained himself and put down the plain white porcelain spoon, saying in a light tone, First, you can't afford it. Second, you don't have the magic talent and can't activate it. Finally, you don't dare. Because you can't beat Vera. Borue, I just said it casually. Damn it. Why do most alchemical items now require magic to activate? Can't muggles also control it like Principal Screech? Oh. Right. Bori thought of this and suddenly looked strange. Chris, do you think Principal Screech is really a muggle? No. To be precise. Does he really not know magic? Bori asked slowly, listing Screech's strange actions, like peeling off silk threads. Maybe we have all been deceived. Do you remember what happened in the auditorium on the first day? Borue narrowed his eyes slightly. His memory had not faded at all. Under the obstruction of the senior magician of the association, he was only less than 5 minutes late. But the magician didn't even say anything unusual. After that, during class time, he didn't seem to have any intention of hiding anything. He could interrupt your spells at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. And he could also accurately control you so that you wouldn't get hurt. He could stay up all night in the library. And he knew that you worshipped Aurora. And he used Aurora's deeds to attract us accurately. Today, he even used a multifunctional magic teaching mirror that is said to not require magic. I don't know if he can do magic, but I'm sure he is definitely a high-level swordsman. He has revealed too many flaws. Bori thought of this and his face became serious. He also frequently changed his hair accessories. Red Rabbit. Red. Is he trying to hint to us that he is angry? But they came to Screech only for Screech's magic books. Even worried about the legendary wizard behind Screech. He didn't want to steal. He just wanted to write it down. He didn't even think that Screech had so many magical teaching aids. I'm not sure if he is a magician. But Chris elegantly took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Still calm. What's the reason? After driving away all the students, there are only 20 students who seem to have little talent and have bad intentions. And they still face the risk of disbanding the academy. Why? This price is too high. Isn't it? Bori choked. He knew that since Screech had great strength and magical items, and even various magic scrolls and magic books that were disdained by the library, there was no need for him to fall into such a state. It would be better to carry forward his magic. So it doesn't make sense. Principal Screech is just like a mystery. Unpredictable. Finally. Bori, I think you think too much about one thing. Chris folded his dirty hands and put them away, and said helplessly, maybe the hair accessories are just one of the few childlike innocence of Principal Screech? Impossible. Bori shouted in his heart. How could the principal of Screech, who was smiling on the surface but could make people lose their pants, do something meaningless? In order to prove that his conclusion was correct. Before class, Bori raised his hand and asked the principal this question that had nothing to do with the course. The principal was just doing morning exercises, and he changed his hair accessories again. This time it was a wooden cookie style, tied on the small golden bun, which looked particularly gentle. What is the meaning of hair accessories? Siashichin was a little confused, but it didn't stop him from solving the problem for the student in a friendly manner. No. I personally think that it is a failure to reveal one's emotions and hobbies through external decorations, because it is very likely to make oneself seen through, resulting in failure in what one wants to do. Look at this villain-like speech. Chris actually said that the other party has a childlike heart. It's so funny. Borue muttered in his heart. Siashichin smiled slightly and asked, don't you think the cookies on the teacher's head are very childlike? Borue was absent-minded, of course. This is simply the best idea I have ever heard. Childlike? Siashichin touched the teaching stick, and could feel the cool touch of the teaching stick through the white gloves. There was a trace of sadness between his eyebrows. Yes, the teaching stick is an indispensable part of teaching, but it makes me look a little unkind. And the rabbit headband and cookie headband will make me look amiable and childlike. Combined, it is more conducive to my teaching environment. Isn't it? The strong never complain about the environment. They only change it, as long as it is beneficial to his teaching plan. What does it matter if he sacrifices his image? Borue was breathless and looked at Siashichin with an unbelievable look, as if he didn't understand how Siashichin had the nerve to say such nonsense that no one would believe. Amiable? Now his legs trembled when he saw the other party laughing. He felt that he was about to be beaten. Then why do you change your hair accessories so frequently? Principal Screech is also very fond of beauty. Right. Villa's eyelashes fluttered, as if she had found something in common with Screech. And she was very happy, and asked the principal with interest. Oh, That's not the case. Xieshichan thought of his little white rabbit-like students, and decided to confess part of it. The ruby bunny is too dazzling. Or the color of the little cookie is more plain. It won't distract everyone's attention. Classmates, damn. Do you have to be so utilitarian? Bori didn't even know whether he hoped Screech would lie to them or confess to them at this moment. Sitting on the stool like a ghost. It was only when Xieshichan tapped the teaching stick on the desk that everyone's attention was drawn, and the class continued. Chris lowered his eyes and flipped open the spiritual power textbook. He listened to Principal Screech's humorous tone, which gradually expanded from a small story to today's teaching content. Finally, he picked up the pen and took notes, seriously. It should be said that life at Screech Academy was not as difficult as he imagined. At least, this powerful principal with hidden strength had a really good teaching level. Chris blinked slowly, drew a cookie in the lower right corner of the textbook with skillful movements, and then smiled softly. Is it really just a display of amiable childishness? The morning class passed quickly. Xieshichan rolled up the teaching stick and called the get out of class to an end. The students responsible for classroom hygiene today will be selected from the students who have the least standard morning exercise movements and the most mistakes. Currently, they are Herbert, Isabella. Principal Sia kindly reminded. There are a lot of people, so you can try to discuss and assign your respective tasks. To say it's a lot, there are only 5. But to say it's a little, it's a quarter of the class, which is not a small number. At this moment, those who were not selected were very lucky. They were very tactful and serious during the day, and their body movements were coordinated, so they didn't let Screech catch them. Even the gentle Ophelia couldn't help but smile softly, and when she passed by the students who needed to clean up, she secretly clenched her fist to cheer them up. Come on, dear. My heart is with you. 5 people, thank you. But you don't have to. What a harmonious relationship between classmates. Xieshichan, who only saw the action, was moved in his heart. It seems that his plan of sharing wheel and woe is still effective. But Xieshichan thought of those exciting magic teaching aids and felt that his current progress was still a bit slow, whether it was earning gold coins or accumulating principal points. They were pitifully small. At this rate, he could not guarantee the completion of his own stage goals. Xieshichan looked through the pitifully few app tasks. Achievement tasks are a long-term process. Construction tasks require money, and the fame of the main tasks also requires accumulation. None of them are suitable for making quick money. Then only the principal's daily tasks can earn principal points, such as teaching students, taking students for morning exercises, etc. You can earn about 50 principal points every day, which is too little. Oh, right. Xieshichan knocked on the app. Isn't it upgraded? Why is there no response? This broken thing doesn't even have a novice gift package. And I don't know how I can say that I am an app. The app stubbornly bubbles. The app has been successfully upgraded. Do you want to update it immediately? Xieshichan almost laughed out of anger. Why? Without him mentioning it. The crappy app upgraded silently? What kind of app is this that doesn't care about other people's lives? Update. Xieshichan's tone was so gentle that it could make people drown. I hope my dear Xiao Xiao won't tell me that it will take another day to update. 1%. 5%. 100%. The update was successful. Xiao Xiao, who had a strong desire to survive, successfully upgraded in less than 5 seconds. I am the principal app updated. Version 2.0 changes. 1. Many bugs such as advanced credit and borrowing without IOU. 2. New skills, magic immunity. Any magic that students learn is completely immune to the principal. Let students learn more magic. 3. Mall changes. Unlock more practical magic teaching aids and teaching aids. Add a talent market section. And use the principal's value to recruit teachers. 4. New event, Teacher's Day Gift Teacher. You have worked hard. On the day of the update, anyone who purchases teaching aids in the mall can enjoy a 20% discount. Are you surprised? Are you excited? Come and make impulse purchases. Thanks the coveted red envelope Shishan. Hee hee. You also know that you are making impulse purchases. Chapter 9. That being said, when the discount comes, no one can resist. Even if they know that there are pitfalls in the Double 11 every year. Don't they still buy like crazy? The temptation of discounts is hard to resist. And Xieshichan doesn't intend to restrain himself. He first carefully understood the updated app, and then sighed. The power is not coincidental enough. And I don't have much principal value left. The app was tempted and immediately took the bait. It doesn't matter. The principal can choose to do campus loans. Our interest rate is very low. Xiaoxichen smiled slightly. Okay. Then I won't be polite. App realized that something seemed to be wrong, and saw Xiaoxichen calmly put all kinds of magic teaching tools, magic teaching aids, and an expensive magic teacher into the shopping cart. App shouted nervously, No. 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 Absolutely not. Just the magic teacher alone will add 10,000 points of principal value. That's a magician. 10,000 points. Even if Xiaoxichen dared to lend, he couldn't take it out? Xiaoxichen's face fell when he heard it. Oh, then why did you put it out? App felt guilty. Motivate. Motivate you? Seeing Xiaoxichen laughing, his eyes became more and more dangerous. App was very sensible and said, We will have a teacher recruitment contract after completing the phase task. Although the price is not as good as this, it is also the best quality tutor available at the moment. Why don't we wait a little longer? Xiaoxichen remained silent. App was anxious. You really can't borrow so much. I also need energy to summon people. At most 1,000 principal points. Well, I hope you can keep your promise after the stage is over. Xiaoxichen finally gave in and borrowed 1,000 principal points to buy the teaching aids and magic teaching aids he liked. Xiaoxichen sighed while stuffing the shopping cart. The disposable principal points are still too little. App nodded sympathetically. Yes. I'm going to open the skylight. No. No. App's rusty brain turned again and found a suspicious point. You borrowed so much at one time. Can you afford it? Although it has a low interest rate, it is not a bank. If Xiaoxichen really borrowed 10,000, the interest alone would be enough to make Xiaoxichen heavily in debt. Xiaoxichen did not comment. No matter how bad it is, it's not worth the principal. So what? If you can't pay it back, you won't lend it to me? What if the task is not completed? We are a community of interests. App, damn it. Xiaoxichen, you are a deadbeat again. The app saw that the energy points it had secretly saved were borrowed by Xiaoxichen again and spent without a drop left, and shed painful tears. Update. It must be updated. It must block the bug. The students have strong adaptability. Perhaps this is also Xiaoxichen's luck. Students who have entered the Magic Academy have more energy than ordinary students. And ordinary students who have not entered have no room for comparison. They only know that they cannot be kicked out in the monthly exam. And they also work hard. In addition, the cafeteria has been following the recipes given by Xiaoxichen these days. And the students are fed with monster meat and refined rice and noodles, which naturally makes the students fat and white. When it was time for the afternoon class, Xiaoxichen walked into the classroom with a regular pace as usual, and found that his students were much more lively, which made him very happy. It seems that everyone had a good lunch today, and they are much more energetic than in the morning. The students didn't know how to respond to this. If there was no tiring Tai Chi in the morning, they must have been very energetic. In the end, Ophelia smiled dryly. Yes, teacher. Screech's canteen is delicious. This is not to say that it is false. The previous magic lamb soup was well prepared. There was no smell of mutton. Only tender lamb meat and very fresh soup were left. Even if you are a royal family, you need luck to have such a bite. The chef's ability is not so stable. Xiaoxichen smiled. It's an honor for Skriki. It can be regarded as a double entendre. After chatting about family matters and caring about the children, Xiaoxichen opened the bookmark, turned the textbook to the marked page, and started the afternoon class with the teaching stick flying flexibly. Although they only had one course, Xiaoxichen's humorous teaching made them not feel boring, and even made them enjoy it. After each class, they even felt that the knowledge had entered their minds. When they looked through the textbook again, they could understand the boring words at a glance, and they had a sense of accomplishment. Xiaoxichen left 40 minutes for the children to organize their notes, as usual. Because the stage plan had been completed, he had some free time during this self-study period, so he simply talked to the students about some study tips. Taking notes is secondary. The most important thing is to read the textbook content after class. When you find that you understand the textbook well enough, the sense of accomplishment in your heart will make you smarter and smarter. Perhaps, students who have the habit of recording can also write a diary. Record your daily adventures and moods in Screech, whether good or bad, And it will always be beautiful. Well, by the way, everyone read a lot of books in the library last night. So you should have made considerable progress. Right? You can help each other and provide ideas. Or you can ask me. I am happy to answer your questions. As soon as the voice fell, Chris raised his head with shining eyes. Really? Of course. Shiichin's smile deepened. Not only classroom teaching, but also other doubts. You can ask the teacher. He is confident that he can still answer these children's questions at present. Even if he can't, his app can give him a standard answer. He needs enough trust from students to promote his teaching plan. Bo-Rui curled his lips and whispered. I won't ask. Who knows if Screech will get angry because he can't answer. I don't want to wipe the dusty blackboard again. Before he finished muttering, the long-braided girl Ophelia in front of him walked up to the desk excitedly with her textbook in her hands. Bo-Rui was stunned. Wait. Oh! Her Highness Ophelia? He was busy these days, and didn't even notice that Her Highness Ophelia was among this group of classmates. Bo-Rui subconsciously turned his head to look at Vera. Vera looked at him innocently and shrugged, not knowing whether to express that he didn't know or didn't care. Bori covered his face and almost murmured. It's over. I can't even think about going home this year. Whether he knew it but didn't report it, or he knew it but reported it, he would be skinned alive. Unlike Bori, who was full of complicated feelings, Chris didn't think there was anything wrong with Ophelia being here. He packed up his materials and strode up to the podium to line up. What does the royal family have to do with him? Chris, who was intent on finding out how Aurora won, looked calm and waited for Screech to answer his questions. It must be said that Screech is indeed knowledgeable. Chris stood aside. Although he did not ask any questions, he felt as if his mind was suddenly enlightened when he heard Shiichin explain in detail the steps and various small knowledge points derived from them to Ophelia. He was very meticulous and explained in a simple way. He explained a small knowledge point bit by bit without spending too much time. It was like a completely different style from Screech's teaching. Ophelia took notes while listening, thinking about the difficult points, and asked questions bit by bit. When she understood everything thoroughly, she smiled softly and looked at Shiichin with her bright blue eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, teacher. She felt as if she had found her direction. The girl was only 14 or 15 years old, but her young face was full of loneliness and sadness. Perhaps her fate over the past decade was very rough. But she did not give in. Instead, she tried to find her own direction. Shiichin gently rubbed Ophelia's head. When he saw that she was very careful to lower her head slightly so that he could move more comfortably, a smile flashed in his eyes. There are many people whose magic affinity is too low to summon magic elements. But Ophelia, there is a type of people who obviously have a high magic talent, but their affinity for all elements is very low. And it is very even, with almost the same value. Do you know why? Ophelia's pupil shrank, and her voice trembled. Why? As the princess of the empire, the only heir to the royal family, if she had not tried various methods and failed to improve her overly average affinity, how could her father give up on her and let her marry in another country? Even if only one affinity was high, they could inject alchemy potions so that she could barely drink potions and become a high-level magician in the future. But her affinity was too average. No matter how to remedy it, she couldn't find an element that could be improved. These elements restricted each other, and each one was unwilling to get close to her. Ophelia tried for more than 10 years, but still got nothing. Now, Principal Screech told her that there were other mysteries and reasons behind this. How could she not be excited? Ophelia's fingers began to tremble, and she kept clenching the notes in her hands. And eagerness and excitement in her eyes almost overflowed. Fortunately, she still remembered her etiquette as a noble, and did not do anything that made her ashamed because of excitement. But she could not hide her eager mood. If she hadn't remembered that Shiichin was still her teacher and principal, she might have clenched her hands tightly. Shiichin smiled softly. Good boy. You have to remember that there are no students without talent. Only students who don't know how to use their talent, and teachers who don't know how to teach. If you really want to know, go to the library. There is a book called El Rusli's Magic Notebook which records similar questions. What I tell you in person is not as trustworthy as what you see with your own eyes. What you see with your own eyes is not as trustworthy as what you experience personally. Isn't it? Ophelia's anxious mood was slowly soothed by a gentle breeze. She pursed her lips, looked at Shiichin, and nodded solemnly. I know, teacher. I go back and check it out. Thank you for your guidance. At this moment, no matter what the result is, Ophelia looks at Shichen as if she has been reborn. Chapter 10. If she had experienced more and was older, Ophelia might be skeptical, or she might take this as a comfort. But now, she still has hope and trusts this legendary muggle, but actually unfathomable principle. She swung her scorpion braids and jumped off the podium, and even her back was full of joy. Chris looked at Ophelia's back for a long time without coming back to his senses, not knowing what he was thinking. Shichen tapped the table with his knuckles to wake the little guy up. My dear Chris, do you have no doubts now? Shichen smiled and raised his eyebrows. If not, please don't block other students from asking questions. Yes. Chris was a little embarrassed and quickly took out his textbook to point out some things that he didn't understand. Maybe because Chris himself was a junior magician. Most of the questions he asked were from actual combat. Of course, this kind of actual combat also seemed relatively immature. After all, his experience was limited, and he was a pampered magician. Although Shichen had just entered the magic world, he had a vast amount of knowledge in his original world, and they could communicate with each other. Although the magic systems and knowledge points of the two worlds were different, they had many similarities. With the help of the principal app and his preparation method, Chris's questions were not difficult to answer. Shichen thought about it carefully and asked Chris in a guiding way, do you think that when you reach the realm of a legendary wizard, you can cast elementary magic instantly? Chris shook his head without thinking. No. Shichen raised his eyebrows. Oh? Why? Chris explained calmly. I understand what you mean. But principal, the higher the level, the more proficient you are in controlling low-level magic. Magic spells need to be familiar, and magic also needs practice. When I become an intermediate magician, I will no longer practice elementary magic. That's just a waste of my time. This may sound a little difficult to understand, but you can understand the reason by changing the concept. Just like mathematics, we learned addition and subtraction in elementary school, and when we learn multiplication and division can solve the tediousness of addition and subtraction, and are more advanced and useful. When both addition and subtraction can be performed, people tend to use the more convenient multiplication and division and abandon addition and subtraction. But this does not mean that people who are very proficient in multiplication and division can also be proficient in addition and subtraction. These are two different methods. Therefore, even if a legendary wizard is not proficient enough, his casting speed for low-level magic may be faster than that of a low-level magician. But it is absolutely impossible to cast instantly, and he may even forget the spell and not be able to cast it. Shichen curved his eyebrows and sighed softly. Leonard must have thought so too. Chris was stunned, and soon realized what Shichen meant, and subconsciously widened his eyes. Leonard is also a noble like him. They will pursue high-level magic, forbidden spells, and research and attainments in magic. They naturally pay attention to a solid foundation. But this does not mean that they will pay attention to low-level magic that does not have much technical content. Before being promoted to a legendary wizard, Aurora had been unknown. Some people said she was a noble, and some said she was a commoner. But she did work as a mercenary for a long time. In a life-or-death situation, it is natural to use whatever magic is most useful. She may not be as good as Leonard in advanced magic, but her proficiency in low-level magic that does not consume much magic energy, and the time it takes to chant spells are far better than Leonard. Maybe in normal times, these are nothing. But when the two are equally powerful, it is time to compete in details. But this is not the answer Chris wanted. He pursed his lips, his voice a little reluctant. Is it really wrong to pursue more advanced and profound magic? But are those low-level magics really useful? Of course they are. Every magician has his own magic path. None of us can say that this path is wrong. Right? Shichen said, and then changed the subject. Chris, you have to know that there are many factors that determine the victory of a battle between equal forces. It is even possible that the lack of one factor will lead to a reversal of victory or defeat. Shichen patiently said. It may be environmental factors. It may be proficiency. It may be past experience. Or it may even be a coincidence that one of them is not feeling well. Every time you find an angle, it means that you are one step closer to understanding that level of battle. So, don't jump to conclusions. Believe in the data, but believe in your heart even more. Chris seemed to understand, but it was too profound for a 15-year-old child. However, Chris couldn't help but ask, if it were you, what do you think is the right path? He couldn't help but feel expectant, as if he was waiting for the guidance of a respected elder. And there was a nervousness in it that Chris himself didn't understand. Shichen deliberately pondered for a few seconds, and said cunningly, of course. The path I took you on. Chris, ? Shichen kept it a secret. After this monthly exam, I will show you how powerful a real magician is. Chris subconsciously asked, you are actually a magician, right? Shichen raised his eyebrows. My dear Chris, is it possible that your excellent brain is so used to swimming in the ocean of knowledge that you have forgotten the fact that I am a muggle? Chris, Dear Chris gritted his teeth and refused to argue with this principal, who occasionally spoke strangely. He took a deep breath, said goodbye to Shichen politely, and was about to go down with his homework book. He turned around and took 2 steps, then turned around again hesitantly, looking at Shichen hesitantly. Shichen, what's wrong? Sir? Chris held his breath. You just let us enter the library and borrow these magic books at will. Aren't you afraid that the books inside will be stolen? Oh, are you worried about losing the books? Shichen thought for a while. Don't worry. If you lose them, you can pay back a certain amount of contribution points. Don't worry. It's a price you can all afford. I'm not. Chris hesitated to speak, but finally turned around and walked off the podium angrily. Damn it. How can this Screech be so innocent? The innocent principal Screech was also harassed by the app. Although these books are sold cheaply here, they are still very valuable to the mainland. Aren't you afraid that students will resell them? The app was puzzled. How could Shichen be so assured? When it signed the contract, it was sure that the host it bound to was not a good person. Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't books meant to be read? Besides, the contribution point system will be implemented soon, Shichen said, putting himself in her shoes. Would you be willing to exchange principal points for gold coins? App, no, Shichen said meaningfully. If I don't use magic books to dangle my students, how can they be like cows and save contribution points for me? He, Shichen, is not Fang Huai, the Buddhist teacher who holds a thermos cup every day. His students have to compete with themselves and strive for a bright future for themselves. For a moment, App didn't even know whether to sympathize with the students who knew nothing at the moment, or to sympathize with himself who knew the truth. Hey, Mr. Wang is really a jerk. Screech is really a jerk. Bo-Rui lay on the big table with his eyes blurred, and he had a headache looking at the dense earthworm-like characters. I have read so many recommended books, and almost none of them can be understood. That's because of you. Stupid. Why blame Screech? Vera pouted, looking at Chris not far away from him from time to time, and complained in his soft voice. Chris has been reading for 2 o'clock, and he didn't even have dinner. What kind of book is so good? Bori yawned, feeling like he was about to fall asleep. Isn't Chris always like this? His family has given him a heavy task. Although they were all sent here by the family to test the waters, only Chris was a highly talented family heir among them. Most of them were not core members of the family. Just like Ophelia, who was the heir to the empire, but was about to be abandoned. Only Chris, because Chris's father was the head of the family. He was a serious magician who didn't care about family affection, and he needed to set an example. So he sent his only son here. The task he assigned to Chris was also very demanding. Since magic schools are closed-door teaching, he required Chris to recite at least 10 advanced magic arrays and forbidden spells when he returned home after 1 year. You know, reading magic books across classes can hurt their mental strength. Bori smacked his lips and shook his head. Chris is so pitiful. Shut up. Villa glared at Bori fiercely, lowered his head angrily, and began to flip through the books. Since Chris was busy, she would help him more. She couldn't let a proud person like Chris fail to complete his homework. And Chris, the topic they were talking about, was not as active as expected to complete the task. Perhaps he had overcome his heart knot. Or perhaps he felt pity for the simple and holy principal. Chris struggled all the way and decided to study first, and then confess his purpose to the principal. He didn't want to be a thief, and suffered from regret and vigilance day and night. Chris took notes seriously, thinking about Shiechen's words at the same time, and found the argument for his homework the next day. He thought he had guessed the original intention of Screech to assign them homework. Chris carefully wrote a line of title, and looked at the cursive words, lost in thought. It seems that you have guessed it. Right? A very gentle female voice sounded slowly, full of smiles. He is really kind. Sometimes, I wonder if I am having a dream that I don't want to wake up from. Chris subconsciously looked up and saw huge round glasses, looking at him with a smile. It was Ophelia. Chapter 11. Chris said calmly, "Good people are always the ones who are bullied." At this point, Chris actually gritted his teeth. Ophelia agreed, yes. But no one can resist kindness. Being with them is like soaking in a warm hot spring. If you are not dizzy, you will not want to get up. As the former heir of the royal family, Ophelia is not as simple as she seems. She also knows a lot of things and everyone's purpose. It's just that she didn't think it was necessary to make it clear at the beginning. And now she doesn't know how to make it clear. Principal Screech is a generous, kind, charming and knowledgeable elder. He always thinks his students are too kind and cares too much about them. Screech set up the homework checking system. But he didn't mean to make things difficult for them. He just wanted to inspire them to think about problems from multiple angles and explore success. It's just that they have been misled and always feel that this is difficult for them. Screech is not stingy in sharing knowledge with them, and even puts important books carelessly in places where they can see with their naked eyes. It's not that I expect them to understand, but I'm just giving them confidence, telling them that the academy has a solid foundation and can help them realize their dreams. Even the morning exercises full of bad taste are just a hope that these fragile magicians have the ability to escape. He is really an excellent and powerful teacher. If someone had told me before that it would take less than 3 days for me to completely change my mind about a person and be convinced, I would not believe it. Ophelia sighed. But now, if anyone says that Screech is not a good person, I will definitely use all my power to make him get out. It was not just that Screech showed her a way, but that in just 3 days, Screech deepened Ophelia's understanding and trust with every move he made. This is a trustworthy teacher. I don't regret coming to Screech School of Magic and meeting Principal Screech, Ophelia concluded. Chris was silent, didn't interrupt, just lowered his head to read a book. Ophelia didn't care. She smiled and found a seat to sit quietly with the magic notebook she found. Spread out AL's magic notebook and read it with relish. Chris, however, did not concentrate on reading the book for a long time. He recalled his experiences of the past few days and every word that Screech had said, thinking, perhaps, he should write a diary as Screech said, recording every moment of his life. At least for now. Screech will never make mistakes. Congratulations to the principal for triggering the achievement task. Chris's heart not, 10%. And the principal's reward for completing it is 1,000. Congratulations to the principal for triggering the achievement task. Ophelia's thoughts, 20. And the principal's reward for completing it is 1,000. Congratulations to the principal for gaining the trust of students Chris and Ophelia. Chris's trust in the principal is currently 80. The student believes that the mysterious principal is more reliable than his father. And Ophelia's trust in the principal is currently 80. The student believes that the principal is a wise elder. The total trust value is currently 160, which has been fully converted into the principal's force value, according to the calculation. The current principal's force value, 230, equivalent to a third-level monster. 270 points away from the next level. Please keep up the good work. A series of ding-dong announcements attracted Xieshichen's attention. He was breeding monsters in the zoo, and the reagents were ready. But he didn't expect the students to give him a big surprise. The app that was announcing was also surprised, even confused. What did you do? Achievement tasks are difficult to trigger. In theory, achievement tasks will only light up when students are successful. So the app never thought that Xieshichen would be able to light up achievement tasks in a short period of time. Unexpectedly, Xieshichen actually dug out a hidden achievement. Xieshichen was not very clear. He felt that he was just fulfilling the basic duties of a teacher. After a moment of hesitation, Xieshichen quickly thought of the reason. Hey, they are so innocent and kind that I don't know whether I should start the anti-PUA and basic thick black studies courses earlier. Xieshichen touched his little conscience. It's better to postpone it for a while. The children still have a lot of basics to lay. At least, he had to get enough principal points. And then give his lovely students another blood baptism. Presumably, his lovely students would love this course. By the way, Xieshichen glanced at his personal panel, thinking, magic immunity means that I can't add points to the magic value. Right? This new trust value can be converted into personal points. And in this series of values, Only the force value and magic value are indeed the lowest, and they need to be compensated the most. In comparison, the magic value is a pure 0, and there is a small icon hanging on it. Thinking of the functions after the app upgrade, Shichen came to a conclusion and went to the app to verify. The app will not deceive the host in this regard. In fact, I just help convert various values into the energy you need. In theory, the function of the app itself is actually just an auxiliary mall. In short, this is determined by Shichen's own physique. Don't blame the magic immunity of the golden finger for not being able to learn magic. Shichen choked up for a rare moment, and suddenly remembered a term he had seen in the past few days: anti-magic physique. It is said that this physique is like a funnel, and it is impossible to contain magic elements forever. It is a reserve for muggles. But this physique is very rare, and almost no one will appear in tens of thousands of years. There is only one record in history books, and it is very vague. This means that Shichen can teach everyone to learn magic, but it is impossible for him to learn magic himself. Of course, Shichen also quickly caught the loophole. Since you are just a mall, what is the magic immunity function you upgraded and added? I didn't spend the principal's value to buy it. Did I? The app felt guilty and stuttered. Well, that's it. People need to grow up slowly, no matter what physique they have. Right? Shichen slowly raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, "Oh, it turns out that Xiao Xiao is a good app that helps me recognize my own physique." The principal app pretended to be dead. Shichen touched his chin and understood himself and his golden finger. He has a forbidden magic physique and has a certain immunity to magic. But he needs to grow. At this time, he needs to rely on the connection between students and himself. Let the magic practice by students become the trigger, and guide his body to increase the immunity. He can absorb different energies, and convert them into different values through school to increase his strength. And school also needs energy to keep them all running. These energies are converted from student studies. So, whether you can become stronger depends on how hard my good students work, Shichen said meaningfully, took out the teaching stick, and input instructions with mental power. I hope the young eagles can fly soon. Don't let him down. App is as quiet as a chicken, although it is the I am the principal app. It also hopes that the students can reach the top of the mage tower as soon as possible. However, at this time, it still felt a little pity for the students. Amen. Don't blame it. It's just an ordinary app. The bloody teacher is really scary. Damn it. Does Screech know that the evening is the students' private time? Private time. Borui collapsed and shouted. He was tortured to the point of madness by homework. And when he turned around, he saw a covetous, thin front and thick back teaching stick, pressed against his lower back, instantly grasping his lifeline. The teaching stick seemed real and unreal, with a string of cursive characters engraved on it. The night running time is from 8 to 9 o'clock in the evening. It is now 7:40. Please gather in the small garden before 7:55. Don't be late. Borui closed his eyes, wishing that the teaching stick was an illusion. However, so we really have to run at night? I am so sleepy that I can fall asleep right now. Damn it. Damn it. I am almost there. Why do you have to? Okay. I will go over right away. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Running in the garden at night? I just changed into my pink tutu. Okay. Okay. This is not an illusion. Borui felt that cold thing poking his lower back again. He had no choice but to stand up from the big table. Please keep your things. Believe me, after running, you will want to sleep directly instead of coming to the library. Borui, painful mask. Borui wiped his face, turned around in embarrassment, and put all the things into the space ring. This was definitely the fastest time he cleaned up. Under the urging of the teaching stick, the 20 students lined up neatly, expressionless, and numbly at the 59-minute mark, standing in the middle of the small garden waiting. Unexpectedly, Screech did not come, but waved the teaching stick like a magic wand, and many fairy lights floating in the air appeared in front of them. The magic alchemy items jumped in the woods like fairies, emitting a soft moonlight-like glow. Of course, those who have seen the teaching mirror are not too surprised. Screech's background is always profound. The teaching stick spits out a row of bright words. Dear students, the teacher is preparing a surprise for you after the monthly exam. This is a long process that requires meticulousness and time. So please forgive the teacher for not being able to lead you to run at night. Borui's eyes lit up. Then The teaching stick waved another row of words, of course. The teacher believes that my lovely, hardworking and smart children will definitely fulfill their promise and complete tonight's night run perfectly. Right? Students, eh? Can you say no? Obviously not. No matter how reluctant they were. They still finished the 1-hour night run in a messy and stumbling manner under the teaching stick. The road at night is much harder than the road during the day. At least for Vera. She ruined a beloved skirt again. But she didn't even have time to feel sorry. Back in the dormitory, Vera barely managed to take a shower and lay on the bed like a boneless person, falling asleep in a second. She slept very sweetly. Chapter 12. It was almost 10 o'clock, and almost all the lights in the student dormitory of Screech School of Magic were turned off. A window was gently opened, and a blonde girl in soft pajamas leaned against the window, put her diary on the windowsill, bit her pen, and began to think about the words she needed to record today. Your Highness, your hair is still wet. Let Freya help you dry it. Freya walked closer with a towel in her hand, her tone gentle. Freya, haven't you gone to bed yet? Ophelia turned back in surprise. And Freya had also changed into pajamas. Obviously. After drying Ophelia's hair, she went to bed. Almost done. I knew you didn't dry your hair. She curled her lips, lowered her head, and wiped her hair while muttering. If you don't want to do it yourself, you can also use the magic stone. It's uncomfortable to have wet hair. Ophelia's cheeks were slightly red. I remember it. But there are many things I want to record today. I forgot it as soon as I thought about it. She was a little annoyed. But Freya didn't mean to blame her. She just dried Ophelia's hair carefully and prepared to leave. Freya, do you want to go back? Ophelia asked hesitantly. Seeing Freya preparing to leave, she went on a long journey on her own accord. And Freya was worried about her. But perhaps she had no choice but to go out with her. She wanted to get magic so much that she forgot to ask Freya's wishes when she went out. Freya was obviously a swordsman. A swordsman with a promising future. If she hadn't gone out with her, she would have joined the knights by now. Freya looked back in surprise. Why would your highness think so? She saw the guilt and self-blame in Ophelia's eyes, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Freya said seriously, First of all, I came here voluntarily with his highness. It is my greatest wish for his highness to learn magic. Before that, I just want to protect his highness well. Secondly, it's good here. I think I have gained much more from Principal Screech's teaching than in the Knight's Order, Freya said, raising her eyebrows. Maybe I can also learn magic in the future. Practicing both magic and martial arts is very challenging. Until this moment, she revealed her ambition that she had been hiding. Perhaps to stop her highness from blaming herself. Or perhaps as a hint. She would not let herself be left behind by Ophelia because she could not catch up. When Ophelia came to her senses, Freya had already left lightly. She pursed her lips, looked at the diary, and suddenly smiled lightly. She knew what she was going to record today. Record her and Freya's new life. I was once filled with helpless anger. Because of my weakness. Because of my father who could not resist. Because I could not help Vera and had to marry Vera. Because of the theft that I could not accept. Because of everything that did not change because of me. So, I had to come to Screech School of Magic like a puppet, doing the despicable act of stealing in the name of learning, which was the original sin. I could not adapt. I felt myself crying. I looked at Vera's still trusting and innocent face, and even felt scared and terrified. She didn't know that the powerful brother she relied on had already become a funny clown. It was so sad. So I could only avoid the crowd. Look at the magic books alone with a cold face. Perfect my magic learning plan. And pray that I could become a magic saint as soon as possible. Break free from all constraints. And gain freedom. But in just 3 days, it was unimaginable that I changed all my ideas and stopped all plans. Just because I wanted to believe in a miracle. A miracle that might fail. He asked me if I believed that a legendary wizard could cast low-level magic instantly. He said, believe him. He said, he wanted to let me experience how powerful a real magician is. I want to believe him. He always knows what we want most. He is really a kind, great, and trustworthy teacher. I will follow his arrangements to make a study plan. Just like this homework. I must complete it as perfectly as possible. At the same time, Chris fulfilled his promise, straightened his back, sat at the table, and wrote his diary seriously. He didn't understand why Screech gave them diaries, but he did what Screech said. He wanted to trust Screech and let himself go for a year to gamble on this miracle. He would insist on writing down his thoughts. What he saw and heard. Roar! A series of beast roars sounded. And Chris frowned. Although Screech sat on the mountain, there were many advanced magic circles here. And it was very safe. How could there be beast roars? Roar, roar, roar. The restless sound of the monster made Chris sigh. And his thoughts drifted away. In addition, although I recognize his teaching ability and kind heart, I have to admit that, as Bori said, Screech really deserves a beating sometimes. I have never seen someone who can speak so beautifully and so unpleasantly. If he can change his occasional weirdness and creepy threatening smile, I think I will respect him more. Also, the sound of the monster tonight is really loud. I have to complain to Screech tomorrow. Beauty's sleep is really important. Chris wrote the last sentence, marked the date, closed the diary, and yawned slowly. Then, perhaps he was really tired, and he gradually fell asleep amid the noisy roars of beasts. That night, Chris also had a good dream. It seems that as long as you are a student, you will never get enough sleep. Even if magicians do not lack sleep. In theory, everyone went to bed before 10 o'clock last night. Even if they gathered at 6 o'clock in the morning, they slept for nearly 8 o'clock. This is enough sleep for ordinary people. But it is still a little less for a group of half-grown children. A group of students wearing comfortable pants stood crookedly in the same place, yawning from time to time. But they were in good spirits. Chris, do you know what happened in the academy last night? This morning, there was a terrible roar of beasts, which scared me so much that my sweet dream was shattered. Villa complained in a low voice, with a little grievance on her pretty face. Bori raised his eyebrows and smiled and approached. Dear Miss Magician, you magicians should not need so much sleep. Right? When did you go to bed last night? Vera's face froze, and he gritted his teeth. Bo-Ray, we magicians need to get a good night's sleep. What's wrong with that? Don't you swordsmen need so much sleep? Why are you still sleeping? Bo-Ray shrugged. I can't help it. I was too tired yesterday, and I don't want to absorb magic elements at all. Yes, the only thing swordsmen and magicians have in common is absorbing magic elements for cultivation. But the cultivation methods are different. In other words, in theory, magicians can be swordsmen if they want. But swordsmen don't have the talent to be magicians. So in the contempt chain, magicians still look down on swordsmen. Vera snorted and continued to complain. This time is too early. If I want to come to morning exercise on time at 6 o'clock, I have to get up at 5 o'clock. But if I am so tired every day, I can't get up at all. She was still awakened by the roar of the beast today, and almost came here with disheveled hair and rude appearance. Damn. Why can't a delicate magician use magic elements to relieve sore muscles? This makes her have no reason to take sick leave. So you are already very good. Vera. Ophelia heard Vera's mumbling and came over. We can persist in such harsh training, which is really amazing. Vera paused, lowered his head and hummed a little shyly. As obedient as a ragdoll cat. Bori was amazed. But of course, he didn't dare to say anything. He was not the kind of person who didn't know what to do. Chris didn't join the topic from beginning to end. He was bored and emptied himself. And the scenes of writing a diary last night flashed in his mind. To be honest, he regretted it very much. Chris rarely regretted it. But his emotional self last night still made him embarrassed today. Why did he write this diary? He was still upset and was about to tear up the diary. The 6 o'clock bell rang softly, and a teacher who was always punctual also walked to the morning exercise garden with a regular pace. His hairband today was very light. A silver feather. Chris couldn't help but look at it a few more times. It was the 4th day since they met. Screech's hair accessories also changed from blue gem bears to red bunnies, brown cookies, and silver feathers. Is there really no meaning? Everyone is still on time today. The teacher is very happy for everyone. Sieshichin gently got to the point. Then let's start today's morning exercise now. I hope that the smart Screech students can learn all the Tai Chi today. The twin brother Herbert asked timidly. Yes. What if you can't learn it? As an alien elf with uncoordinated limbs. Herbert was really afraid that he would not be able to learn it and get beaten. Sieshichin looked at Herbert in surprise. Then take your time. It's just a hope. Don't be nervous. Herbert slowly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. The teacher is also very considerate. Right? Sieshichin took out the teaching mirror, as usual, and began to teach and correct one by one. After finishing a set of movements, he still let the teaching mirror correct them while he reviewed today's lesson preparation. Without the supervision of the principal, everyone felt strangely relaxed. Even though Xieshichin rarely showed his strict side, it was the teaching mirror that taught him strictly. Today, their progress was so fast that they felt very accomplished. To be honest, Herbert, who was physically uncoordinated, thought he would be at the bottom. He didn't expect that he could really catch up with all the movements before the end of the class. Although not very skilled, the teaching mirror was not overly demanding. Great. Since everyone's efficiency is getting higher and higher, I will give everyone a little benefit. Xieshichin looked at the students with sweaty faces and softened his heart. The students' hearts trembled slightly, always feeling that every time the principal said something good, it was actually not good. Xieshichin continued. Let's gather at 6:30 in the future. Practice Tai Chi for the first half hour, and read the textbooks around the small flower bed for the second half hour. The morning exercise will be shortened to 1 hour. Students, shock. Scritch actually said something nice? Could it be that they haven't woken up yet? Chris was also deeply suspicious. He asked tentatively. Principal, can I make a suggestion? Xieshichin looked at Chris and nodded. Go ahead. Chris, don't be so polite. Chris' heart tightened, and he mustered up his courage. When I fell asleep last night, I heard a lot of beast roars coming from the academy. Excuse me, does our academy's safety array need repair? Yes, Principal. We heard it this morning. Too. I was woken up by the roar of the beast. It was so scary. Villa hurriedly added. This is a big deal that affects sleep. Xieshichin was surprised. Did it spread so far? He said apologetically. It is the mating season for monsters recently, so there will inevitably be some unpleasant roars. But the academy is still very safe. It was the teacher who didn't think it through. Don't worry, students. The teacher will come up with a more comprehensive method. He said it sincerely, and too easy to talk to. He was completely different from the smiling tiger-like teacher a few days ago. As if he was dreaming. This made the 20 students look at each other, and they had a vague sense of foreboding in their hearts. I always feel that something bad is on the way. Chapter 13. Something is wrong. Absolutely wrong. Until today after school, Bori followed Chris and the others into the library. Still mumbling. I've been staring at Screech for the whole day. I swear, this is definitely the gentlest Screech I've ever seen. His confident look made Vera roll her eyes. Bori, can you stop making such a fuss? Isn't it possible that Screech is plotting something? To be honest, she didn't believe that Screech was gentle. Even if he acted like a polite gentleman, the shadow brought to Vera these days is too heavy. Bori retorted. He actually reduced our morning exercise time today. Isn't that kind enough? Oh my god. If it was Screech yesterday, I'm afraid he would just smile and say something weird. My dear students, I gave you a whole morning, but you still learn so crookedly. The teacher is really sad. I believe, my dear sensible students, you definitely don't want to see the teacher sad. Right? It's terrifying to think about it. Bori not only thought about it, but also simulated it. It must be said that in just 3 or 4 days, Principal Screech has already penetrated their hearts. Chris was shocked by Bori's imitation and got goosebumps all over his body. He said with an uncomfortable face, Okay, anything else will be a matter for the future. The most important thing now is to complete the homework. As he said that, Chris skillfully took out the book, put it on the big desk, and prepared to start studying. Bori didn't want to read these boring books. He lowered his head and drew all the ever-changing outfits of Screech that he had seen these days on the paper. He prepared for a rainy day. But Screech made him very unpredictable. Screech likes to wear gorgeous clothes, each with a lot of decorations, and the teaching stick in his hand is often replaced, which is not of much reference value. The most out of place is Screech's hairband, all of which are cute styles. Oh no! Today's style seems to be more delicate. It is a silver leaf. Is this the difference? Dear, although I don't want to disturb you from painting, but Bo Rui, if you still spend time on useless links, you may not be able to hand in your homework. A gentle and magnetic voice sounded from behind Bo Rui. Bo Rui stood up spontaneously, his voice dry and nervous. Teacher, Xieshichin touched Bo Rui's head with relief. Studying is indeed boring. You can choose to have a cup of black tea and drink while reading. It will be much more interesting. Isn't it? Beauroy's face was full of entanglement. Yes. Yes. He winked at Chris frantically. Chris didn't change his face. And didn't say a word. After calling him teacher, he continued to lower his head to read the book, which perfectly interpreted the Taoist friend who died, but the poor Taoist who lived. Xie was touched by the cuteness of the little ones, and shook his head helplessly, turned around and walked to his own seat, and began to prepare lessons seriously. The little ones couldn't be serious anymore, and they gathered together and whispered as if they were terrified. The students were shocked enough, and the app that followed them all the way was simply unbelievable. Xie, the petty sesame dumpling, clearly heard the guy's exaggerated complaints, but he didn't punish him, and he stood behind him with relish, watching the painting for a long time. App hesitated. Are you in a good mood today? Xie said cheerfully. I am in a good mood every day. App, Guessing that App didn't believe him, Xie was helpless. Xiao. I am a mature teacher. It is my compulsory course to entertain myself and regulate my emotions in time. If I am unhappy every day and tremble with anger from students, how can I protect this thick hair? App, Good. Very insightful. But why is Xie so easy to talk to today? Xie seemed to know what App was wondering about. He shrugged. The little ones only have me as their teacher. They need freshness, a balance between work and rest, and flexible and unrigid thinking. My unconventional approach can meet my needs to the greatest extent. Isn't it good to satisfy the children a little and gain a group of lovely students? In the final analysis, the so-called change in hair bands is just a signal Xie sends to the children. A signal with a little bit of bad taste, knowing that he had found the right host, but knowing for the first time that the host was very cool. The app fell silent. I don't know if Xie was so easy to talk to that day that he seemed to be cursed. But in the following days, the little students were very well behaved. Every morning, they would go to the small garden to practice Tai Chi on time, read the key points outlined by Xie, and after a day of serious classes, they would go to the library to carefully collect materials for homework. Out of caution, and because of the homework checking device, they did not do their homework immediately, but collected information and made drafts. At night, everyone gathered together and ran in circles along the path that was so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar. After running, they took a hot bath and fell into a deep sleep. The routine study life is enough for today's students to live a very fulfilling life. They don't even have much time to worry about the future and complain about themselves. Just adapting to Xie lecture speed, like flipping a book, is exhausting. Yes, after the 3-day adaptation period, Xie lecture speed gradually increased. Sometimes, when he came back from a distraction, Xie had already turned over 10 pages. Even Chris, who had a basic knowledge of magic, couldn't stand it. Under Bori's instigation, he made some suggestions hesitantly. Bori still remembered that day. Their gentle and kind teacher wore a honey-pot hair tie. His smile was like the light of God, and his words made people's faces fall. Is it fast? Of course. The class will focus on the key points and difficult points. The places that are quickly skipped are all very basic knowledge points. Naturally, everyone should prepare for self-study after class. The students are all carefully selected by Screech. The teacher believes that everyone can overcome this difficulty. Right? Beauroy argued. But we have to go to the library to look up information in our private time. We really don't have that much time. Xie touched his chin. Yes. It's easy for everyone to fall behind at this pace. Before Beauroy was happy, Xie said with difficulty. But the exam is at the end of this month. If you slow down, although I am confident that I can finish the textbook, you won't have time to review. Chris suddenly said. Exam? The whole book? Have you forgotten? Chris? Xie looked surprised. I told you at the beginning of the semester in the auditorium that we have to take an exam every month, in order to let everyone adapt in the first month. I arranged a subject. Of course, the whole book must be tested. Chris opened his mouth, and even his usually cold face slowly stretched his chin. Are you really kidding? Such a thick book with small words and few illustrations, profound and obscure, can be finished in 1 month? The classroom was silent, and they even forgot about the news that Screech had announced that they would hold a class meeting this Friday afternoon. Even until Screech left, no one came back to their senses, and the classroom was so quiet that only the sound of the wind remained. until Bori screamed in horror. Chris! 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 Tell me! This is not real. I am dreaming! Chris wanted to. But he couldn't. Bori looked at Vera desperately. The delicate and favored noble lady. Hoping that something would happen to suppress others with power. The eldest daughter lay on the table like a dead fish. Sobbing. Whoa! I want to go home. Oh my God. Father. She doesn't want a strong marriage. She doesn't like Chris. Not at all. Please. Come and take her back. Why is Screech a closed school? Why can't Screech send letters casually? Woo-woo-woo. Could it be? Is this Screech's way of eliminating us muggles? Someone asked in a low voice with sympathy. After a long silence, Ophelia gently comforted. Dear, don't think so. The principal may just be under a lot of pressure. If you really want to use this method to eliminate muggles, the cost will be too high. Right? She shrugged and joked. At least, a magic genius like Chris can't guarantee that he can pass. Seeing that many untalented students looked at Chris with burning eyes, although he was reluctant to admit it, Chris still nodded honestly. Although I can keep up with the class, there is still too much knowledge. There is no end to learning. Not even a little bit. Who says it is not true? But if they really want to play badly and wait for elimination, they are not willing to do so. At least Screech's teaching is really great, which makes them feel that they are really trying to get closer to the magician. Screech's Tai Chi morning exercises are also great, and they even feel that they are strength every day. If you can. Some people lowered their heads. Some clenched their notes. And some hesitated. But in the end everyone accepted their fate and sorted out their notes. They still want to stay. Even if it's just for 3 months. After dropping the depth bomb, Xieshichin was in a good mood and bought a lot of disposable magic skins to decorate the class with school loans. App was already powerless to complain. Aren't you afraid that students will rebel and stop studying? Xieshichin raised his eyebrows. Is my class not exciting enough, or my study life not fulfilling enough? They still want to stop studying? App, I mean, will the pressure be a little bit too much? Xieshichin's tricks are frequent, and his mind is hard to guess. This App is almost becoming Xieshichin's teaching supervisor, which Golden Finger is as hardworking as it is. Xieshichin blinked his eyes. Of course there is pressure. The price of becoming an excellent magician is always cruel. But I believe in my students. They will adjust well. And he will also escort students' learning career all the way. Wait until today's class meeting is over. Believe me, I am not a teacher who will mess around. This is the tip of his heart to successfully keep the school quota. He will be very sad if one is missing. Chapter 14. Although Xieshichin said that it would be fine after the class meeting, App obviously didn't believe it. The main reason was that the children were too depressed, since they knew that they had to study a boring and long book in a month. They were listless even when eating. Some of them even considered whether to just muddle through the first month and then work hard. Of course, it was obvious with their toes that Screech would never give them this opportunity. The classmates were even more depressed. When it was time for the class meeting in the afternoon, they followed the guidance of the teaching stick and came to the place where the class meeting was held today. Monster Garden. Monster Garden? Does the Magic Academy have a Monster Garden? Herbert is an elf without magic talent. He has never been to a magic academy. He can only ask his sister, who has been to a magic academy, for advice. Isabella rolled her eyes. How is it possible? But this is Screech. It's not strange to have one. Right? Herbert, Okay. Dear sister. You have convinced me. This is Screech. What magical things can't happen? Herbert, who had convinced himself, looked at the scene in front of him more attentively. For some reason, he always felt that there was something dangerous here. The monster garden was not simple. The gate was wrapped with dense vines, and it was surrounded by green. Some barbed wire could be seen faintly inside. It really didn't look very safe. Herbert approached Chris and his group in the center silently. It's time. Screech's clothes were still luxurious and complicated this time, but his footsteps were almost silent, and the students were startled when he appeared. He adjusted the atmosphere. It has been 5 days since the start of school, and I have hardly seen anyone late. I am very pleased. It seems that everyone has the determination to become an excellent magician. 20 students became alert at the same time. Why are they praised again? Really? Is it nothing? But determination is an invisible standard. Only by transforming invisible standards into visible actions can we increase everyone's confidence and decision-making ability. So, please forgive the teacher's caution later. After the 20 students were given a confusing vaccination, they were almost nervous. Ophelia had to take up the responsibility of asking, "Teacher, what do we do in our class meeting?" It's strange. This word has never appeared in other magic schools. But when Screech mentioned the class meeting, they actually understood the meaning more or less. Class meeting? Ophelia thought of the meeting she attended in the Empire, and wondered if this class meeting was mainly for summarization. No, of course not. Xieshichin shook his head, and smiled to deny this guess. Ophelia didn't notice that she couldn't help but say her thoughts. And now she was a little embarrassed to hear the answer. Xieshichin didn't keep it a secret. Scree's class meetings are always relaxed and interesting. We have studied hard for a week, so there is no need to have a summary meeting. I think everyone knows what they have gained in the week. Scree holds a class meeting every Friday afternoon. On this day, I may take you outside to experience nature, play some small games in class, or hold a debate. The course is very tight, but I hope that everyone will not forget the feeling of freedom, relaxation and fearlessness. This is Screech. Ophelia was filled with emotion. She thought that the principal must have seen their depression, so he tried to comfort them in disguise. Without waiting for the students to be moved for too long, Xieshichin changed the subject. After all, the academic workload will be more and more intense in the future. In order to avoid a decline in learning efficiency, teachers have the responsibility to pay attention to everyone's physical and mental health. Oh! 20 people were expressionless in an instant. Xieshichin was amused by these children, who showed their emotions on their faces. He shook his head slightly, and started today's course. The Monster Park Tour. Today's class meeting has 3 items in total. One is to visit the Monster Park. The second is to make your own magic potion. And the third is to have a free outdoor barbecue. Chris's eyes lit up. Make your own magic potion? Will you teach us? Bori's attention was elsewhere. Barbecue in the wild? Can this thing be delicious? He heard from his mercenary uncle that eating a bite of black bread in the wild is considered delicious. And barbecue is not attractive at all. Xieshichin remained mysterious. Magic potions are very simple. Everyone can make them according to the formula. And barbecue is of course delicious. Believe me, this is a delicacy in the world that you will want to eat again after eating it. He succeeded in getting the kids eager to try. Xieshichin did not participate in the first phase of the Monster Garden Tour, as he went to match the raw materials for each potion. The students were already used to his elusiveness, and they divided into groups of 2 or 3, and wandered around the Monster Garden slowly. The Monster Garden was not big, but it was not small either. After all, even a first-level monster sheep beast could be more than 2 meters tall, and the monsters could not move freely if the territory was small. In order to restore the forest environment, Xieshichin even wrapped the wire mesh with vines. The students could only see the various monsters through the gaps in the mesh. But this was enough to amaze most students. What a big monster! Oh my god! Look! Its teeth are longer than my arm. The chattering sounded like everyone was very relaxed. Chris! Look! It's a level 3 explosion beast. Its fur is so beautiful. Villa was not to be outdone. And she also praised the monster she saw with an aria, even though the ones she saw at home were all level 5 or above. Chris nodded slightly, without much agreement, which made Vila a little uninterested. So boring. Roar! Deep in the monster garden, there were waves of monster roars. Faintly familiar, deafening, and endless. Chris was silent for 2 seconds, and rarely took the initiative to cue Vera. Did you hear any strange noises just now? I mean, do you think this beast roar is a bit strange? To be honest, Chris had heard beast roars before, and he had seen beasts more majestic and ferocious than this one through the cage. But this roar always gave him a sense of excitement and grievance. Chris always felt that he had heard it wrong. He had not learned any animal telepathy. Maybe it was just his illusion. Villa hesitated. Okay, it seems a little strange. Help! How can there be a roar of an animal that sounds excited? Aggrieved, hopeless, and eager to try? This screech is really weird. A girl muttered and complained. Chris and others subconsciously looked over. The other party was a petite girl about 1.6 meters tall. The black high ponytail made her look a little ostentatious. Beaurue had a good memory. This girl seemed to be the one who muttered about the deceitful principal in the auditorium on the first day of school. At that time, He thought that Screech had done something wrong and deceived a beautiful civilian girl. Now? Beauroy asked tentatively. Can you understand the beast language? No. But our tribe. The girl paused and smiled awkwardly. I mean that the people in our village get along well with the monsters, and can understand a little bit of the meaning of their roars. Oh! Do you think I believe it? Beauroy felt that he seemed to know too much. Screech was worthy of being Screech. He had his own considerations for recruiting students. In Beauroy's mind, Screech had been associated with the mysterious. The girl, Valentina, stuck out her tongue and hurriedly changed the subject. How about we go and take a look? Her proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone. With their strong curiosity, the group went to the deepest part of the monster garden with a clear goal. The cobblestone path meandered to the door of a small wooden house at the end. Next to the small wooden house was a high fence hastily erected, with a faint elemental mist lingering on it. It was not an ordinary fence. In the mist, two monsters can be seen overlapping each other. The one on top lets out a desperate and satisfied roar from time to time. It seems like they are mating, Valentina said affirmatively. This male monster is probably going to die. Chris and others. Villa was a little upset. Is this a question of whether it works or not? What is Screech doing? She is the daughter of a duke. Why does she come to see such a rude thing by a low-level monster? What made Vera collapse even more was yet to come. Their great principal Screech was dressed in white with some colorful stains on it, making him look like a real artist. The artist curved his eyebrows and smiled faintly. You're here so soon? Fortunately, I'm fast. Everything is ready. Come in quickly. Let's make magic potions. Seeing that the student didn't move, Xieshichin kindly added, Don't worry. It's not difficult. It's easy to succeed by following the formula. Once you are familiar with it, you can take the alchemist certificate in the future. That's a wonderful future. Yes. Who can resist learning alchemy for free? That's all gold coins. The shaken students walked in one after another. And then, when they saw the formula, their pupils trembled. Love potion? What the hell is this? Fast cooking potion? Yes. What is it used for? 20 students were divided into 10 groups, each with 2 potion formulas. Each step was clearly visible, and it was very easy to operate. That is, the name of the potion made them feel at a loss. Xieshichin guided the children to think. Each potion has a different function. What it can do depends on whether the person using it can think, be flexible, and understand it enough. I can guide everyone to think and understand its function. But what can be done in the end, and how to do it still depends on your flexibility. For example, in my case, the love potion can help monsters breed at the right time, and the fast-maturing potion can reduce the growth time of monster cubs after they are born, making it easier for the college to quickly collect funds while developing its own industry with small profits and quick turnover. Xieshichin poured out a bunch of chicken soup again, and then got to the point. I go make barbecue ingredients for everyone. Everyone. Follow the recipe and prepare the medicine carefully. Don't make mistakes. Are you proficient in using these medicines? Regarding your future daily tasks, please study hard. Daily tasks? Beauroy raised his eyes in confusion and looked at Xieshichin. Thanks to the reminder from the classmates, Xieshichin blinked and said playfully, letting the monsters breed every night really affects everyone's rest, resulting in a decrease in learning efficiency. So the teacher thought of a way. Potions are time-limited, and freshly prepared ones are the most effective. From now on, the rotating group will get up half an hour earlier every morning and go to the monster garden to help the monsters breed and grow. At the same time, the monsters rely on their roars to help wake up other students who are still sleeping. In the long run, everyone helps each other to promote emotional development, and there is no need to worry about being late every day. You can also participate in the development of the college and effectively avoid sleeping poorly at night. It's a win-win situation. Go to the monster garden, help breed, and grow. Villa seemed to be covered with ants, and his face was full of resistance. She gritted her teeth and said softly, Teacher, what if the students who are half an hour early can't get up? Xieshichin said calmly, the teacher's teaching stick will wake up the staff on duty on time. Xieshichin did consider an alarm clock. But this thing is expensive and useless. It won't take long for these little classmates to come up with a solution. After thinking about it, it is still the most difficult to intervene manually. Xieshichin comforted. Don't worry. Kids, the teacher gets up very early. Classmates, Chapter 15. The kind principal gave everyone some time to prepare, and was ready to implement the new policy next week. The students felt like lambs in a sheepfold, and they didn't know when the knife would fall. But they were not uneasy, because in the next third project, Screech brought them a delicacy they had never tasted before. Barbecue. To be honest, it's not that they haven't eaten barbecue before, and even more complicated ones. Stuffing various fruits into the belly of the beast. And the roasted meat also has a fragrance of fruits. But for some reason, those exquisite meats are not as attractive as the taste at this moment. Scricky didn't know where he got the seasoning from, and the mysterious marinating method. Every piece of barbecue seemed to be melted into the juice. Beauray smacked his lips, feeling that he was not full. If I can eat like this in the wild, how happy it would be. I will. Xieshichan leaned lazily under a big tree, his tone gentle. When you go out to travel, there will be plenty of opportunities. Traveling? Beauray's ears moved slightly, and his eyes suddenly lit up. When? Where to travel? He couldn't learn magic, but when he was an auditor in other colleges, he could see senior students from magic academies being taken on trips by teachers. Every senior student would say that traveling is a process of gaining knowledge. Under the guidance of their teachers, they went to the Magic Association, the Mississippi Jungle, and participated in magic competitions, which was very interesting. It's a pity that Beauray didn't qualify. Xieshichan tapped Beauray's head lightly, and said naturally, at the end of the year at the latest. Have you forgotten, little classmate? We at Screech still have to go through the academy qualification assessment at the end of the year. Beauray opened his mouth and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Oh, yes. They are a magic academy with only the principal and 20 students, so they do have to go through the assessment. But Chris listened and was a little worried. I registered as a junior magician last year, and I may not be able to go through the assessment at the end of the year. According to the assessment rules, if you want to keep the academy, at the end of each year, you must provide evidence to prove that the academy has spontaneously trained at least 10 junior magicians. If the students are already junior before entering the school, they must be assessed as intermediate magicians at a higher level. 10 students are really insignificant to a general magic school. After all, as long as it is a magic school, their graduation qualifications are at least junior magicians. And Screech. Chris suddenly felt a little annoyed. If he hadn't been so arrogant at the time, he would have gone to the Magic Association to register his grades immediately. Xieshichan laughed. Don't worry. The teacher has confidence, and you should also have confidence. Okay. Screech is always so confident. The students who gathered together whispered secretly, and there was a sense of urgency in their hearts. During the casual chat, the whole afternoon passed. It was already Friday. Xieshichan knew that the students were looking forward to Friday, so he did not put too much pressure on them. He just reminded them not to forget to do their homework. And morning exercises and night runs cannot stop. Students, The hard-working students frantically made up their homework on the weekends, and had to get up early every day to do morning exercises and night runs. And their only principal, Screech, did not appear in the students' sight throughout the weekend. The reason was simple. The principal went out to earn money to support his family. Xieshichan held the potion he had just prepared and carried a magic beast that had used the potion and walked to the grocery store at the foot of the mountain. When passing by the gate of the academy, he also greeted the security guard of the Screech School of Magic. Yes, that's right. Although the teachers of the down-and-out Screech School are not very good, they pay great attention to safety. However, this was also the first time Xieshichan greeted the security guard. The other party was like a cold and aloof monk. Unless there was something, he was too lazy to show up. Xieshichan didn't care. After getting familiar with the face, he hurried down the mountain. There was a small village near the Screech School of Magic. When the site was chosen, it was just for the students to concentrate on their practice. Now it can be said that the younger generation has been cheated. If you want to sell it at a high price, or even find a supply chain, you must go to a larger town. The town is obviously a distance away from Screech. In order to save time, Xieshichan paid to take a carriage. It was expensive, but it was worth it. As soon as he entered the town, Xieshichan was dazzled. There were hawking sounds everywhere at the entrance of the town. Most of the things displayed on the stalls were things Xieshichan had never seen before, such as monster horns, magic plants covered with mud, and various broken metals. He looked around and had a general understanding of the current needs of the magic world. He asked about places that bought monster meat and alchemy potions. After careful consideration, he chose a store with the logo of an old noble. Welcome. A maid dressed in cool clothes bowed slightly. Her eyes swept over Xieshichin, and her smile widened. Dear sir, how can I help you? Thanks to Xieshichin's preference, this man always wears gorgeous clothes and wears many gems wherever he goes. So even if he carries a half-human high magical beast, he still looks very elegant and not at all dusty. Xieshichin nodded politely. His tone was gentle, and he didn't have any airs at all. Thank you for your help. I want to do business with your trading field. It would be better if I could talk to the person in charge face to face. What a polite noble. The maid took Xieshichin inside without hesitation and went to find the current manager of their trading field. Of course, the maid herself could not meet the manager directly. She could only report to her superiors, and then took Xieshichin to the VIP lounge to rest and made a cup of black tea for Xieshichin. One of the advantages of doing business with a large trading field is that the other party is fast enough. Not long after Xieshichin sat down, the manager walked into the VIP room quickly, gave Xieshichin a noble salute, and then sat opposite Xieshichin with a smile and greeted Xieshichin. I don't know what your name is. Sir? The steward knew that someone like Xieshichin, who was dressed gorgeously and even had aristocratic hair, was obviously a noble. But he just wanted to be safe and know which family he was from to avoid any mistakes. The original body did have such a noble identity, but his muggle identity was even more deafening than that of a noble. So Xieshichin did not intend to answer, but said directly, the name is not important. What is important is that I want to make a big deal with the trading field. I wonder if you can make the decision. The manager's eyes flickered. I wonder how big the deal is. Xieshichin smiled slightly and took out 2 alchemical potions and a demon beast display from his space ring. When Xieshichin came out of the trading field, the sun was about to set. It's troublesome to communicate with these old foxes. They won't give up any benefits. Xieshichin sighed in his heart. Sure enough, my students are more lovely, with the innocence and kindness unique to young people, and easy to cheat. If it weren't for more benefits, he wouldn't have negotiated with the trading venue until now. The result is still good, and Screech won't have to worry about his livelihood in the short term in the future. The town after the sunset always has some orange light and warmth. On the neat streets paved with stone slabs, the number of pedestrians gradually decreases, and most of the shops gradually close. Xieshichin took out the pocket watch from his jacket pocket, checked the time, and hesitated whether to stay in the town for a night, so that he could have more time to understand the town. For example, the gloomy newspaper owner at the street corner, the Magic Association that I haven't visited yet, and the busy Mercenary Association. I will always bring students here in the future, so it won't hurt to know in advance. Xieshichin was making plans in his mind, and a burst of electronic sound in his mind broke all his plans. Congratulations to Principal Xieshichin for his achievement, the head teacher who is 100% complained about. Reward, 1,000 principal value. The unscrupulous and serious head teacher is always the one complained by students. And you are the head teacher who is complained about the most. Oh my god! How can there be a head teacher in this world who is collectively denounced by the whole class? This achievement belongs to you, Xieshichin. The app had a sense of panic that a storm was about to come. After the automatic broadcast, it subconsciously made amends. It's not that I don't have good eyesight. The automatic broadcast is not something I can control. After a pause, the app carefully hid its inner smile. Well, do you want to know why they complained about you? As long as 10 points of principal value. No need. I know what I am doing. Xieshichin smiled and put the pocket watch in his pocket. Sighing, it seems that there are still too few homework assignments. He glanced at the newspaper owner on the corner and smiled. My good students are so smart and capable. They always force me to speed up my plan. I am really relieved. Well, it should light a candle for the little students. At the same time, in the college study room. Aw, damn homework. Damn Screech College. Why did they delete my words again? Bori gritted his teeth, seeing that the 500 words he had finally collected were completely eliminated because of a duplicate check. His heart was bleeding. Why is it too much? Why is it too much? Obviously not even one word is the same. Beauroy slammed his hands on the table, furious and helpless. This was definitely the craziest time he had ever done his homework. Villa was annoyed by Beauroy. This jumping monkey. She clenched her fists and raised her voice. Her originally soft and sweet voice sounded fierce. Shut up. You're disturbing me. She was not deleted because of the duplicate check, but because she talked too much nonsense. The homework book could not find the keywords, so she was considered to be sloppy and deleted it. Damn it! She worked so hard to write this. Why do you say she is a scumbag? Villa was madly complaining about the culprit, the principal, in her heart. And she was playing the victim to Chris in a sweet tone. Chris, save her! Chris was writing hard and didn't notice someone calling him for a long time. He subconsciously closed the notebook and looked at Villa. What? Villa was angry. There is a check for plagiarism. I can't copy yours at all. What are you hiding? Chris looked down at the cover of the notebook. I'm writing a diary. This is private. Villa. Diary? Bori approached in confusion. When did you start liking to write this kind of thing? Didn't you say you would never write something that would reveal your privacy? Chris was silent for a moment and said perfunctorily, just writing it casually. Bori's not-so-good brain suddenly had a flash of inspiration. You didn't curse Screech in the notebook, did you? Chris tightened his fingers. His face remained unchanged, and his voice was short. What nonsense! Bori, my friend, you really can't lie. So why bother to hide it? Chapter 16. No matter how much they whine, they have to do their homework. Apart from their inexplicable fear of Screech, they themselves don't want to hand in a blank sheet of paper for their first assignment. But the homework is really hard. Ophelia has already written the beginning and the outline for the rest, but she just doesn't know how to make it as perfect as possible. She listened to the scattered complaints around her, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. She stood up from her seat in the study room and slowly walked to the small blackboard at the front. Excuse me. Since we are all very troubled by homework, I wonder if you have time to listen to my advice. All the students subconsciously looked up and stopped talking after seeing the gentle and stable girl. If Chris was still fresh in people's memory on the first day because of his blue magic robe, then Ophelia was like water, quietly moistening everyone. She may not seem to have a strong presence, but if you think about it carefully, the whole class can find that they have a big, positive impression of Ophelia. Ophelia picked up the chalk and drew a frame on the blackboard. This is the structure I originally planned to write in the homework book. It can give some reference and inspiration to those who have no idea. Chris frowned. Could it be that Ophelia wanted to help everyone cheat? But the homework book is automatically checked for duplicates, which will obviously increase everyone's workload, and the gains will not outweigh the losses. Ophelia did not intend to harm the interests of her classmates. She continued, we have all searched and read a lot of information, and our minds are a mess, and it is difficult to sort out our thoughts. But I think that the success and failure of a wizard are all caused by many factors, and it is difficult for us to think about all aspects at present. Instead of writing superficially, in a mess and unsatisfactory, and possibly colliding with your classmates, being forced to check for plagiarism and unable to complete the course, why don't you cooperate and discuss it? And each person analyzes from the perspective that he is most interested in. Chris was stunned, and his eyes suddenly widened. Yes. He remembered what Principal Screech said to him at that time. He said that there are many factors for success, and we should explore them from many aspects, not just one. Chris then turned his attention to the possible factors. But now that Ophelia had expressed her views, Chris suddenly realized, with so many factors, involving so many knowledge points and fields, Screech had never thought about asking them to submit a comprehensive and satisfactory answer. This is not something they can accomplish at all. Instead of answering in a scattered manner, it is better for everyone to cooperate and communicate, specializing in one angle, so that everyone's content will not overlap with each other. And when combined, wouldn't it be a satisfactory answer? Chris secretly regretted that he had made a mistake, but he was not slow to react. He took out his research notes and continued. Indeed, I think that compared to a summary-style assignment, Screech would rather see a professional and in-depth analysis assignment. Otherwise, why would he bother to organize various data for us? Seeing that everyone looked thoughtful, Chris opened his notes and walked to the blackboard to throw out some ideas. This week, I collected the factors that I think may have an impact. I will list them on the blackboard for everyone to refer to. Chris felt that he was a bit arrogant, and he slowly added, of course, I hope it can be improved and supplemented. Oh yeah. Chris. Ophelia Palace. Cough. You are really my archangels. My dears. Bori, who was already driven crazy by homework, was the first to respond to their suggestions. I will give you all my information. All of it. Villa and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Asado was a little timid, and compared to the dazzling two people who made suggestions, he seemed so ordinary. He was just a commoner with no talent. That is, his memory was slightly better. However, he was worried that Screech would blame him. So he still plucked up the courage and asked quietly, if Principal Screech sees the homework, will he? Freya sat in the back row of Asado. The boy's voice was so soft that even Bori didn't hear it except Freya, who had good hearing. Freya patted Asado's shoulder soothingly. And when he turned his head, she smiled brightly. Don't worry. We are just helping each other to integrate the information. The only one who really writes it down and carries the author's will is the writer. Right? As if responding to her words. Another student, who usually doesn't talk much, also stood up and bravely shared his own framework on another blackboard and expressed his ideas. Soon, several students who stood up exchanged their information and ideas with each other, slowly filling in the knowledge tree on the blackboard. Asado was stunned for a moment, and suddenly infinite courage emerged in his heart. He is indeed just a muggle with a good memory. But at Screech Academy, he is just a student, an ordinary student without any prefix, standing on the same platform with all the classmates. With his heart beating fast, Asado touched his notes, gritted his teeth and stood up, going to the blackboard to share his knowledge points and opinions. More and more students joined, and the study room became lively again, and everyone seemed to be glowing. In the end, Siashichan, who had rushed back from the dusty journey, stood quietly at the back door of the study room, listening to the students' debates and supplements, and smiled with satisfaction. They carefully distinguished the data, whether it was fake or real, and decided the direction of their own analysis, perfecting every template and framework, and slowly reducing the troubles and difficulties to the point where they were barely noticeable. Siashichan raised his eyebrows slightly. Xiao Xiao. My students are still good, right? App was silent for a while, and had to admit that Teacher Sia was good at teaching students. Then, will you give them more homework? Recalling someone's words, App was worried about the students. Siashichan was surprised. How can this be called extra homework? Teacher Sia sighed and correctly attributed it to the teacher. It's my fault. I was too hasty when I made the teaching plan, underestimated the students' potential, and wasted their precious time. But it's only been implemented for a week, and there's still time to remedy everything. Siashichan looked at the principal's note without changing his expression. Can the teaching plan be revised and improved again? I have a better idea now. Maybe it can be rated as SS level? App was very touched and opened a backdoor for the principal like crazy. Of course. As long as you submit a complete plan, I can immediately generate new daily tasks. Siashichan asked casually, are there any additional rewards for SS level? Huh? App was shocked. App was silent. App could no longer bear it. No. Even if you are rated SS level, you will not get the principal's value. Damn it. Why is Siashichan's gesture of reaching out for the principal's value so skillful and cunning? Chapter 17. Teacher Sia, who failed to get more teaching funds, was a little disappointed, and could only integrate these unsatisfactory feelings into the motivation to shine in teaching. Based on his interactions with the students over the past week, he simply supplemented the students' information and teaching plans, and some places were even detailed to the day. After the plans were completed, Siashichan uploaded this thick stack to the task interface of the app. As expected, this teaching plan was rated as SS level, and the daily tasks were also improved, with a lot of points for earning principal value. This is the only thing that can make Siashichan feel relieved. The whole weekend passed quickly, as if in the blink of an eye. Time was gone, but everyone did not waste time, and successfully sorted out their homework before the Sunday night run. However, most people's homework is still incomplete. They need to copy the drafted content into the homework book and try their best to avoid duplicate checking. This is really a headache homework. Ophelia had finished her homework and was helping Freya organize it. She sighed. I don't know if future homework will be this difficult to write. Who knows? Bori held a pen in his mouth, writing and drawing on his homework book, and sighed heavily. Skreeg also asked Chris and I to go to the monster garden to find him after the night run. I always feel that nothing good is going to happen. Yes, When eating in the cafeteria in the afternoon, Bori met their great principal by chance. The principal smiled and calmed their anxious emotions, and turned the topic to the Monster Garden's monster affairs, and then asked casually, "Have you decided on the first group to go to the Monster Garden? Now that everyone's homework is unfinished. In order to ensure that the homework is handed in on time, they can only go with those top students. Obviously, there are only 2 people who have completed their homework independently and have spare time to help others. Ophelia and Chris. And their team members are Freya and Bori. Bori, who has better physical strength, and Chris, who can't explain the questions, successfully squeezed past Ophelia's group. The 2 brothers need to go to the monster park to prepare after the night run. Hurry up and do your homework." Chris turned a page of the book ruthlessly. "I don't want to stay up late with you." But Ophelia was so responsible to help her classmates, and Chris felt that he had no right to say that he couldn't do it as he only had one child. Bo-Ray. This was an insult to his ability and personality. Bo-Ray pouted. I know. How can I not finish my homework?" "Really?" Bo-Ray accepted his fate, and continued to write and draw on his homework book, perhaps to sympathize with their hard work over the weekend. Screech personally followed them on the night run tonight. He only let them run 1 lap before calling the staff on duty tomorrow to go to the monster park together. Screech wore a new hair tie tonight. A pink fish. Something was wrong. Bori dared to swear by his 6th sense that whenever Screech wore a small animal hair tie, they lived worse than the Dala beast. Sieshichin didn't know that his students were muttering in their hearts and guarding against him. He took Chris and Bori to the monster park workhouse and gave them some introductions. The monsters raised in the monster park are very important. Their cultivation and breeding have always been a very serious job, and there is no room for any mistakes. The wooden cabinet next to it contains all the materials needed for the reagents. You all practiced the recipes on Friday, so it shouldn't be difficult to get started. Chris nodded. It's ready for immediate use. Right? Yes. My dear child. You are very smart, Sieshichin praised. But each monster has a different sensitivity to the potion, and the dosage required for injection is also different. I have provided you with a minimum reference value, and you need to judge the specific value yourself. Chris's eyelids jumped. How to judge? Go see them. See them? Faced with Scricky's gratified and encouraging face, Chris felt like he had something stuck in his throat and couldn't say a word. Bo-Ray also vaguely felt the bad atmosphere. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Don't we still have to do morning exercises? It takes a certain amount of time for the medicine to take effect, and it also takes time to observe whether the dosage is sufficient. In this way, wouldn't they have come here a long time ago? Sieshichin smiled unchanged. This is what you should think about. The teacher believes that you will definitely find the most appropriate method and will not squeeze the student's sleep time. Right? 2 duty officers, Okay. It's just a dose of medicine. They can try their best. Of course, in order to prevent the children from wasting too much time. Sieshichin still told them a few tips, but it was very physically demanding. After taking them around with a smile and telling them the whole process, Sieshichin waved goodbye to them leisurely. Before leaving, Chris had another harmless doubt. These steps are not simple, and it is easy to make mistakes. Do we need to take them through them again for the next group duty? No need for that. It's a waste of your time. Sieshichin thought he was a good teacher. Your work process will be recorded by the magic stone in the cabin, and the next duty team can learn and improve through the video. Oh! This is indeed much more convenient. Chris was relieved. When facing work, he was still easy to talk to. Until tonight when tutoring Bo-Roy's homework, Chris felt that his temper might not be so good. When can you finish it? The lights gradually went out, and only Bori's dormitory was still lit. Chris couldn't help it. We have to get up early tomorrow. Remember? Of course. I just need to finish it. Don't rush me. Bori was sweating profusely, and he comforted the increasingly anxious Chris while writing. You can't blame me for this. Right? How do I know that my nonsense was rejected by the homework book? Chris, Bori continued to mutter. Also, this monster breeding is simply torturing students. How can there be so many benefits? They can obviously wake up by listening to the call of the time bird, and don't need the call of the monster at all. Oh my god. Does Screech really not consider hiring more janitors to replace our work? I think Screech just can't stand me sleeping so much. That's because he has no money. Chris sighed. If you said less, we can sleep now. No. I won't accept it. After writing the last period, Beauray gritted his teeth. Why can they sleep so much and so sweetly? But I am tortured by homework and work. Chris was puzzled. So? Beauray closed his homework book and said in a serious tone. I was just worried that the work would not be completed and would affect my morning exercise. I only went there half an hour earlier. It's not too much. Right? Chris, you know, the first day is always very hectic. Chris was silent. Chris knew. But Chris didn't quite agree. It's not too much. But didn't Beauray consider that it would be easy to retaliate? Chapter 18. In the early morning, with a few stars twinkling in the sky, a dark figure quietly slipped out of the dormitory. He wrapped himself in a black cloak, looking quite like a real assassin, with agile movements and looking around, which was the characteristics of a qualified assassin. Except that next to him stood a very eye-catching young man wearing a gorgeous blue magic robe. Beauray suddenly stopped and expressed deep condemnation to someone who was walking leisurely. Chris, you are hindering my disguise. Chris looked calm. I didn't sleep all night last night, Beauray said as a matter of course. Don't you magicians need to sleep? Okay. I know it's different in Screech than in other places. But Chris, don't you think our itinerary tonight is great? He thought he would be beaten. Chris silently complained in his heart, and nodded perfunctorily. Then go ahead. I wait for you in the monster garden. Maybe one day in the future, Chris will hear from Screech that his behavior is a kind of I'd rather die than die with my friends. Anyway, Chris didn't plan to get into trouble with Beauray now. Beauray snorted, but didn't mind. After all, magicians are all timid. Right? He said goodbye to Chris, and then went to the library carefully with full excitement. He had seen that there was a sofa on the first floor of the library that could be turned into a bed. According to their observations last week, he believed that Screech had definitely settled in the library, and he would definitely run into Screech there. Beauray couldn't help laughing when he thought about seeing Screech's helpless look after being woken up. There was no way. He just woke up and found that the teaching stick didn't come to call him. And he was worried about Screech's safety. Why would he deliberately wake up Screech? No way. Beauray convinced himself. He bent down and carefully pushed open the closed door of the library, trying not to make any sound. Although he knew that Screech was so mysterious and might hear the movement at the first time, it didn't matter. He was able to see the surprise at that moment, which was a gain. Beauray, who was hurting others but not benefiting himself, poked his head in without saying a word when a glimmer of light came through the crack of the door. Principal. Wait. A faint light? Beauray thought something was wrong and raised his head tremblingly. Principal Screech's elegant and handsome face, which seemed to be smiling, was covered with a layer of frightening tenderness under the dim light. Beauray heard their great principal's gentle voice. Did you not sleep or did you get up early? Beauray, I always feel that this is a life-threatening question. What's wrong with you? You are absent-minded when dispensing medicine. Chris saw that Beauray seemed to be sleepwalking and kindly reminded him. Beauray's soul gradually came back. Chris, do you know? I went to surprise Screech today. Chris replied calmly. I know, Beauray. We just parted in the dormitory half an hour ago. Beauray absent-mindedly pulled out an ugly smile. Then you must not know that Screech didn't sleep all night? Chris. Well, it's not hard to understand. That's Screech who used the library as his dormitory. So it's not strange for him to do anything. But, so successful people always work so hard? Chris sighed. No wonder Screech had the confidence to lead them to success. He had to follow Screech in the future. Beauray was desperate for this partner, who couldn't grasp the key points. He silently divided the work with Chris, and completed today's task perfectly, even though many accidents happened in the middle. Yes, Principal Screech was only worse. Not the worst. He only took them to the monster garden, and gave them a detailed explanation, and told them that the monster garden was safe. But he never told them that when giving injections to monsters, they would be rubbed, marked, licked, and even thrown down by the monsters as mating objects. For some reason, Beauray was knocked down more often than others. So, for his own future, Beauray quietly took away the magic stone that he had worked so hard for before leaving. Chris saw it all. He opened his mouth, not quite understanding. What are you doing? If there is no magic stone, what will the next duty team do? Beauray said confidently. I will take them here myself. He must not be seen by others when he was in a hurry, and was knocked down by the monster shit and piss. Bori threatened Chris fiercely. You don't need to take him. So, Chris, you know it. Chris was silent for a while, and chose to keep silent very rationally. So the classmates found that for some reason, Chris was particularly silent today, and Bori was frequently noticed by Screech today. When Screech finished the class and left with his homework, Ophelia couldn't help but walk to Chris's seat and cautiously tested. Bori seems to be very valued by Principal Screech today? Chris opened his mouth and said seriously, I promise Bori that I can't tell you. Ophelia, but you seem to have told everything. Ophelia looked at Bori, who was in a depressed mood, and then looked at Chris, who had a cold face but a smile in his eyes. Finally, she nodded and barely suppressed her curiosity. Okay. It seems that this is a little secret between Chris and Bori. Although Ophelia failed to explore and satisfy her curiosity, she also got a little answer. She shrugged her shoulders and analyzed with Freya what happened to Bori when she went to the cafeteria to eat. She didn't expect to get the answer in class this afternoon. The thing is, Skricky received the homework written by the students very seriously, and was very happy. He decided to give the students an afternoon to do personal things. He wanted to correct the students' homework as soon as possible. Before the afternoon class, Sieshichin even took out the standard answers to the homework he had bound, and distributed the thick stack to each student one by one. The so-called answer is just a relatively comprehensive explanation, which does not mean it is correct. When you have a deeper understanding, you will get a more comprehensive and detailed answer. Therefore, I hope that you can look at the answer with thinking, rather than assuming that it is right, Sieshichin said, bending his eyebrows. Of course, there are some things that you haven't learned yet, and it's normal to not understand and be boring. Just focus on reading the parts that you are interested in and can understand. After assigning tasks to students, Sieshichin sat on the podium to correct homework. He had to hand out the homework tonight to give everyone the most ample time to revise. Oh, right. Sieshichin seemed to remember something. He adjusted his glasses and glanced at the students with a smile, saying in a playful tone, At 4 o'clock this morning, when the teacher was preparing for class in the library, he accidentally met Bo Rui, who couldn't sleep and came out for a walk. Bo Rui is a warm-hearted student. Not only did he worry that the teacher couldn't get up, he went to the library to call the teacher, and he was willing to get up early to go to the monster garden to prepare medicine, so that everyone could participate in morning exercises on time. The teacher was really touched. In order not to disappoint Bo Rui's hard work, the teacher decided to let Bo Rui serve as an intern teaching assistant for the next week to assist the teacher in preparing lessons and teaching. I hope that the students who were not selected will not feel burdened or disappointed. Here, everyone has opportunities. Bo Rui, ? He tried to argue. Teacher, I'm not. Scritch didn't seem to notice that his devilish voice sounded in everyone's ears. So I decided that I would be in charge for a week. I believe you won't let me down. Right? There are not many opportunities to improve together and exercise yourself like this. Students are not sure, yes. Right? Sieshichin then looked at Bo Rui. What do you want to say? Bo Rui. Bo Rui looked at Scritch's red bunny hair band, was silent, and took a deep breath. I want to say, thank you, teacher. Bo Rui finally paid a heavy price for his youthful arrogance. Chapter 19. Sieshichin spent the whole afternoon marking homework. Bori also officially started his teaching assistant life, and was assigned by Sieshichin to manage class order and collect everyone's questions. Perhaps it was thanks to Sieshichin's efforts that Bori's teaching assistant life was very enthusiastic. The students were full of enthusiasm. Even if there were no problems, they would find problems to trouble him, and their reasons were well reasoned. While marking homework, Sieshichin noticed that everyone was getting more and more enthusiastic. After thinking about it, he still didn't stop them. It was also a lesson for little Bori. Of course, Sieshichin did not add fuel to the fire because he was in a good mood. Otherwise Bori would not be let down so easily. His good students did not disappoint his expectations. The homework submitted by each person might be immature, but they all had their own opinions and prototypes, which might be wild and unconstrained, or meticulous, and they could always see their piety and hope for magic. At present, Ophelia and Chris were the ones with the highest degree of completion. In a sense, their noble status and the family's unsparing cultivation gave them a considerable advantage. Of course, this was also inseparable from their own efforts. for students who already have a good foundation. What Sia needs to do is not to let them study with the crowd, but to give them a private lesson to fill the breadth and depth of their knowledge. Among this batch of homework, there are also a few homework books that seem to have a weak foundation. But what makes Sia happy is that the students remember everything he has taught in class very well. It is not their fault that their foundation is not solid, but they just don't have the opportunity to consolidate their foundation. Compared with the latter, Sia also needs to give them a private lesson, but the purpose is to enable them to catch up with the big group and not be left behind by the rapid learning. But we can't favor one over the other. It's better to set up the evening self-study system in advance. After all, most of the kids go to the library to study after school. Sia, who had forgotten why the students went to the library, made a decision happily. He was very efficient. Lines of cursive words were printed next to the homework books. Some guided the students to think deeply. Some reminded them to expand their knowledge points. And some pointed out the neglected points. When he encountered a rare highlight of a student, he praised him without hesitation. When Sia was a class teacher, he witnessed the excellence and fall of many excellent students, and also witnessed the counterattack and self-abandonment of many poor students. He deeply understood that when children's three views have not yet been shaped, a word or even a look from parents, authority, and teachers can make them go on different paths. Sometimes, just a short sentence of "I believe" can change a child's life. Time passed little by little, and he spent the whole afternoon correcting 20 homework books. It was not until the end of the class that he handed the homework books to the students. Sia took the question book handed in by Bo-rui and said without saying much, "The homework and reference answers have been distributed. Everyone should check the comments and prompts on the homework and look at the reference answers again. This week's homework is to revise the homework you completed last week. On Friday, the teacher will set aside special time to answer questions for everyone." After explaining some precautions, Sia called Ophelia and Chris names. "Your homework completion is relatively high. The teacher has something to ask of you. Dear, are you willing to spend some time and energy to come to the library to find me after the night run tonight? Help." Screech? Ophelia and Chris looked at each other, turned back and nodded to Sia. "It's our pleasure, teacher." Sia curved his eyebrows and was rarely playful. "Okay. Thank you for your generosity. Mr. and Ms. Supper and dessert are always ready. Screech's night library welcomes you at any time." Chris and Ophelia, yes. It's a bit creepy. Chapter 20. With trepidation in their hearts, Ophelia and Chris still made an appointment and arrived at the library entrance 10 minutes in advance, holding their homework together. To be honest, they were very trepidatious. Although they were a little happy to hear Screech say that their completion rate was relatively high, they knew that their homework was very rough compared to the reference answers, just like the one written by a wise man and a child. After browsing the corrected homework, the happiness and luck were gone. The homework book was filled with comments in red ink, perhaps even more than the homework they wrote themselves. With such quality, how could it be considered a high degree of completion? What made the two even more nervous was that, after reading the homework that Screech had corrected, they realized how many loopholes and mistakes there were in their original homework, which was completely unpresentable. Ophelia encouraged herself and knocked on the door of a room on the inner side of the library first, and pushed it open carefully. Ever since Bo-rui pushed the door of the library and tried to wake up the principal, Sia thought that although it was convenient to do things in the library hall, it was indeed not elegant enough. So he spent some time to transform a small browsing room next to the main hall into his own study room for lesson preparation. At this moment, when he pushed open the door, in addition to the messy books, there was a particularly conspicuous large desk in the entire study room. And not far from the desk was a carved reception table, a few lazy sofas, and on the table in front of him was a simple and quaint big-bellied teapot that had rarely been seen, and a few plates of snacks, which was very elegant. Ophelia and Chris were the first to look at the person behind the desk. "Teacher, we are late." "The time is just right. Sit down and have some snacks first." Sia did not look up, still sitting on his own things, and said in a leisurely tone, "You need to wait for the teacher for 2 minutes." Ophelia and Chris had no objection, sat on the sofa obediently, put the homework in a clean corner, and tasted the pastry elegantly. It was very soft, glutinous and sweet, and it felt like they were all snacks they had never eaten before. Even the small and round teacup had a unique fun. Ophelia couldn't help but guess in her heart that Xie Shichen's experience must be very exciting. To know so much and have so many magical things. Right? Little Ophelia has a filter for her teacher. 2 minutes is 2 minutes. Xie Shichen packed up his things, took a few pieces of paper he needed, and sat down on the sofa. Ophelia and Chris quickly sat up straight and swallowed the cakes in their mouths. Don't be nervous, kids. The teacher just wants to chat with you. Xie Shichen comforted them with a smile, and then went straight to the point. Have you read the homework? Yes. The two students nodded in unison. Xie Shichen nodded. What do you think? Chris pursed his lips and explained very seriously. I thought I had done my best before, but now I find that I haven't. Ophelia nodded, seeming a little disappointed. The teacher's corrections were very detailed and correct, and gave me a lot of inspiration. But it must be said that even if there were praises from Screech from time to time, they were still very disappointed. Disappointed that they had so many things that they had not noticed. What else? Xie Shichen listened to the students' reflections and frowned slightly. If you only see your own shortcomings, then the evaluation is not comprehensive. Ophelia and Chris looked up in confusion, as if they were not used to Xie Shichen's sudden praise. Ophelia bravely asked, Does the teacher think that our homework is well written? Of course. Xie Shichen knocked on the table with a smile. My dear children, I think you should remember that I am first of all a fair teacher. I will point out your shortcomings and praise your strengths. If I only let you see your shortcomings and improve them, wouldn't my comments on your strengths be in vain? Ophelia and Chris were stunned, vaguely understanding, but not quite. They knew that perhaps Screech called them over to comfort them, because the densely packed comments were too disheartening. Perhaps Screech noticed this and wanted to boost their confidence. But this didn't make sense. If it was really to boost confidence, he should have praised the students whose completion was not high. Why did he leave the two students who were known to have high completion to be praised? Ophelia didn't understand, but she was trained not to make it difficult for others to answer her. So when Xie Shichen finished speaking, she nodded seriously and said that she understood. You don't understand, kid. Xie Shichen sighed and said directly, I hope you can look at your homework comprehensively. I hope you can revise your homework better so that you can achieve my goal in the future, not just to simply give you confidence. Chris grasped the key point, goal? He remembered that Xie Shichen only looked for the two of them, and always felt that this goal seemed to be different from what they imagined. Yes, kids. Xie Shichen took out the information he had just sorted out and handed it to the two students. I think you have all heard of the Stern Magic Journal, right? Are you interested in participating in the submission next month? The Stern Magic Journal, as long as you are a magician, basically knows that it is one of the 3 most authoritative newspapers in the magic world. Anything that can be published in the newspaper is either the comments and interesting stories of legendary magicians, or the experiences of magic saints, magic mentors, etc. The content is very rigorous, and the occasional interesting events and gossip forums are closely related to high-level magicians. Although the Stern Magic Journal has been declining in recent years, and the lack of novel submissions has caused their sales to plummet, there is no doubt that their value is what every magician pursues throughout their lives. But what did Screech say? They submitted? Ophelia lowered her head and carefully scanned the document in her hand. She didn't say much, just briefly talked about Screech's future plans and his grasp of this matter. But it was just these few short sentences that made Ophelia nervous. Can we really? She subconsciously looked at Screech, trying to get affirmation from him. Chris clenched the paper tightly, his voice trembling. Teacher, is this true? Is there really a chance to let Master Aurora comment on my homework? The description on the paper was too beautiful. So beautiful that even a proud Chris dared not think about it. Screech not only planned to let them submit anonymously to the Stern Magic Journal, but also planned to find 2 parties to comment. They will even tell their relatives that they wrote this excellent submission. Of course, Xie Shichen said without hesitation, smiling. I am very confident. But the source of everything is that I need to have a relatively complete assignment that can be sent out. Otherwise, the teacher will be very troubled. Xie Shichen lowered his voice and smiled, playful and serious. So, dear, do you have the confidence to write such an assignment? Chapter 21. On the way back, Ophelia still couldn't hide her excitement. Even the ends of her hair were shaking slightly, and she couldn't hide the smile on her face. It's not her fault that she'd lost her composure. But what Principal Screech told her was of great significance to her. And Ophelia couldn't help thinking about it. She was the only princess in the royal family. Because of her mother's poor health, they only had Ophelia as a child for so many years. The emperor loved his wife very much and decided to make her the first heir against all odds when Ophelia was just born. Ophelia was also very hard-working and talented. She was quick to learn. Every teacher who taught her said that the future heir to the empire must be an excellent queen. And it would be even better if she had an affinity for magic. Yes, because she had no affinity for magic. Even though her parents tried every possible way, and her father wanted to support her, he had to give up on her, and give birth to a new life with her mother under the persuasion of many ministers and magicians. Just because she couldn't be a magician, the noble magician was unwilling to choose to be loyal to a muggle monarch who couldn't do magic. Perhaps, in the more distant future, her beloved mother will die while giving birth to a new life. Or perhaps, her loving father will be forced to choose other women with magical talents to take into the palace. This is not the result that Ophelia wants. But it is the most difficult thing for Ophelia to decide and change. That damn talent. So Ophelia came to Screech School of Magic as if she had nowhere else to go, and found a glimmer of hope here. This should have made her less anxious. But she could only go home after a year, which was too long. And it was too easy for some accidents that she could not predict to happen. At this time, Screech's proposal fell into her ears. If Screech really did it, then she could pass the message to her parents through this submission. She is very useful. Don't worry. She can always clear away the thorns in the future one by one. Ophelia pursed her lips. The homework book in her hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. This is her hope. The turning point of her destiny. No matter what, she must do everything as well as possible. Ophelia looked at Chris and suddenly asked, Chris, do you think this should be told to everyone? After they answered yes, Sieshichin gave them simple instructions for their homework and jokingly mentioned before leaving, you have to make a good sample. The teacher wants to sell you all and open up the market with excellent finished products. Ophelia asked in surprise, Teacher, do you mean everyone can submit? Sieshichin adjusted his glasses, and his beautiful green deep eyes hid a smile and determination. It's a must, kid. Chris, who was also immersed in his own consciousness, came back to his senses. He thought of Screech's words, hesitated, and shook his head. It's better not to do it for now. I believe Principal Screech can always do everything. But this will always put a lot of pressure on Screech. Ophelia thought for a moment. Okay. When we get good news, we share it with everyone. During this time, I do my best to help everyone. Of course. She thought more, and always felt that Screech's words "it's a must" made her feel uneasy. Perhaps this submission was not a big deal for Screech, but it was an unprecedented challenge for the students. If this news were to be spread now, everyone would be under more pressure. Right? It must be said that as a future politician, Ophelia has a keen sense of these words. That's right. Sieshichin never thought it was difficult for his beginner students to publish analytical articles in the Stern Magic newspaper. It's just like publishing a review in the Science Citation Index. Just integrating past data. It has gold content. But it's water. It's not difficult. As long as you work hard, you can do it. Moreover, the data and information Sieshichin provided are enough to be published. The only flaw is that the contributors are not well known enough, which can be compensated by the comments of the two parties involved, Aurora and Leonard. So for Sieshichin, the biggest difficulty is the comments of the original author. But for him who has the app, it is not a difficulty. So, after sending away the two students who were stepping stones, Sieshichin sent a letter that was hard to refuse to the editor-in-chief of Stern Magic newspaper and the legendary wizard Aurora, according to the original plan. An owl that must have a response. An owl that can deliver letters to anywhere regardless of wind and rain, and even requires the recipient to reply. Is a bit rogue, but very suitable for Sieshichin. Xiao Xiao. Exchange to and deliver my letter and sincerity to the person concerned. Sieshichin knocked on the table to wake up the principal App, who was pretending to be dead. App could no longer bear it. Do you know how much the principal is worth for an owl? 1,000. Sieshichin. Open your eyes and look. 1,000 points. Your principal is now negative. Negative. I want 2 more. Sieshichin remained calm. Let's buy on credit first. There will always be a day to settle the account. Believe me. App, Xieshichan said softly. Xiao Xiao. We are a community of interests. If there is no owl, I don't know how to become famous. If I can't do it, when can I achieve the goal and let you have a physical body? Yes. Once the principal app lets slip that the faster Xieshichan's task is completed, the better. App will be eligible to transform into a physical body and exist as a book elf. This is a phased reward for App. App surrendered. It repeatedly told itself that this was just for their great cause. It was difficult to find another principal as good as Xieshichan. Its peers were still struggling on the passing line. Only it flew to SS. It was just a concession. By the way, I sent some gifts from the teaching aid mall to Aurora. Can you help me buy them on credit? The reason is written as bribing future teachers, Xieshichan said, and asked innocently like a green tea. You won't not help me, right? App, Damn it. It doesn't want to do this golden finger anymore. Chapter 22. 2 owls carrying letters and gifts were released silently from Screech's library in the middle of the night. They disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if they had learned space magic. System products must be top-notch. Xieshichan was relieved. He slept early one day and went to teach his students in high spirits the next day. However, unexpectedly, his students were not in a good mental state. Even the students who had already learned magic had 2 huge dark circles under their eyes, which made this morning exercise look weak. Xieshichan frowned. Could it be that the task was a bit too heavy? He paid attention to the students' reactions. When the children went to have breakfast, he ate with them and tried to ask where the difficulties were. I went to bed at 2 in the morning last night. Bo-Rui was a child of a teacher. Seeing that Screech wanted to come to investigate public opinion, he was still wearing the silver leaves that he used to wear when he was easy to talk to, and hurriedly moved his position. He pointed to his dark circles and smiled bleakly. Principal, you dare not imagine how miserable I am. Xieshichan nodded and said gently, So kid, are you willing to tell me? Bo-Rui slurped his porridge and raised his head with a sad face. Forgetting even the table manners, you call Chris over without saying a word, saying that Chris's completion rate was relatively high. But Chris's homework book is no different from mine. Both are full of red. Xieshichan was puzzled. Is it not the lack of it that is worrying, but the inequality? He reflected carefully. He was indeed a little radical for the qualification to run a school 1 year later. If the student's mentality was affected, it would be really bad. Xieshichan made a note of this point and bravely admitted his mistake to the children when he was ready to go to class. The next moment, Bo-Rui's voice seemed to float out of his body. I was so nervous. Principal, this is the first time I heard your sarcasm so clearly. I always realized it after a while before, and I even thought you were joking and being sarcastic. But this time, I really heard it. I know you are pointing at Chris and scolding us, saying that our writing is like a pile of dog shit. Xieshichan. How come he didn't know? But Xieshichan looked around, and the students who gathered around him in groups of 3 or 2 subconsciously nodded one after another, feeling very aggrieved. But they knew that they didn't believe it, and they lowered their heads so low that only the whorls of their hair could be seen. What Xieshichan found incredible was still to come. Villa's eyes even turned red. I didn't sleep much last night. I read the homework book from beginning to end. It was really badly written. It was ugly. And when I thought that Chris was scolded for us, I felt sad all over. Although she and Chris were only about to get married, Vera had long considered Chris her fiancé, and sometimes even subconsciously guarded against Ophelia. But even so, she was proud. She didn't want to have her own reasons, causing Chris to bear some of the blame that he shouldn't have to bear. This should have been her own responsibility. Vera tried to write down the mistakes while looking at the homework. She cried and took notes all night. It can be said that she didn't work so hard in the previous week. Yes, Principal, we did not do our homework well. If you are angry, just scold us directly. Ophelia is so gentle. She should not take the blame for us. Herbert stood up hesitantly and pleaded with Xieshichan. He was a bully at home, and he only dared to quarrel with his twin sister. Most of the time when he met Xieshichan, he looked aggrieved. This time, it seemed that he really liked Ophelia and felt guilty. His twin sister Isabella also rarely united with him. I admit that I was indeed lazy and did not work hard last week. You can scold me. I feel good when you scold me. Don't blame Sister Ophelia. She just saw that I had no idea and helped a little. Yes, Principal. We must work hard to revise the homework this week. Please don't be angry. Okay? Almost every student reflected on their mistakes. Their schedules yesterday were almost the same. I happily looked through the homework and was embarrassed by the red marks on the homework. Reflecting on myself last week, I found that my mentality was indeed unstable. Then I cried at night while correcting homework and taking notes, and fell asleep in the middle of the night. Oh! The worst thing is that they were woken up by the roar of the beast in the morning. They didn't even have the chance to curse the roar of the beast. They hurried over to do morning exercises, and their minds and eyes were full of their terrible homework. Wait! Kids! When did the teacher say something sarcastic? Didn't you see the encouragement the teacher gave you? Sieshichin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and felt angry and funny. How should I put it? The spontaneous unity and cohesion of the children's class spirit really made him feel relieved. The frustrated look of the children, who were dejected and denied themselves, was really cute. It was just that this wrong the teacher was not good. Sieshichin looked puzzled. When did I say something sarcastic? Children, trust the teacher. The teacher is always strict, especially in academics. It is impossible for him to say something sarcastic. How is it possible? Borei subconsciously wanted to refute, but when he thought about it carefully, it was true that Sieshichin had never said anything to attack them. At most, he was a little weird, a little gentle and a little scary when he didn't say anything. But, Freya said objectively, there were indeed many mistakes in our homework last night. Ophelia listened to the whole story from beginning to end, from the anxious self-blame at the beginning to the funny and helpless feeling now. Freya, it's a good thing that the teacher asked me and Chris to come over. She thought for a moment, glanced at Sieshichin, and after seeing him nod in encouragement, she suppressed her excitement and joy, squinted her eyes, and said in a voice that everyone could hear, the teacher said that he wanted to try to submit us to the Stern Magic Journal, and thought we had a chance. So he wanted to give us some private guidance. Stern Magic Journal? Everyone screamed almost at the same time. No matter if they were magic apprentices or not, as long as they set foot on the path of magic, they would definitely know the 3 major magic journals. Stern Magic Journal. Is this true? Freya looked directly at Sieshichin, trying to get the strength of affirmation from this. If it is really the Stern Magic Journal, then, even if their highness can't learn magic in his life, he can't become a discarded child. Without waiting for Freya to confirm, Chris also calmly added, yes, Principal Screech decided to let Ophelia and I try it first, and we will have the opportunity to be published in the newspaper in the future. Thinking of the stressful necessity, Chris was a little more tactful. We also have a chance. Really? Chris? Vera stood up excitedly, and then remembered that Sieshichin was still here, so she sat down hurriedly, feeling awkward, ignoring the noble etiquette that she was proud of. Not only her, but also those classmates who were said to have no magical talent were even more excited. This was like before the college entrance examination, when everyone said that you could only get 0 points in math, and suddenly someone told you that your math results were recognized by the big boss of the college and were recommended to participate in the mathematical Olympiad. It was bizarre and exciting. Everyone asked at once, and because they were unfamiliar with each other, they seemed a little embarrassed, and their faces turned red. But we are just ordinary students, not even magicians. Can Stern really let us publish it? In fact, it would be great to have the principal's affirmation. I don't really want it that much. Sieshichin interrupted the children's sudden modesty and guilt. What are you thinking? Children, Anshin Screech, said that I want you to publish it in the newspaper, and I will never break my promise. This is not appeasement, nor is it a discussion. It is a must and a notification. Since it wasn't because of the pressure, Sieshichin put the so-called burden reduction behind his mind. He knocked on the table lightly, and the elegant sound, like a cello, brought a smile. What you should worry about is not whether you can go to school, but whether the homework can satisfy me. Right? The classmates were silent as chickens in an instant. Chris gently held his forehead. He knew that once this happened, any student would feel the heavy feeling in his heart. Perhaps this is the weight of knowledge. Their great Principal Screech was still not satisfied, frowning slightly, and said softly, Why are you silent? It's not polite to let the teacher be silent. Classmates, In the end, it was the bravest Bori who contributed everything. Ha ha. Yes. Yes. I knew that Principal Screech would have a way. Just think about it. It's hard to complete the homework that can be published in the Magic Journal. Right? Bori thought uncertainly. But then he thought, isn't there Chris? In the end, he was still left with the surprise and joy of being on the Magic Journal. Yes. Although this news made everyone feel heavy and stressed, it also gave them greater motivation. This week, Xieshichin could see with his own eyes that the children started to work hard like chicken blood. Even Vera, who usually went to bed after her morning run, would stay up late in her room to revise her homework and make up for the notes she had not taken during the day. It was like he was competing with the principal in staying up late to study. The principal, as the king of papers, of course, studied late into the night day after day. After all, the school was still in the rising stage of development and could not afford any mistakes. This trend lasted until Wednesday, when Xieshichin took the owl back. 2. There must be a response. The owl is indeed a rare and precious teaching aid in the teaching aid mall. Its practicality is beyond words. Not only can it send the secret letters of the two people back safely and quickly, but it can even get a video of the other party with the other party's consent. For example, now, of the two owls, the one Xieshichin opened first was the one sent to Aurora. As a teacher in reserve, Xieshichin worked hard to win over Aurora. Apart from other things, there were only 2 magic notebooks of legendary magic that he sent over. Oh, yes, in order to prevent Aurora from destroying the bridge after crossing the river. Xieshichin only sent half of the book. Aurora was shocked at the time. To be honest, as a legendary wizard born in a civilian family, Aurora's magic journey in this life can only be described as bumpy. Not only that, she was also very unlucky. She had almost stumbled to get to where she is today, even in the Battle of Many Towers. She felt guilty, and even thought that it was all luck. But there was no way. The luck that had not favored her for many years came again. This was unstoppable. Her future was destined to be a legendary mage with a mage tower. The kind with rich and colorful records. Aurora was humble and self-abased, but also proud. No one could do what she did. No one could do better than her. And no one dared to provoke her after she became a legendary mage. As a result, such a ridiculous thing still happened. She received a magical owl when she was studying the legendary water magic last night. The owl claimed that there must be an echo, and even spoke human language. Hello. I am the owl of sure response. You have a letter from Screech School of Magic. The sender is the principal of Screech, Anshin Screech. Please check and reply. If you choose not to reply, the owl will not give up. Oh! How could she not give up? Olayla was so angry that she laughed on the spot. She didn't even want to read the envelope, let alone reply. As a result, this damn owl, which was immune to all magic, kept mumbling to her like a timekeeper every 5 minutes, asking her to read the letter and reply. It was so noisy. The worst thing was that after 3 hours, she started to have bad luck for no reason. She was either 1 drop too much or 1 drop too little when mixing the reagents. You have to know that she was a legendary wizard, and it was impossible for a legendary wizard to make such a low-level mistake. You are the one who is causing trouble, right? Alara looked at the owl gloomily. The owl tilted its head to act cute. Hello. I am. Enough. Enough. I will reply. I will reply right away. Alara could no longer bear it, and decided to scold the idiot who sent the letter. Then, the mailbox opened, and as if there was space magic inside, 2 books came out. The only copy of the legendary magic notebook that was torn in half. Coincidentally, they were the 2 books that Alara really liked. The ones that he had been looking for a long time, but couldn't find. Damn. I was being held in such a tight spot. Olayla hadn't felt this aggrieved for a long time. She was really angry. Right? People were holding on to the benefits and waiting to make a deal with her. If she wasn't angry, how could she do such a thing? Just the ruined copy was enough to make Olayla so angry that she tore up the messenger on the spot. What the hell? So, the reply letter Xieshichin received clearly showed the tone of the legendary wizard, who was pinching his nose and shaking with anger, but had to agree. Very interesting. Dear Anshin Screech, thank you for your incomplete magic notes. I am very happy that you can give some guidance to the new generation of magic apprentices. In addition, I do not agree with this behavior. It is also very moral and polite. Shichen quickly included Alela in the teacher candidate list and decided to win her over after the school qualification was retained. There are not many good helpers like this who can be attracted to be teachers, bodyguards, and work for free with just a little teaching materials, compared to Aurella, who had to be polite. Fanny, the editor-in-chief of Stern, was full of sincerity. She couldn't help but ask when Screech could come to visit and communicate. Her reaction was within Shichen's expectations. When Fanny received the magic owl, she knew that the person who wrote to her was not ordinary. Even though she was well informed and knew who Anshin Screech was, she opened the mailbox without any contempt and was shocked by the wonderful structure of the mailbox. Then she saw half of the plan that Shichen gave her. Yes, half of the plan. But this did not prevent Fanny from seeing how amazing this plan was. After the rise of the new magic school, many magicians chose the talent stream, and everyone's magic journal was full of various talent theories, and there was no new and useful information at all, which completely violated the original intention of the establishment of the magic journal. They were more about making a name for themselves, announcing themselves, and socializing in the magic journal. Academic exchanges were rare, and the only one that was still persisting, the Stern Magic Journal, did not have much energy. The mages are no longer willing to share their knowledge and experiences with others. They wish they were born with top talents, and their journey is full of legends and flowers without any embarrassment. The Stern Magic Journal almost failed because of their hard support. Even the workers in the newspaper were persuading them to follow the path of other journals. Now they can still get a piece of the pie. If they wait any longer, they will not even have bread. But Fanny is unwilling. The Stern Magic Journal is the hard work of their family, and they have their own persistence. Until recently, the Magic Association launched a new Magic Weekly with better quality and richer content, which squeezed Stern, who originally had few channels for survival, to the extreme. If the family did not make money from the journal, Fanny's newspaper would have closed down long ago. Therefore, she still attached great importance to the letter sent by Screech, although she did not think it was a good thing. Fanny first read the sincere letter from Screech, which said that he had a way to solve Stern's current predicament. And of course, it was also to help his students and the college. He hoped that if the quality was up to standard, Fanny would ignore the identity of the contributors and allow them to publish in the Magic Journal. Fanny frowned immediately. It wasn't that she was biased. She was also aware of Screech's current situation. What kind of quality submissions could a group of Muggle students, who hadn't even gotten started, write? Moreover, if she was willing to compromise, she wouldn't have faced the current predicament. It was because she didn't want to ruin her own valuable weekly journal that Fanny didn't follow the same boasting path as other newspapers. It was clear that Screech just wanted his students to be published in the newspaper first and be given the title of genius so that he could keep a backup plan to protect the college. She would not harm the interests of her own newspaper. Fanny was already somewhat unhappy, but considering that Screech was still sincere, she decided to read the remaining half of the plan and write a long and stinky reply to him. Then, Fanny stopped talking. This plan is too cunning. Use the reputation of Screech Academy to arouse everyone's curiosity. Use the identity of students to expand the influence. And finally use the legendary wizard to retain customers. This half of the plan detailed how to use these resources, how to brag, how to keep secrets, and even gave him a part of the first draft of his students' articles, and implicitly said that it was too poorly written and he didn't want the students to publish. So he didn't send the finished product. How could this be too bad? Fanny looked at that few words and felt that her magic shackles were about to loosen. But Screech was a bastard. He cut a short paragraph without a beginning or an end. It was both confusing and confusing. It was like watching a brain teaser. She was eager to know what the sequel was. Reserved? Reserved? Damn it. Are Screech's students monsters? She considered herself a magician, but she didn't think she could write such a philosophical paragraph. She studied magic too thoroughly. Fanny's heart was slightly relieved. And then she saw the following short paragraph, and her heart surged. In the future, there will be other discussions from different angles, and the parties involved will shout at each other. Newspapers can serialize some lost magic notes, or interesting magic stories, or new things encountered during travel, or some difficult problems in each issue, and publish the answers to the debates given by the big guys in the next issue. Set a theme for each issue, as long as the east wind blows and forms a trend. I think there will be no shortage of contributors. Yes. Yes. She wanted to see these things too. What? Screech even said that he could provide a little convenience, such as the interesting lost diary of a great man. What? Screech said that his students come from all over the world, and he can even spread this newspaper to all races? Okay. Okay. I give you the pen. Whatever you say is what it is. She Fanny is too short-sighted. She Fanny will come over and have a good discussion with Screech. Fanny not only sent a long thank you letter to Sieshichin, but also said that she was on the way, and expected to arrive at the foot of the Screech School of Magic on Thursday night. If Principal Screech is unwilling, she can wait for news in the town at the foot of the mountain. It can be said that she is very sincere. Fanny has been in business for many years, and she knows that it is a very unwise behavior to give the initiative to others. But Screech has given too much. Fanny knows that if she wants to complete the blueprint that Screech has given her, she must have Screech's support for their newspaper. So, does Screech only want to submit articles to his students? Definitely not. His students are so excellent that even if they don't submit now, they can submit in the future. Fanny thinks about it, and thinks that only his own newspaper is still useful, as long as the newspaper is good and the newspaper's signature remains unchanged. She doesn't mind letting Screechy take more profits, but she also has to take a certain initiative. So, Fanny came over without hesitation with her sincerity. Since the other party is full of sincerity, Sieshichin will not embarrass the other party. Coincidentally, the two little guys' homework has been corrected for the most part, since Sieshichin is watching over the correction. Every word is used very rigorously, and at the same time, the writer's style is not lost. For example, Chris's is more realistic and mostly hits the nail on the head, while Ophelia is much more humorous, and the author's gentleness can be seen at a glance. On Thursday night, the two were once again called to the library by Sieshichin. Compared with before, they were already very skilled, each holding a homework, and Chris even held a book. The monthly exam was coming up, and the recent schoolwork was very heavy, so Chris had to stay up late to study at night. Sieshichin saw that the two children wanted to use the library tonight as their bedroom, and helplessly held his forehead. "Dear, you are going out today." "Not to study." "Going out?" Ophelia asked doubtfully. "We are going to run at night soon." "Teacher, where are we going?" "Yes, there is still a point before we go for a night run." And Sieshichin's words about going out are so strange that they are all confused. Sieshichin stroked the teaching stick and smiled. "Go out to pick up an important person to go up the mountain." Ophelia and Chris were stunned. Before they could react, the principal gave them a campus map on the grounds that he had to supervise the students' night run. "Just wait at the gate of the college at the foot of the mountain. The other party will have an owl with glasses. Only when the owl tells you to receive a letter can you invite them into the college. Do you understand? After receiving the guests, you can take them around the small garden, and then go to the library to wait for the teacher. Remember to make a cup of black tea and serve a small dessert for the guests. Oh, by the way, do you know where the dessert is?" Ophelia should know. "Right. The teacher believes that you have always been very careful." Screech hurriedly explained a series of words, and let the two go down the mountain with their homework. They only knew that the guest was called Fanny, a magician, who came to discuss business with the principal. "Fanny? I always feel a little familiar." Ophelia felt like she had heard it somewhere before. "There are too many people named Fanny," Chris said coldly. Who knows which Fanny Screech invited? But he knew that every time he met Screech, his plan would be interrupted. Forget it. This is also a kind of growth experience, isn't it? Chris silently comforted himself and went down the mountain quickly with Ophelia. If the guests came at the right time, they could still catch up with the night run tonight. Unfortunately, the guests seemed to be delayed on the way, and they got off the carriage at a little after 9 o'clock. She had her hair in a bun, with some simple hair accessories on it, which matched her caramel-colored hair and made her look particularly gentle. Fanny greeted the two of them very gently. "Hello. I'm Fanny Stern, and I'm glad to meet you." Fanny Stern. Chris seemed to be struck by lightning, and he subconsciously lowered his head. In order to facilitate night running, he wore a very loose cotton training suit, and as usual, he added hard armor on the joints, which he sewed himself, which looked ugly and strange. He actually met Fanny Stern in such a shabby manner. Chris's lips trembled, and he uttered a greeting almost dryly. "Good night, Teacher Stern. Chris is waiting for you." This is muscle memory. Ophelia was not much better. Her long hair was cut into waist-length hair with a knife, and now it was tied into a high ponytail and hung behind her head. Although her clothes were riding clothes, which were better than Chris's, they were dirty. Ophelia planned to wash her clothes once a week, because Screech School of Magic had no cleaning magic and no servants, so she had to wash them by herself. Ophelia was busy with homework this week, and didn't care if her classmates would see her ungraceful appearance. Everyone was the same. The result? At this moment, a sentence flashed through their minds at the same time. Screech, you have done a lot of harm to others. What should I do? Damn it. My parents didn't teach them how to deal with such an accident. Siashichan, who had done a lot of harm to others, sneezed for no reason. He rubbed his nose and complained to the app in his heart. These little brats are scolding me again. I know how there can be a harmonious teacher-student relationship in this world. The app that can see the student log. You really don't want me to upgrade a student log function. What are you doing here? See how they scold me. Siashichan raised his eyebrows, looked at the students who were running out of breath, and shrugged. I can imagine how they will scold me. Why do I have to suffer? When I get angry, I lose control of my temper, and my students are more likely to suffer. This is not good. App was deeply shocked by his self-aware host, who still went his own way. Siashichan caught a glimpse of several figures, pretending to give chicken soup to the children and cheering them up, until the crowd of onlookers disappeared. Then he stopped talking and focused on letting the children run spontaneously. Not to mention that App didn't understand. The students who suffered didn't understand what was going on, until App saw Siashichan apologize to Fanny as soon as he entered the door. And then he realized it. Sia dog, you are playing the victim. When Siashichan arrived, the two little guys remembered the etiquette of hospitality. Although they were in a mess, they did not forget to entertain Fanny and chat with Fanny. However, how could they be the opponent of an old fox like Fanny? In a few words, they handed over the source of the homework, how the homework was written, and even the unfinished homework in their hands. No matter how many times she looked at it, Fanny would still be amazed by this homework. The surprise in her heart was reduced a lot, and it also increased the rationality. She said, how could a rookie apprentice, who had just started writing such an exquisite manuscript? It turned out to be mainly based on summary and analysis. Of course, students who can achieve this are indeed very smart and worthy of training. But what moved Fanny was Screech's huge database, which made Fanny more confident in the cooperation. Fanny's attitude along the way was very good, which also made the two children feel relieved and slowed down their minds until Screech came. I don't know where Siashichan squeezed out the time, but he took a bath on the way back, changed into gorgeous clothes, put on a loose principal's uniform, and wore many jewel accessories. He looked anxious and excited, and pushed open the door of the browsing room. Even though he was in a hurry, his steps were not too hurried, and even his hair was not messy, and was neatly tied with a cookie hair tie, which made him look very gentlemanly. Ophelia and Chris looked like stray puppies from a mud puddle. Chris, who always pays attention to etiquette, turned green. I don't know what Ophelia thought, but Chris suddenly understood from this moment why Screech always wore gorgeous clothes, dazzling accessories, and meticulous hair wherever he went. Good fellow. Is it just to show how handsome and polite he is when others are in such a mess? How abominable. The abominable Screech didn't care about their inner thoughts, and just threw them away after using them. Okay. It's getting late. Kids, go back to study first, and just teach the teacher here. Okay. Principal. Good night. Principal Screech. Tutor's turn. The two childish replies meant that the companionship of the little guys ended here. They walked out of the door with their books and homework in their arms, straightened their backs, and could still hear their principal's apologetic answer before leaving. I'm really sorry. You know, Screech is short of teachers now. As the principal, I have to take on multiple duties. It's not good to let the students have a break in their training. I had to let the two little guys pick you up. I hope I didn't neglect Lady Fanny. How could it be? I have already seen Screech's trust and sincerity. Haven't I? The voice gradually became smaller. Ophelia's mind turned a little, and she understood why Siashichan did this. She was helpless. It seems that I still have a lot to learn. The scheming principal. Huh? Chris sneered, and looked back at the closed door with a guilty conscience, and quickly changed the subject. I still need to finish it, so I go back to study first. Okay. Chris. See you tomorrow. Ophelia pretended to be deaf. and also looked at the closed door with a guilty conscience, turned around, and murmured in a low voice as if talking to herself. The scheming principal? Ophelia stuck out her tongue playfully. It's really appropriate to say it or not. She seems to have also learned bad things. Shichen was very pleased that he could lead a good student astray. But he didn't know how powerful he was. He was currently paying more attention to Fanny. Originally, he didn't plan to drag Fanny to discuss the future in the middle of the night, as it was not polite. But Fanny was still excited after seeing the unfinished homework of the two little ones, and she didn't want to rest at all. Shichen also had to, reluctantly, discuss with Fanny about the development of the newspaper and how huge their Screech library was. You know, although Screech has declined, it is also because of me. Its former heritage is still unimaginable. The old school with a long history must have some trump cards. In fact, most of them were inserted by him from the teaching aid mall to make it look good. Although I have some knowledge of magic, due to my own physical condition, I can only teach students at the theoretical level. I am always worried that the children will go astray because of my unprofessionalism. Instead of keeping these rare books, it is better to take them out and pave a bright future for the students. At most, I can get more principal value. Anyway, the school can't do without him. Thank you, Mr. Stern, for coming here. It is my honor to give inspiration to Mr. Stern. When I went down the mountain, I heard about Stern's current situation. I also believe that with our joint efforts, Stern Magic Journal will also be famous. Just like I firmly believe that my Stern will get out of trouble and lead students to excellence. The key point is us. Shichen looked at Fanny Stern with a smile. And he did not give in at all on this point. Yes, from the beginning, Shichen not only wanted the children to submit their articles successfully, he also wanted the shares of the newspaper. That is, the decision-making power. In this era where magic is respected, Shichen believes that he is not a savior, and he cannot change everyone's ideas. Nor can he fight against the authority. He can only join the authority, and use the authority for his own purposes to fulfill his ambitions. It just so happens that there is such a Stern Magic Journal. And it just so happens that there are such a group of students from all over the world. This is his opportunity, and he must seize it. Fanny certainly heard the hidden meaning of Shichen's words. Not only that, she also saw the confidence and ambition of Shichen under his self-blame. This is a man who is not easy to mess with. He has extremely firm beliefs, and is willing to work hard step by step for the future he wants. Coincidentally, Fanny appreciates such people, compared with those partners who hide things, coerce and induce, do not tell the truth, and are arrogant and greedy. Shichen is a straightforward partner who puts his ambitions, disadvantages, and advantages on the table. Fanny likes it more. Fanny stared at Shichen for a few seconds and showed her sincerity. She rolled up her hair and said softly, Stern is our family asset. I need the decision-making power. Everything else is easy to discuss. She admired Screech, but that didn't mean she had to follow Screech's thinking. She had to have the decision-making power in her hands. The Stern Magic Journal would always belong to the Stern family. This was her bottom line. She also believed that she could cultivate a successor with the same beliefs as her in the future. So she would never let go. After hearing Fanny's uncompromising words, Shichen was not surprised. He took off his single-lens glasses, wiped them carefully and seriously, and seemed to sigh softly. When he looked up again, his unobstructed green eyes were full of smiles. No. Sir, I think you got one thing wrong. I didn't come here for Stern's interests. I came here for Stern's persistence in magic in the Journal of Magic. We all have the same goal, the same belief, and the same determination. So we should communicate better. Right? After Shichen finished painting the pie, he pretended to be helpless and said, I won't hide it from you. I also want the decision-making power. But I am a democratic principal, compared with the so-called decision-making power. I hope that Stan and Screech can complete a long-term cooperation with common goals. This is my biggest dream, and I work hard for it, he said meaningfully, and did not need Fanny's answer. He just put on his glasses, curved his mouth, and said goodbye politely. It's getting late. I have to teach the children tomorrow. Teacher Fanny should not have visited Screech. Right? There are reserved bedrooms inside. Why don't you stay in Screech and have a good rest for a night? And also get to know the details of the future partner. and then we can continue the discussion. How about it? Teacher Fanny? Fanny came back to her senses, and was shocked by Xie Shichen's words again. She is a wood magician, but most people face her. The most polite address should be a respectful word like Your Excellency. Only the juniors in the academy call her teacher to show respect when they meet her. And that is Teacher Stern. Xie Shichen was neither a junior nor a student of the academy. He suddenly called her Minter, and the rather friendly Minter Fanny. In addition to getting closer, there was only one meaning. He thought that they would be colleagues in the future, and colleagues related to the academy. So he didn't mind calling her by this title in advance to show closeness. Damn it. Their Steen family had never been a teacher at another magic academy. So she naturally. Fanny opened her mouth. But when she looked at Xie Shichen, the other's unfathomable eyes were like a deep abyss. Clear and unfathomable, making her purse her lips involuntarily. Her fingers gradually tightened, and she became more and more puzzled. He was obviously a muggle without any magical aura. But he was not at a disadvantage when facing her magic teacher. And he didn't even avoid or give in, and was not afraid of her power. She felt the danger of the other party in just a few words. Is Anshin Screech really an ordinary muggle as he said? Fanny was confused and didn't know whether this move she made was right or not. Principal, I don't quite understand. Don't you still want to pretend to be weak? Why did you suddenly become so strong? Won't this scare away your partners? After leaving the browsing room that was set up as a reception room, Xie Shichen returned to his own room and heard the app, which had been as quiet as a chicken, express his confusion. It's very strange. If you want to be strong, why do you still play the victim in the beginning? Have you heard of the door-in-the-door effect? Xie Shichen was in a good mood and was not stingy in explaining the confusion to the app. When people learn about something they really don't want to help with, you give up and ask them to do a small favor within their ability. They will be more likely to agree to you. After all, this is a rare thing for them to help you with. The app still didn't understand. So Xie Shichen continued. Studies have shown that people are more willing to help those they have helped before, even if the small trouble is a bit big. I don't know what kind of person she is, so I need to play the victim first and tell her that she is safe and more dominant in this cooperation, so that she can relax and have a preconceived stereotype effect on me. Later I found that Fanny is a very straightforward person. She likes to communicate directly, so I have to tell her directly what I want and what I am willing to give. She will be entangled in what I give and what she must pay, and the final strong will give Fanny a contrast. Xie Shichen sighed at this point. Since we are all colleagues in the future, how can I fool her if I can't leave a deep impression in her heart? Feeling that this was not a good way to put it, Xie Shichen changed his words and said, how can I hire her to develop my magic career with me? Although Xie Shichen didn't have much time to read novels back then, he put more energy into developing his teaching career. But in order to communicate with his middle school classmates, Xiaoxia also summarized a lot of novels. If nothing else, beautiful, strong and miserable characters are really popular, no matter what type of novels. Thinking of this, Xie Shichen smiled and assured Xiao. Once these two teachers are hired, the popularity will also be greatly improved. Our Xiao will surely be able to meet us soon. Right? App was dizzy. When I heard it before, I thought the host was indeed a scheming principal. Scary. But now I am more moved the more I listen. Yes. What a smart host. What a capable partner. The goal is clear from beginning to end. Just to make the school better and better. To complete the top app task. Not only that, he also cares about his partner. And is super protective. Knowing that it doesn't understand, he explains it to it in detail. And is always concerned about when it can meet in person. App's heart surged instantly. Host, you can fly without worry. I won't hold you back. Xie Shichen paused and hummed. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao. Serving students is not hard. Xiao said righteously. Chapter 23. Magisters like Fanny, in theory, no longer need to sleep. Their own magic power is enough to keep them in the most perfect state without sleep. But that is in theory. As a lady who loves beauty, Fanny will never give up beauty sleep, no matter how strong she is, unless she is fighting for her career. After being deceived by the word trap of the bastard Screech, Fanny is now full of anger. She must have a good sleep to comfort herself. The good news is that Screech's bed is really comfortable, which is a kind of enjoyment for Fanny. The bad news is, Fanny was woken up before she had enough sleep. It was outrageous. She went to bed at midnight last night, but it was less than 6 o'clock in the morning. She was suddenly woken up by a particularly piercing roar. Roar! Fanny didn't know how to describe the sound. Anyway, it made her ears numb. And it was endless and very disturbing. At that time, she almost went to fight with Screech. Almost. Fanny took care of her etiquette and appearance, and dressed herself up in a very awkward manner. Then she wanted to go out and talk to Screech with a fake smile. She admitted that their conversation yesterday was not so pleasant. But there was no need to show her power like this. Right? Fanny went out with a cold face, relying on magic perception, and went directly to the small garden that Ophelia and the others had brought to. The words she was about to ask were stuck in her throat. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. The sky was just turning pale, and there were even 2 or 3 stars in the sky that could not hide. All the students. Yes. She knew yesterday that there were only 20 students in Screech's class. All the students stood in 2 rows in a neat and orderly manner, and followed Screech to practice martial arts seriously. Their movements were crisp and clear, and occasionally with the sound of internal energy cutting through the wind. They carefully performed the simple and complicated movements one by one, gradually getting faster, and sometimes even after images could be seen. Fanny dared to guarantee that even a junior swordsman could not do such a movement. And among these children, there were even many muggles who had no magical talent. She stood quietly not far away, watching their focused actions, and the anger in her heart finally dissipated, leaving only a complicated heart. This is a group of students who are regarded as waste, abandoned, and muggles by the outside world. But their momentum is more fierce than that of swordsmen with magical talents. What kind of monster is Screech? Fanny looked for another place to go with mixed feelings, so as not to disturb Screech's class. She happened to walk to the cafeteria and simply had a meal in the cafeteria first. As a guest invited by Screech, the chef in the cafeteria knew her and waived her bill. Fanny was not polite either, as she was still angry about being cheated by Screech yesterday. The cafeteria of Screech School of Magic is relatively simple, perhaps because there are not many people. The meals are relatively fixed and limited each time. For example, today's breakfast only has pumpkin porridge and a few pancakes with meat. It is a taste that Fanny has never tasted before. Although it is not elegant, it tastes good. She ate in small bites and had time to sort out her thoughts. No matter what, Screech wanted too much. She should be firm in her position. This opportunity is really hard to come by. But, Teacher Fanny got up so early? Xie Shichen also came to the cafeteria, picked up a meal casually, and sat next to Fanny. Fanny paused and said with a serious face, "Principal Screech, I think it's better to call me Fanny. This can be considered a different kind of rejection." Xie Shichen didn't care, and called Fanny as he wished, and asked about her sleep and whether she was woken up. "I'm used to the school schedule, and I forgot to remind you to bring earplugs." Xie Shichen looked helpless and apologetic. The students' academic workload has increased recently, and they spontaneously moved up the time for morning exercises. They want more time to study. So recently, everyone has been getting up earlier. Fanny came up curiously. Morning exercises? Aren't they going to become magicians? Fanny noticed something wrong as soon as she asked the question. There are many untalented muggles among these students. If she said it so carelessly, wouldn't it be like rubbing salt into Screech's wounds? It's a tacit understanding. She turned her head away in embarrassment, intending to change the subject. Unexpectedly, Xie Shichen did not shy away from the topic, but said, "It's to become a magician. But it takes time for a magician to become powerful. It's better to have more life-saving skills. Isn't it?" That's the truth. Fanny didn't believe they could become magicians, but the topic was limited to a certain point. If she continued, she would cross the line. Xie Shichen also knew that when there was no result, all the words he said were a cover-up to others. He smiled and pretended to talk to Fanny naturally. When the conversation was almost over, he made his own unwelcome request. "Dear Miss Fanny, can you please meet my small request?" Fanny didn't notice anything. After all, she had been discussing with Screech how hard his students worked. She said, "Of course." After answering, Fanny was silent, always feeling that she seemed to be fooled by Screech again. Of course, this time Screech did not make trouble. He explained to Fanny the reason for his request seriously. "I promised the children that as long as their homework meets the submission requirements, I will submit their manuscripts to Stern." Fanny nodded. "If the cooperation is agreed, this will be their win-win cooperation plan in the future." Xie Shichen continued, But now everything is still unfinished. I don't want them to know about your arrival too early, which may give them unnecessary expectations. But unfortunately, I am the only teacher in the college. I must finish all the courses today before I can continue to discuss with you." Fanny paused. "You mean?" Xieshichan blinked. "I want to ask you to use a fake identity to meet my students. Of course, I am not forcing you to meet my students. But just in case, you are free and Screech." Xieshichan looked very flustered and worried that Fanny would think too much, which made Fanny feel relieved. She was also warmed by Xieshichan's fatherly heart, and could not help but follow Xieshichan's thoughts. "What identity do you think is better for me to use, Miss Fanny? What do you think of the investors of the academy?" "No. Who knows if Screech is up to no good?" Xieshichan thought for a moment. "How about this? The mother of the future student comes to see the academy for her child. How about that?" "No. She, Thanisterin, is only 37 years old this year. The lifespan of a magician is at least 500 years. She is still very young. Very young." Xieshichan was silent for a longer time this time. And just when Fanny was wondering if he was going too far, Xieshichan gave a relatively good answer. "Trainee teacher." "Trainee teacher?" Isabella was leaning back in her chair. She overheard the quarrel with Herbert. She slapped Herbert's thigh and said in shock, "A new teacher is coming to our small college? What does he teach?" "Ah!" Herbert rubbed his thighs frantically, complained in a low voice about Isabella's rudeness, and muttered, "What's so exciting about this? A new teacher means a new subject. I don't want to learn another subject." God knows that such a simple course has made Herbert suffer so many times in the past month. Isabella rolled her eyes and continued to pull Ophelia, asking excitedly, "Ophelia, please, tell me what kind of teacher is this? Male or female?" Ophelia thought of the pale face of Teacher Stern and felt sympathetic. She was worried that her classmates would accidentally give her a bad impression. Ophelia could only perfunctorily say, "Isabella is an intern teacher. She is here to learn, not to teach us." "Oh!" Isabella instantly became depressed. "I thought I would see a new teacher soon." In less than 2 weeks. She was already tired of Screech. Tired. Ophelia wanted to complete the task as soon as possible, regardless of their fickle minds. She spoke faster. "I also heard about it when I went to the cafeteria. It is said that he is an intern tutor of the Magic Association. I heard that Screech Magic Academy has a novel teaching method, so I came to learn for a day. As for what expression they would have when they met Fanny Stern again, that was a matter for the future." Ophelia learned here what it meant to focus on the present moment. When everyone heard that this intern teacher was just coming to take a look, their interest dropped a lot. Of course, they also hoped that the teacher would stay here because she liked it. The hope was too slim. But it was also the presence of this intern teacher that made the students more active. How should I put it? Everyone who already had a little class spirit did not want the academy to be underestimated because of their own reasons. Even if they are not strong enough, their performance can't be bad, right? When Xieshichan brought Fanny into the classroom, he found that the little kids, who used to be a bit lax, were more energetic today. Even Bo Rui, who was punished to be an assistant teacher, was very well behaved. He prepared warm tea with a lid for Xieshichan in advance, and copied the blackboard parts that Xieshichan needed to copy neatly on the blackboard. Then he sat next to the desk, waiting for Screech's inspection at any time. It was really strange. Xieshichan pointed to the back seat for Fanny, told her to do whatever she wanted, and then stood on the podium. "It seems that something good happened today. My temporary teaching assistant wrote on the blackboard so beautifully for the first time." 1 second, 2 seconds, and finally everyone couldn't help laughing. Bori's cheeks flushed, and he argued unconvincedly, "The previous one was called cursive." "Cursive? How can bold cursive be ugly?" "He wants to report Screech for discrimination." Xieshichan smiled and comforted the little guy, and told everyone a few jokes as usual. He didn't introduce Fanny, who was sitting at the back, but started the course directly. Once the class started, Xieshichan seemed to have become a different person. Although he was still as gentle and elegant as ever, he could sense the powerful aura that poured out naturally. It was not sharp, nor scary, but gentle, like embracing the sun in spring. Warm and comfortable. Everyone was immersed in his class. Sometimes their hearts were lifted up as he paused deliberately, and sometimes they laughed out loud because of a humorous joke he made casually. And then, they instantly stopped laughing at his slightly lowered gesture. Until 40 minutes, Shichen took out the stopwatch in his arms and looked at the time. As if receiving a signal, all the students packed up their things and began to sort out the things that they didn't remember clearly before. Some people stood up and stretched, or discussed some points they had written down and get out of class in a low voice. Among the busy figures, Beauroy's figure was particularly conspicuous. He needed to ask everyone loudly whether they had finished their notes. If they had finished, he would wipe the blackboard. If they hadn't finished, he would help the students who had finished and use other time to supplement their notes. He also needed to change the warm tea for Shichen and copy some parts that needed to be re-excerpted onto the blackboard. In just 10 minutes, Beauroy moved quickly and completed everything in an orderly manner. Then, the second class began. Shichen gave an introduction as usual and then got to the point. His classes were humorous and interesting. As long as he asked rhetorical questions, there would always be students who expressed their own opinions. Even if they were immature, naive, or even ignorant, they would always get encouragement from Shichen and then analyze the feasibility of the answer. None of the students had low self-esteem. During class, all of them shone brightly. Fanny saw everything. She had been wary of Screech's tricks from the beginning, then gradually became fascinated by Screech's teaching, and then was shocked by the discipline, order, and even the state of the students in the classroom. At the end, when she heard Screech say that today's new class was over, and then all the students turned the pages of their books to the front, sorted out their notes, recorded questions, asked the teacher, and discussed with their classmates, Fanny could no longer hide her inner complexity. She was left with nothing but admiration. She knew that Screech had made an indelible contribution to educating students to what they were now. Even, Fanny had a vague idea in her heart, a hint of expectation. If it were her, could she lead the entire course so casually? If it were her, would she be willing to teach students in such an atmosphere? If it were her, would it mean that she could also teach students who would be praised by the whole continent? Fanny didn't know. But at this moment, she clearly realized that only if she participated could she get results. When Fanny thought of the result of this inference, she suddenly woke up and looked at Screech's careless profile. She didn't even have the courage to question. Everything seemed to have an answer, but she didn't want to delve into it. She had an irresistible urge to join in. Become a part of this harmony. Otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. How to say it? I have to say that Screech's grasp of people's hearts is really accurate. She is a relatively idealistic person. Just like she would not give in to the stern magic journal and write those magic newspapers that praise the merits. When she saw these children's serious look, it was really hard not to be moved. Fanny pursed her lips and sighed softly. You win, Aunt Screech. But Fanny Stern is not so easy to recruit. Fanny figured everything out, raised a friendly smile, looked at the room full of cute students, and her mood also brightened. The whole morning class disappeared in Fanny's relishing watch. After Shichen announced the end of get out of class, the students showed the liveliness that they should have at this age, and rushed out one after another without caring about their lives. If you are not active in eating, you have a problem with your thinking. Only Shichen was left to slowly pack up his things. Fanny hesitated and did not plan to communicate with Shichen now. Instead, she went to the cafeteria to find these students in the name of an intern teacher. It was the identity that Screechy gave her, wasn't it? Shichen slowly put away the courseware one by one, put it in a small basket, and raised his chin slightly to the teaching assistant. The hard-working teaching assistant patted the chalk dust on himself, sighed, picked up the basket, and asked habitually, Go to the library? I can go to the cafeteria to get you some bread first. Don't get me wrong. The teaching assistants don't have this service. It's just that Beauroy is a bootlicker. In terms of his thoughts, Beauroy just wanted to raise the level of enjoyment of Goskrich and let the later teaching assistants suffer. What bad intentions could he have? He just wanted to share the hardship. Shichen didn't expose the little classmate. There were always some losses that the children had to eat by themselves. He smiled and thanked Beauroy. Thank you for your hard work, little Beauroy. Beauroy smiled. Not bad. Not bad. Oh, by the way, Principal. His eyes rolled around, and he leaned close to Shichen and whispered, Will that intern teacher stay? Shichen remained calm. Why do you ask? Beauroy scratched his head. No, I just wanted to get some information. Teacher, I'm your teaching assistant. Shouldn't a teaching assistant have first-hand information? Shichen stood up calmly. Beauroy, who was only 1.7 meters tall, couldn't whisper to the teacher anymore, so he could only follow Xiaoxichen dejectedly. Then, he heard their amiable teacher say to him in a tone that sounded sarcastic to him, "Whether you stay or not, you will definitely not be the assistant at that time. If I give you the first-hand information, won't my assistant lose money?" Bo Rui? Can it be understood this way? He watched Screech walk away with a brisk pace. His eyes widened and almost couldn't turn away. "No, that's not right." Bo Rui calmed down and carefully bit the words Xiaoxichen said. "I'm definitely not the assistant teacher at that time? Doesn't this mean that we will try to keep the person?" Bori exclaimed, and instantly jumped up happily. "Ha ha. I, Bori, have become smarter. No, I must tell Chris this good news." The ice-faced man looked down on him for being stupid. Bori also went to the cafeteria quickly with great interest. "Why do you want to learn magic?" Valentina bit her meat with a big mouthful, feeling a little surprised that the intern teacher suddenly asked her a question. But thinking that this was her teacher, she answered obediently, "Because it's magical. My family said that if a legendary wizard uses a big move, I will be gone. If I know magic, I can fight against the magician." Valentina still remembers that when she was a cub, she always wanted to rush out of Dragon Island and grab a princess of her own. Oh yes, every dragon has a princess dream, and she is no exception even if she is a female dragon cub. At that time, the elders of the tribe caught her repeatedly, and they were furious. So they pointed at her and said, "Do you know magic? Do you know how powerful magic is? If those legendary wizards cast forbidden spells, 10 of you will die on the spot. What's the use of having a strong body? You will still be beaten to death. Don't go out. Do you hear me? It's very dangerous outside." Valentina remembered it. And she remembered it until now. But she was unwilling to accept it. Why can she, who has a strong body, only be beaten by magicians? Is that magician her princess? No. But Valentina felt a little guilty. The situation that the elder said would directly kill her was too terrifying. In addition, it was said that humans outside were killing dragons. Valentina was determined to learn magic. In the future, when she faces a magician, she can fight him. If she can't win, she can still use her fists. Without skills, how can she snatch the princess? Of course, these are not what Valentina can say. She turned her eyes, and happened to see Ophelia ready to eat. She stood up without hesitation, looked at Ophelia with her bright round eyes without blinking, and waved frantically. "Ophelia! Here!" Ophelia heard more than one voice calling her over. Ophelia, the master of keeping things balanced, smiled apologetically at the other students and walked to Valentina. "It's time to have dinner with little Tina today." Valentina nodded heavily, yes. She happily pulled Ophelia to sit down and introduced Ophelia to this talkative intern teacher. "She just asked me why I wanted to learn magic." "Ophelia, what about you? Why do you want to learn magic?" Ophelia paused and subconsciously looked at Fanny. She knew Fanny's identity. So why did Fanny ask this question? Ophelia didn't want to cause trouble for Screech. Fanny saw Ophelia's concerns and gave her some hints. "I just want to teach students in the future. And I want to know everyone's views on magic from you." "Teach students?" Ophelia's eyes lit up, and she suppressed her smile and thought, "As for me, I was tested to have a magic affinity of 0 when I was very young." Fanny was surprised. This girl with a faint magical fluctuation on her body actually has a magic affinity of 0? This shouldn't be the case. Ophelia didn't care about the other person's gaze, but said briefly, "Maybe you have been working hard to increase the affinity of the family over the years, so you don't want to give up?" "But before, Teacher Anshin recommended a diary to me. After reading it, I had other pursuits." She was embarrassed to say her pursuit, and her voice was very soft. The owner of the diary said that she never thought she had such great potential. When she realized everything, she was full of regrets. But she didn't regret becoming an alchemist by accident. "I think my biggest dream now is to graduate from Screech and not let Teacher Anshin down. Just like Teacher Anshin said, surpass yourself and achieve yourself. When I no longer care about other people's opinions. The world is broad. It is undeniable that without Xiaoxichen's comfort, Ophelia realized that she was talented, which made her feel more at ease. It was during this process of reassurance that Ophelia suddenly seemed to understand. The only one who can defeat her has always been herself. As long as she wants. Even if she can't learn magic, She can convince those magicians who look down on her from other places. Just like Screech's firm look every time he talked to them. He must. As long as he wants. He can do it. Even if it seems wishful thinking to others. Ophelia blushed slightly. I really don't have a high dream. No. This is a great idea. Fanny came back to her senses and couldn't help rubbing the girl's head, saying softly, I think that in the future, Ophelia will be able to stand in the broadest sky and see the broadest world. Yes. 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 Valentina didn't understand what they were talking about. So she just took the opportunity to say, Ophelia, I take you flying. I use flying magic to fly you wherever you want to go. Although she can't lead anyone now. She will be an adult soon. Ahem. Ophelia came back to her senses and patched up Valentina in a panic. Okay. Thank you, little Tina. By the way, Teacher Fanny, will you come to the class meeting this afternoon? Her topic change was a bit abrupt. But it didn't prevent Fanny from being diverted as she said, Oh? Class meeting? Class meeting? No. Ophelia shook her head and explained to Fanny. It means class gathering. Every Friday afternoon. The teacher will arrange some small activities for us to help us get to know each other. Today's is the discussion assignment. Everyone will orally present their assignments and answer questions raised by classmates to test whether their knowledge is solid. Is that so? It sounds like it's very interesting. Fanny made a decision with a smile. When does it start? I will definitely arrive on time. Ophelia told Fanny the time and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. This class has too many secrets. And the students are not good at hiding them. Which always makes Ophelia feel flustered. She has to find a chance to talk to Principal Screech. Otherwise Ophelia's little heart will not be able to bear it. Time passed little by little. And everyone ate quickly at noon. Although there was no need to leave time for a nap. The workload has increased recently. And everyone was reluctant to waste their lunch time. Because they were entertaining Fanny. Ophelia and Valentina were the last to leave the cafeteria. Seeing that there was no one on the road. Ophelia whispered to Valentina, I know Valentina is kind-hearted and thinks everyone is a good child. But secrets are secrets. And they cannot be told out loud. Understand? Valentina lowered her head and said aggrievedly, I only tell you. Ophelia had a headache, but I'm just your classmate. And I shouldn't know your secrets. Speaking of this, Ophelia was very angry. Valentina was really too careless. Ophelia often went out early, and came back late this week for her homework. One day, when she came back late as usual, she ran into Valentina at her door. At that time, Ophelia thought it was Freya, and was surprised why Freya didn't go in and wait. As a result, she just leaned over to rub Freya's head and touched two little horns. Ophelia was petrified on the spot. The person being touched was not conscious at all, and even raised her head and took the initiative to rub Ophelia's hand. I like it. You are so nice. How could it be so good? Ophelia couldn't understand, and was even shocked. At that time, the reason given by Valentina seemed completely untenable to her. I heard the girl call you your highness. You are a princess. So what? Ophelia didn't understand. Ophelia was shocked. But she was a kind and gentle girl. Anyway, there was no such thing as too many secrets. So she kept it a secret for her classmates. Back to the present. She looked at Valentina, who didn't realize the danger at all, and was instantly discouraged. Forget it. Let's go back to the classroom. We can only believe that Screech has a way to prevent students from being deceived. Her Highness Ophelia is also troubled by the kindness and innocence of her classmates today. And then an even bigger headache came. Ophelia. Bori's voice was as loud as a gong. And the transmission power was maxed out. Do you know? Do you know? I just learned a secret of Teacher Fanny. Bori was ready to move closer to Ophelia when she stepped into the classroom, wanting to share the first-hand gossip, and see Ophelia's eyes widened with shock. Ophelia asked politely. What secret? Bori said proudly. Do you know? Screech wants Teacher Fanny to stay. What does that mean? It means we will have a new teacher in the future. Ophelia, She hesitated whether to express her shock to satisfy Bori. And Valentina pouted and said, Ophelia knows. Bori couldn't believe it. Impossible. How could she know? Valentina said, as a matter of course. Teacher Fanny said that she will teach students in the future and wants to understand things with us. Valentina didn't beat around the bush. When people were clearly speaking in a roundabout way, she directly understood that the teacher wanted to teach students. The teacher looked for them. They were students. So they drew equations, and the teacher planned to teach them. It was a coincidence. But Bo-Rui was very unwilling. He asked tentatively, then, "Do you know the identity of teacher Fanny?" Ophelia was at a loss for words. Bori. Chris interrupted helplessly. "Shut up. Ophelia. Who is the person I went to pick up together? What do you think?" Bori, Damn. His first-hand information. Ophelia saw Bori's broken face and apologized slightly. "I forgot to tell you." "Sorry." "No need to apologize." Bori was very sad. "Tell me honestly. Ophelia. Are you really not Screech's illegitimate daughter?" Ophelia, ? Chris, Ophelia said with difficulty. "Why do you ask?" Bori gave examples and said, "You know all the information I found. Screech's attitude towards you is very different from ours." "Oh. Yes. Screech has never been sarcastic to you." Ophelia opened her mouth, thought about it, and didn't know how to refute it for a while. But Screech didn't say anything sarcastic to other students in the class. At most, he would ridicule them collectively, and some of the more conspicuous students individually. For example, Bori. Of course, for the sake of harmony among classmates. Ophelia dared not say it. She dared to casually avoid the topic. Bori. Screech is very fair. Don't think too much. Bori whispered. Yes. An unpredictable man. Oh. How unpredictable? Tell me. A voice passed Ophelia and asked Bori directly. Bori didn't realize it yet and said to himself, "Of course it's unpredictable. I studied Screech's hair tie full of girlish heart." Ahem. Ophelia couldn't help but coughed again to attract Bori's attention. Bori subconsciously looked up. "What's wrong?" "I'm sick." "Hello. Principal Screech." The person who was gossiping behind his back leaned against the door frame. His affectionate and gentle eyes were filled with a watery smile. And even his voice was gentle. Tenderly asked Bori word by word, "What's wrong with my hair tie?" "It's still early. Tell me." "Bori, your hair tie is so beautiful." Siya-Shichin smiled beautifully. "Do you like it?" Bo-Rui was sweating. "I like it." "Of course I like it. If you like it, just say it." "The teacher is the most generous," Siya-Shichin said, and took out a pink bunny hair tie from the emerald space ring. Smiling, "I give you one. Take it." Bo-Rui took it tremblingly. His voice dry. "Thank you, Principal Sia Screech." Siya-Shichin nodded and deliberately asked, "Do you like it?" Bo-Rui gritted his teeth. "I like it so much." Siya-Shichin asked kindly, "Don't you think I gave you a hair tie with ulterior motives? Are you unpredictable?" Bo-Rui's eyes widened. "Why? How could it be?" "That's good." Siya-Shichin patted Bo-Rui's hair. "Why don't you tie it up? Hair ties are meant to be used, aren't they?" "Bo-Rui, are you keeping this thing to give it to your future daughter?" Bo-Rui closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. "But didn't you say before, teacher, that people can only worry about inequality rather than scarcity? To be fair, I won't show it to make them jealous." Chris was shocked. "Bori." Ophelia was nervous. "You. Calm down. It's too late." "Who is Screech?" "He is a teacher who believes in sharing happiness, difficulties and rain together. Bori's sin is destined to make the whole class suffer together." Fanny still took a nap at noon. She had to ensure that she had enough sleep to cope with the class meeting in the afternoon. It always seemed very interesting. Sure enough, the class meeting in the afternoon was very interesting. As soon as Fanny sat down in the back seat, she saw 20 classmates wearing neat pink bunny hair ties. Both boys and girls tied a bunny hair tie at the back of their hair. Girls were fine, but boys always felt a little weird. After watching for a long time, Fanny realized what was wrong. The little classmates didn't have Screech's face. It would look a little weird if they put it on. Fanny touched her chin. Could it be a class meeting custom? Before she could guess, the attentive teaching assistant student came on stage with 2 dark circles under his eyes to host the class meeting. This is the second class meeting of Screech School of Magic. The theme of this class meeting is to discuss the Battle of Aurora and Leonard and your mind to seize the tower. Teacher Screech will serve as a judge and instructor to guide and promote all subsequent processes of the students. After saying that, Bo-Rui looked at Screech. Their black-hearted principal Screech lived up to expectations, smiled slightly, and pointed at Bo-Rui. "Then let's start with our teaching assistant. You have learned so much from the teacher this week. You should have a lot of insights." "Right?" the students said in unison. "Yes, Teaching assistant Bori slowly closed his eyes. Fanny watched the fun and didn't mind making trouble. She even poked a classmate quietly and asked why. The classmate was Chris. He thought for a moment and said concisely, Bori has always been very popular among the students. The kind of people who like him so much that they beat him up again and again. Fanny raised her eyebrows slightly. Interesting. Sure enough, Bori's popularity is indeed unusual. Oh, Lila and Leonard's victory in the tower battle cannot be replicated. But after simulating it again, I found that Leonard just made a small mistake. Otherwise, how could he lose? I think at that time, when Beauroy stuttered to finish the content and concept of his homework, a classmate who rarely spoke in the class slowly raised his hand. Beauroy was stiff and smiled awkwardly. Asudo. How come even you? Asudo lowered his head embarrassedly. We are discussing the scene. We can't be so casual. Beauroy, no. Do you really not care about your brother's life or death? Yes. Asudo is a strong and shy boy of 1.8 meters. He never thought that he would have a day to wear a pink bunny on his head and be a conspicuous bag. The most embarrassing thing was that Screech even took out the photo stones and made them a memorial one by one. He also said with emotion that it was a pity that the Academy had no artists now. Otherwise he would definitely draw these precious memories. He, a big boy who had begun to grow a beard, was sturdy and had evasive eyes, wanted to take a photo with a pink bunny. Help! Asudo really couldn't afford to lose face. All the Brotherhood was exhausted. Asudo mustered up the courage and was the first to attack. This was the only softness he had for his brothers. Beauroy was dejected, asked, There is nothing I can't answer. Asudo sorted out his thoughts and asked his own question. It is fully proved that this accident was inevitable caused by Aurora. So how can it be said that this was an accident caused by Leonard's carelessness? Beauroy, good guy. He really can't answer. It seems that Beauroy is not well prepared. But it doesn't matter. The teacher will take time to help Beauroy with tutoring. C.S. Shichin shrugged. Student Beauroy can record it and study it slowly when he returns. I believe that in the near future, Student Beauroy will definitely impress everyone. Next one. Before Beauroy could even finish his breath, there were several more pairs of hands on the ground that didn't care about his life or death. His dear teacher Screech smiled slightly. Choose the children carefully. Don't forget what the punishment is if we can't answer the questions. Beauroy, looking at the group of students who were writing furiously. Their eyes were shining, and they didn't care about his life or death. Beauroy thought, this public execution was too long after all. C.S. Shichin also stopped while he was ahead. It was the same when teasing a child. It was okay to get angry, but it was not good to cry. He flipped through the roll call list to change the subject. But who would have thought that the little guy was more resilient than he thought? Since he was destined to be teased by his classmates and could not answer the questions, Beauroy also gave up and directly accepted the punishment of the last place. He calmed down and said to the 19 classmates and an intern teacher in the audience in a super loud voice, Isn't it just a few questions? When I return after 10 years of study, don't bully the poor young man. Classmates, Chapter 24. The second soul of young people is very strong. But their self-esteem is also very strong. They are a group that can easily be kicked out of a 3-bedroom apartment. So when setting the punishment for not being able to answer the class discussion, C.S. Shichin chose long audience quotations without hesitation. First, this can liven up the class atmosphere and make everyone less nervous. Second, this kind of embarrassment will be fresh in the student's memory. If they don't want to be embarrassed again next time, they can only choose to work harder. But C.S. Shichin never thought that in this class of only 20 people, there would be a conspicuous bag. A conspicuous bag who loves long audience quotes. Seeing Beauroy's excited and eager look after he finished saying the last punishment quote he said, C.S. Shichin felt that he had lost out. Turning his head, the students below were more silent than each other. Obviously, when Beauroy was happy, his classmates were carrying heavy burdens and moving forward. For a moment, they didn't know who was being punished. Then, C.S. Shichin had no choice but to smooth things over. Then the next student will give his argument. And student Beauroy will come to my office later. The college was in a state of disrepair. So C.S. Shichin's office was naturally the small room that had been renovated. Beauroy, who was originally very happy, suddenly became dejected. In order to prevent this class meeting from being too boring, C.S. Shichin would insert 1 or 2 students with good arguments among the students whose arguments were not perfect, to boost their confidence. with the help of Roy to ease the atmosphere. This class meeting was successfully completed. Fanny, who was sitting at the back of the class, also wrote a stack of notes. Until the end of the get out of class, Fanny still felt unsatisfied. This is really the best course I have ever heard. But I am a little curious. Fanny looked at Xiaxichan in confusion. Why do you offer a course on basic mental power? She admitted that she was stunned by Xiaxichan's teaching that was as easy as flowing water. And she was eager to teach these students. But Fanny didn't quite understand why Xiaxichan would give the children a basic mental power course that didn't have much effect. In other words, it is useful, but not very useful for beginners. It is more important to expand the magic pool for advanced magicians, which is equivalent to icing on the cake. Xiaxichan asked with a smile, Is Editor-in-Chief Stern so curious about our Screech's teaching secrets? Fanny choked and said, Actually, I'm not that curious. Of course, if Screech is willing to talk about it, she can listen. Xiaxichan nodded and took Fanny to the place where they talked last night. Then let's talk about cooperation first. Dinner will be delivered to us after Bori finishes his meal. Since Editor-in-Chief Stern also wants to finalize things as soon as possible, we should hurry up and still be able to discuss everything before dinner. Fanny's turn, ? Why did it suddenly turn to this? She was silent for a moment, but couldn't help but wonder, and pretended to joke. Mr. Stern suddenly called me Editor-in-Chief Stern. I'm still a little uncomfortable, Xiaxichan said calmly. After all, it's a trading relationship now, and being friendly is not conducive to negotiations. Fanny was itching to smile. Headmaster Stern is really amazing to be able to make Stern's school of magic develop to this point. Damn it. This bastard just saw that she was moved, so he started to take advantage of her. Right. How could Fanny not understand? It is estimated that the other party started to plot against her when she replied to the letter. They asked the student representative to appear to soften her heart, and used the student's performance to make her heart move. Finally, when they saw her wavering, they used teaching to bait her, and made her take the initiative to say that she would give in. And the damn Screech. He did not take a step back from beginning to end. His goal was very clear. That is, he wanted Stern's decision-making power in Fanny. The magician. Yes, magician. Not even for Fanny's character or Fanny's appearance, but Fanny's identity as a magician. Fanny gritted her teeth and didn't beat around the bush with Xiaxichan. She just laid it all out. Xiaxichan was not surprised at all. In his principle, the college teachers could be not outstanding in ability, but they must have the heart to love and care about students. So from the beginning, when he positioned Fanny as a potential teacher, he no longer made some conspiracies that might cause estrangement, but openly let Fanny fall into the trap. So Xiaxichan was not surprised that Fanny could guess everything. He just shook his head calmly. I take benefiting students' growth as the first criterion for judgment, and being a magician is just your most insignificant advantage. Fanny was faintly happy. She raised her eyebrows, revealing her confidence as a magician. I am indeed very interested in your academy and students, but it may not be easy to hire me just for this reason. Of course, if it's just these, wouldn't it be freeloading? Xiaxichan laughed and made a gesture of invitation. Obviously, he wanted to give Fanny a break. Fanny became curious. What else could Screech use to impress her? The remaining half of the plan? The unique copy of the academy? Or, all of Fanny's guesses came to an abrupt end when she saw the dark blue letter on the table. Her pupil shrank unconsciously, and even her fingers curled up. This is... Xiaxichan closed the door gently, as if talking about an insignificant matter. Aurella's comments on Ophelia's analysis of the tower battle. Speaking of this, even Xiaxichan couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride. After all, it is a prerequisite for planning and execution. Isn't it? I should always give my partners enough confidence. Now, are you still worried about our plan? No. Fanny looked at the wax seal representing Aurora's private seal, and shook her head slowly. I am very sure that if I don't join Screech, I will regret it. Xiaxichan's eyes curved instantly. Happy cooperation. Teacher Fanny. Happy cooperation. Fanny also looked at Screech, quite emotional. Teacher Anshan. At this moment, they reached a subtle unity. At least they all had a common goal. To make the future magic world better and better. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Anshan Screech. Damn, gentlemen. Oh my god. How can there be such a stingy man in this world, who won't take any loss at all? Fanny stayed in Screech for a whole weekend. She watched Xie Shichen's class during the day, communicated with students at noon to cultivate feelings, and negotiated contracts with Xie Shichen at night. Under the witness of magic elements, they signed one contract after another, binding their cooperation tightly. These days, Fanny can be said to be in pain and happiness. The pie that Xie Shichen painted for her was delicious and happy. Every future was based on a very clear reality, and was not empty at all. But Xie Shichen, what a dog! Fanny had never seen such a devilish principal. Since teacher Fanny has joined our Screech, she is also qualified to take a look at the training plan and school plan I have made for the students for the next year. Of course, this is only the plan for this year. No one can tell what will happen next year. Teacher Fanny can discuss with me if she has any opinions. I will try my best to answer any questions. At that time, someone said it very objectively and fairly. Fanny also looked forward to it. As soon as she read the first page, a smile gathered on her face. Is this schedule? This schedule that is so full that there is no gap left. Real? Isn't this teaching goal? This goal of having more than half of the students break through to the intermediate magician level in 1 year. Just a boast? And this scoring system. Contribution point system. This thick textbook. Will the students really not be driven crazy? Scritch, do you think your students are undead? Fanny wanted to scream. She felt like she was going crazy just looking at it. Anshin Scritch, do you know how long it took me from a magic apprentice to an intermediate magician? Fanny questioned Xie Shichen angrily. With high-level magic talent, high-level magic affinity, and countless resources. It took me 3 years. 3 years. This does not include the time she accumulated theoretical knowledge. Good guy, she exclaimed. Good guy. Screech actually asked students to achieve it in 1 year. And they also had to learn all kinds of things in this year. Believe me, I never make unnecessary assumptions. Xie Shichen frowned. 1 year is plenty of time. Fanny also frowned. But this is a critical time to lay the foundation. I understand your idea. But the qualification to run a school does not require such a high standard. Right? Xie Shichen was very calm. But the students need it. Fanny was stunned. Xie Shichen sighed softly. Screechy is different from other schools. Fanny, Screechy is a magic school that is on the verge of collapse. And those who remain in Screechy are also a group of children who have no way out. Whether it is external pressure or their hearts. They need this goal. This is pressure. But also motivation. Besides, all this is not as difficult as imagined. Rather than being a challenge for students, it is a challenge for teachers. Xie Shichen knew that his training plan was crazy. So crazy that the natives would think it was impossible. And so crazy that the children would lose confidence after seeing it. But he did not think that this was a difficult task to complete. Nor did he think that it would drain the students' talents. He had analyzed the students' potential and used apps to simulate the effect of learning magic through mental stimulation. There were also cheating tools such as the teaching aid mall. With the help of these, all the students had to do was to keep up with his pace. This is not particularly difficult, as long as they are willing to work hard. Xie Shichen is even willing to go to Xiao Xiao to get a few bottles of potential growth potion. Although he thinks that students are not yet ready to compete with their talents, his students cannot be without them. Oh, yes. Xiao Xiao must not know this little trick. Students only need to use every minute reasonably under the arrangement of the teacher. And the teacher needs to identify the students' limits. Assign tasks to the students. Discover the students' talents. Play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. And pay attention to the students' psychology. Help them adjust in time. And help them find the direction to move forward. It's not easy. Fanny was silent at the time. She really didn't understand why everything was so urgent. But it was undeniable that the exchanges with students in the past few days also made Fanny understand that they all had their own difficulties and were not so confident. Indeed, if it weren't for Screech's weird plan that scared her, Fanny would still be happy with the result. Seeing Fanny relax, Xie Shichen even found a few more textbooks that she wanted Fanny to teach and handed them to Fanny, asking Fanny to prepare for the class well and be ready to go to work at any time. Then, Fanny was tricked by Xie Shichen and left Screech School of Magic. If it was just like this, Fanny's mood would be a little complicated at most. But this dog man, before she left, was shameless. After Xie Shichen and Fanny communicated everything, he smiled at Fanny without showing his teeth. By the way, Fanny, I have recorded Ophelia's manuscript and Aurella's comments for you with the photo stone. Just go back and copy it, and you can have evidence. Fanny was puzzled. Where is the original version? Xie Shichen's answer was irrelevant. Ophelia is good-tempered and copied her own manuscript. You only need to copy Aurella's comments. Don't forget to promote the Screech School badge. Wait a minute. Fanny was confused. Don't we have the original copy that can be magically copied? Why do we need to copy it again? Oh, this. Xie Shichen looked embarrassed. I want to create a growth file for the children. So the original copy should be kept in the file bag as a surprise for the children. Fanny, Xie Shichen, Ophelia is a good child. She doesn't mind us using her last name to make a fuss. I decided to write a thank you letter to her parents, thanking them for raising such an excellent child. It would be even better if she could get a medal for excellent submission. I believe Ophelia will be happier and more motivated. Fanny, Fanny smiled slightly and gritted her teeth. Anshin Screech, you are so handsome. Why don't ladies like you? Xie Shichen remained calm in the face of personal attacks. I am fully committed to education. Ma'am, there is no need to say such words that ruin my reputation. Fanny clenched her fists and left in a carriage with a belly full of anger. For the sake of the children. For the sake of Screech being a muggle. Chapter 25. After Fanny left, Screech School of Magic once again returned to its former tranquility. The students were immersed in their intense study life again. The exams were to be held in 2 weeks. In the following time, Xie Shichen arranged the courses very tightly. Just at the students' limit, almost all students fell asleep immediately. Being able to understand the textbooks thoroughly was already the result of their hard work. Of course, the learning level and strengths of students in each class were different. Xie Shichen only needed to ensure that his students could learn the basic theories well. Students with spare time could also choose to come to him. He would recommend different books for in-depth study according to their personal physique and talents. Accustomed to such high-intensity study, the students of Screech found a lot of rest time for themselves. Compared with the calm and tense atmosphere of the academy, Fanny's side was much more lively. According to her and Xie Shichen's plan, Fanny immediately asked someone to take Ophelia's handwritten homework to make a copy of the magic stone. Each copy of the magic journal was basically made by the cooperation of magicians and alchemists. Such an expensive cost also made the sales of the magic journal high. But the magic journal itself is for magicians, and its high price is just right for magicians. With some beautiful illustrations and layout, it is extremely exquisite. When Fanny got the sample, she still remembered Xie Shichen's instructions to her. By the way, find some beautiful diamonds to make medals. In the future, if there are students in the academy who successfully submit their works, give them one. It should be said that although Anshin Screech is selfish and all his suggestions are for his own children, his medal is indeed very helpful to the future development of the Stern Magic Journal. This is also one of the reasons why Fanny doesn't feel so bad about spending money now. The maid who got her request went back to make the arrangements. Fanny looked at the weekly newspaper in her hand. On it was an illustration of Screech School of Magic, which filled the entire cover. This issue of the weekly newspaper has been modified to a certain extent. Compared with the previous newspapers, it is more like a picture book. There is a small magic wand logo in the lower right corner of each page. As long as a certain amount of mental power is injected, the painting will fade and reveal the obscured handwriting. The painting is not without words, but the cursive words on it are mostly simple, mainly summaries. For example, the cover page of this issue, according to Screech's suggestion, has a few lines of straightforward large cursive words. Surprise! A stunning masterpiece by a freshman from the downtrodden Screech School of Magic. A detailed review of the battle to seize the tower. Legendary Wizard Aurora said on the spot, pertinent, professional, and worth reading. Fanny also expressed concern. Is it too sharp? Xie Shichen asked back with a strange look on his face. If it's not sharp, will Leonard contact us to publish it in the newspaper? Fanny, She really thought someone had already dealt with the other party. Xiao Xie's inventory all needs to be spent on the principal's value, so he can save as much as possible. Besides, he has also read a lot of information. Although he has never met Leonard, he always feels that Leonard is a relatively proud and complacent person. Such a person can certainly be a legendary wizard, but he is not suitable to be his teacher of Screech. Xie Shichen does not plan to invest more. There is no need to tell Fanny about this kind of poaching. Back to the topic. Fanny really likes this title. She is sure that even if her weekly newspaper is sold at a high price, She will not worry about sales. Editor-in-Chief Stern, who was in a good mood, did not hesitate to find someone to spread the news. She even attended several banquets in succession to promote her weekly newspaper. Under Fanny's unreserved publicity, not only magicians, but also nobles, some elves and dragons in the surrounding area have heard of it. Everyone knows that the Stern Magic Journal, which is about to decline, has finally compromised with reality, found some gimmicks, and made a fancy weekly newspaper to fight a desperate battle. Even their head Fanny Stern had to come out to promote it. This issue of the weekly newspaper is very interesting. It was written by a noble student of Screech. It is said that even the person being reviewed gave a review, saying that he wanted to be a pen pal with the other party. It's really funny. The Stern family is getting worse and worse, just like the Screech family. At that time, Doran, who received this news, was drinking red wine under the service of the beautiful Catwoman, with a mocking face. Find a school that is about to be revoked to publish a weekly newspaper? Or a student who has just enrolled? This Stern family is really getting less and less picky. What else can those untalented Muggle students, who are still staying at Screech, write? Doran thought. Maybe that old woman Fanny was blinded by Screech's pretty face, and did something so infuriating. It will probably take less than a year before Screech himself will be asked to be banned by the seniors in the magic world. I have to seize the opportunity, and take down Screech as soon as possible. Doran thought of himself, who was insulted by Screech when he went to negotiate with him. And he was so angry that his teeth itched. Ha! In the end, isn't it just that face that can only be used to make amends? Thinking that he will soon complete the task given by the president of the Magic Association, Dwalin is very happy. He takes another sip of wine, and picks up the Catwoman, who is kneeling beside his legs, and is about to kiss her. Sir, Fanny Stern said that it was written by a noble student. I am worried. Behind him, the secretary who reported to him about Screech's recent movements frowned, and was not very reassured. Sir, do you want to contact the royal family of the Ace Empire to make an inquiry? Dwalin's magic talent is not high, and he doesn't even have the opportunity to have a secretary in the Magic Association. But he has an Imperial Marquis standing behind him, who is one of the ties between the association and the nobles. So Dwalin was assigned the task of recovering Screech, and he also arranged a secretary to give advice. Dwalin was confused by this tactless secretary, and he shook off Catwoman with a sullen face, and had to suppress his temper. Okay, I get it. If he was a magician, how dare these people disrespect him so much? But Dwalin is getting older and older. He probably won't be able to get close to the magician in this life. In the end, he could only think about it. He contacted the Marquis behind him without caring, and said casually, they will find out the news. When the weekly report comes out, buy a copy and take a look. Don't get me wrong. It's not that Toronto is far-sighted. He just wants to buy it back to mock Screech. The secretary opened his mouth, but finally responded silently. I just hope that all this is just their imagination. Of course, Dwalin didn't know that if they waited a few more days, they didn't even need to inquire about the news. And naturally someone would spread the news everywhere. That was the ruler of the Ace Empire, the most wise monarch of Ace and his queen. Is this really written by our little Ophelia? The queen looked down at the familiar handwriting on it, and it was difficult to maintain the gentleness on her face. When they heard that this issue of the Stern Magic Journal was written by a noble student from the Screech School of Magic, they were excited and nervous, and even had a hint of worry. There were not many noble students who went to Screech School of Magic, and even fewer who chose to stay. Most of them had their own purposes, and were unlikely to cooperate with Screech and Stern to write such a journal. They knew that Ophelia was also going to Screech, and they did not obstruct her too much because they knew the pressure in Ophelia's heart and wanted Ophelia to go out and relax. Of course, because Ophelia could not inherit the throne. They were also more prepared. At least, Ophelia was more likely to accept reality after she came back from a walk. When the news came out, the first reaction of the king and his wife was that it was written by their gentle and strong-hearted daughter. She was kind, and only she would be willing to use her name to help Screech, who was about to fall. She was strong-hearted, and compared to being scolded after writing it, she hoped that everyone could get a good result. Most importantly, the king and his wife did not think that the few noble children who stayed behind would be willing to help Screech. But, no matter how much they give up, this is their child. How can they just ignore the child they have raised as their heir for more than 10 years? As soon as the queen got the news, she went to discuss with the king. In the end, they decided to greet the Stern family first and see the magic journal that they have not sold yet. If it was really written by Ophelia, they would help. Either help contact a respected magic saint, or discuss with the Stern family not to publish this issue of Magic Journal. There was nothing that could be done about it. The Stern family had to give the king face. So when the Magic Journal was just printed, the king subscribed to the first copy. When the journal was delivered, he was discussing matters with his ministers. The queen was the first to read it, and then she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. It wasn't until the king saw the weekly that she asked in disbelief whether it was written by Ophelia. The king wasn't sure. If it wasn't, the handwriting copied on the philosopher's stone was indeed Ophelia's handwriting, and he would never mistake his own child's handwriting. But if it is, can his Ophelia really write such a profound and professional magic journal? Ophelia obviously can't learn magic. The queen stared at the weekly report, and the more she read it, the more she felt that it was written by her child. Although the signature below was just an anonymous student A, she was sure that it was her child. The queen carefully memorized every word written by the child in her heart. The more she read, the prouder she became. Her Ophelia, no matter where or when, was so outstanding and so proud. That is, the queen was stunned, as if she remembered something, and suddenly pulled the king, who was in deep thought. Vicar, if this is really written by Ophelia, then the sentence on the painting, Aurelia's comment. The king came back to his senses instantly, and he was blankly sending mental power to the weekly report, and soon turned to Aurelia's comment page. The number of words is very small, and the few comments are indeed praises, to the point, and Aurelia's private seal is printed. King Fickle was very excited. It's true. It's the private seal of Her Majesty Aurelia. Lucia, hurry up. Buy 1,000 copies of this weekly newspaper first. No, 10,000 copies. Send them to my loyal ministers, nobles and magicians. Vicar realized that this was an opportunity. Can Her Highness Ophelia, who was praised by Aurora, be an ordinary princess without magical talent? As long as this weekly newspaper is used well, no one will dare to question his identity as the heir of Ophelia. The excited king hurriedly contacted Editor-in-Chief Stern to buy a large number of weekly newspapers. What? You said this is anonymous student A? So what? His Ophelia's handwriting and the tenderness between the lines can't be covered up. What? Such a big show might offend the Magic Association? He doesn't care. His Ophelia is the best. Thanks to Screech. Thank you, Screech School of Magic. Chapter 26. Vicar is a monarch who moves very quickly. Since he decided to use this opportunity to expand the popularity of his child and consolidate Ophelia's inheritance rights, he immediately contacted Fanny Stern to discuss cooperation. For powerful and wealthy clients like Vicar, Fanny has always been open to all. She agreed to Vicar's request without hesitation, and gave Vicar a little bit of Ophelia's recent situation to comfort him. She is really a very smart and charming child. When I went to Screech to discuss cooperation, the child performed very well, and it seemed that all the students liked her very much. Oh, by the way, it can be seen that Screech also attaches great importance to such an excellent child. Vicar rarely couldn't hold back his face, and smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed. Who wouldn't like to be praised for the air he carefully cultivated? After receiving Fanny's hint and affirmation, Vicar became more confident. He took the 3,000 magic journals that Fanny rushed out and decided to hold a banquet without hesitation. He also sent invitations to the noble ministers and magicians in various royal cities, inviting them to attend the banquet in the palace that night. The reason he gave was also very blatant. He directly said that he was celebrating Ophelia's first publication of the Magic Journal in Stern, and he didn't care whether anyone would think he was making a fuss. In fact, indeed, many people thought that Fickle was crazy. For example, he had been waiting to buy a copy of the Magic Journal and then laughed at the other two editors-in-chief of Stern. And for example, Doran, who was in charge of Screech School of Magic in the Magic Association. Damn it! Why did Fickle support Stern? Dwellin cursed and smashed everything he could, panting and curled up in a gorgeous chair like a mad bull. Is Fickle under the spell of that woman? Next to him, the secretary, who still had some sense, did not make any comments. Of course, this did not mean that he disagreed with Dwellin's words. It can be seen that the Magic Association does not respect the Empire as much as imagined, and even a magician like Dwellin dares to call him by his name behind his back. This certainly doesn't mean that Fickle was not wise. Fickle could be said to be a very courageous monarch. When he came to power, no less than 5 magic saints expressed their support. But Fickle did not follow the path they expected. The biggest failure of his life was that he only married a queen for ridiculous love. And because the queen was in poor health and could not get pregnant again, he spent a lot of time gambling on a princess who had no talent at all and an impossible future. Now, the other party actually joined forces with the Stern and Screech families to submit an article to the Magic Journal, just for the princess, who was once forced to compromise and sent away, and now has been abandoned long ago. How can they not look down on her? The secretary pondered for a moment, and still said a more fair sentence. If His Majesty Fickle was not worried about the opinions of the magicians, he would not have sent Princess Ophelia away in the first place. I guess there must be some deal that we don't know about. But what kind of deal can make Ficker stand up straight and make Steen not worry about his reputation in the school? The secretary hesitated for a moment, but still suggested to Dwellin, "Why don't we ask the Marquis for help and go to the banquet?" Doran reluctantly agreed, although he always looked down on this king behind his back. It didn't mean that he was not afraid of this king. In addition, there might be something behind this that they didn't know, so it would be better to go. On the side of the Magic Association, both the branch and the headquarters were caught off guard by Ficker's move. Some thought that Ficker loved his daughter so much that he was confused, and some people guessed that there was some unknown conspiracy behind it. Of course, for the nobles and ministers, this was not a big banquet, and it had little impact on their lives. This was just a game between the monarch and the magicians. Even if the monarch was abandoned by those adults, there were still adults who supported them. Some family heads were even magic saints themselves, so they didn't have much reaction to who would inherit the Ace Empire. Nobles are always nobles. For example, Duke Croft, the head of the Croft family. Although he disagreed with Fickle's actions, he didn't think too much about it, and just thought of it as attending a banquet. Mrs. Croft frowned. "Your Majesty has only let the princess go out for less than a month. Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Yes, in their opinion, His Majesty, who finally compromised with reality, was unwilling to give up, and once again changed his mind when Ophelia left, causing such a scene. Duke Croft snorted and laughed. "Don't worry. Our Majesty has always been confused about the Queen and Her Majesty. Just go to the banquet as usual." Mrs. Croft said coldly, "I think you are confused. Am I worried about your Majesty? I am worried about our Chris. Her Highness Ophelia and Chris are in the same academy. Now no one knows what happened to Her Highness Ophelia. If Screech is using this method to protect their academy, then won't our Chris also have the same fate?" Duke Croft choked and said embarrassedly, "I have told Chris. He is very smart and knows what he wants. Don't worry. Our Chris is a sensible child and will not cause us any trouble." Mrs. Croft hesitated to speak. She knew that her Chris was obedient, well-behaved and smart. But no matter how smart her Chris was, he was still a child. Seeing that his wife was getting more and more anxious, Duke Croft, who was also a little afraid of his wife, coughed and said, "Don't worry, Vanessa. I will ask someone to find Chris when I come back and ask him to hurry home. I think I was too greedy at the beginning." Obviously, Screech was about to be banned. If there was really something good, it would have been taken out long ago. Perhaps, when those magic teachers left, they had already taken these things away. What could our Chris get? Mrs. Croft's expression eased a little. "Okay. Send someone to find Chris when you come back. I've said it before. Chris is very talented. He should go to a regular magic school to study. Within 100 years, our family will definitely have another magic saint." Duke Croft nodded. Obviously, he also thought so. "I have to say that I have to thank Screech. If they hadn't caused such an incident for Her Royal Highness, his Chris would not have come back so soon, and he would have saved nearly a year of time. Yes, he had to think carefully about which magic school was most suitable for Chris. If Chris could become a magician within 50 years, he would have the opportunity to apply to the Mage Tower and let Lord Aurora meet Chris. His Chris always admired this legendary lord. After preparing everything, Mr. and Mrs. Croft boarded the carriage to the palace together. No matter how indifferent they were in their hearts, they still had to congratulate their wise monarch in the palace. "Sir, this is a gift from His Majesty." When the Duke got off the carriage and was about to enter the palace, a servant handed him a magic journal very respectfully. It was obvious that it was written by Her Highness Ophelia. Croft did not comment on the newspaper. He certainly knew what would appear in these journals. If it was professional, it would probably be about the experience of dressing up Her Highness Ophelia. And it might not even be written by her. If it was unprofessional, well, they just needed to praise it. Duke Croft took the newspaper and handed it to his wife. When there was no one around, he complained to his wife in a low voice, "Really? I have to read this journal carefully, so as not to be unable to flatter the monarch later." Before he finished speaking, his elbow was pinched by his wife. Even if he became a legendary wizard, the delicate body of the magician was still delicate. Duke Croft felt that his skin under his clothes was probably bruised, but he couldn't lose his composure in the palace, or he would be laughed at. Duke Croft said in a wronged voice, "What's wrong, Vanessa?" Mrs. Croft took a deep breath and didn't answer immediately. Instead, she quickly injected her mental power and began to flip through the magic journal. Duke Croft called out again in a low voice, "Why, Shaw? Shut up. I'm in a bad mood now." Mrs. Croft looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar private seal on it, and she had no mood to read Ophelia's article at all. Her heart and eyes were filled with only that private seal and that brief praise. Pertinent, excellent, and worth reading more. The legendary wizard Aurora actually gave an evaluation to Her Highness Ophelia. Why? Why was it for Ophelia? Her Chris is so outstanding, so talented, and admires Lady Aurora so much. Why can't he get a word of praise from Lady Aurora? Is it because they didn't pay? But what price can the monarch pay that they can't pay? Mrs. Croft's heart ached when she thought of her son's previous admiration for Aurora, and the expression of his longing for her. It's not that they didn't give enough chips. They even just wanted Critch to meet Aurora and visit Aurora's wizard tower. But Aurora refused. Mrs. Croft could understand that big people always have their own pride. Not to mention that Aurora had worked hard from a commoner to her current status, and had a dirty relationship with a noble legendary wizard, and was not so kind to them nobles. But all the excuses she had used to convince herself were shattered at this moment. Aurora was willing to give Ophelia a letter of praise, and she even showed her private seal. Even if it didn't mean Aurora was on the same side, it was enough to make many magicians wait and see, and enough for Ophelia to temporarily secure her position as heir. No wonder Fickle, who was only interested in gain, was willing to admit so loudly that this was written by his daughter, even at the cost of offending the Magicians' Association. Perhaps Mrs. Croft was too silent, exuding a strong sense of sadness, and Duke Croft was so worried that he didn't care about his etiquette, and directly snatched the journal, saying in a bad tone, "What's written on it that makes you so sad? Let me see." Duke Croft's voice gradually faded away. He looked up at his wife, then at the nobles and ministers around him, who were equally stunned. He licked his lips and hesitated. "Don't worry. After the banquet is over, I will go ask His Majesty. It doesn't matter if the price is higher. At least Chris's problem must be solved. Hey, he said that boys should leave their parents early. The older they are, the more reluctant their mothers are to let them go." The Duke barely managed to coax his wife. And then, he was stabbed by His Majesty Fickle again. The Duke, who was in a daze at the time, could not remember the specific development. He just remembered that the lights were very dazzling, and His Majesty was very proud. Amid the praises of many ministers and nobles, he complacently restrained the corners of his mouth, coughed a few times, and then generously said that it was all thanks to Screech. At the beginning, I just wanted little Ophelia to go to Screech to relax. There were mostly untalented children in that place, and no one would bully her. At that moment, I became a weak father, and I was afraid to do anything. But I didn't know until a few days ago from the editor-in-chief of Stern that my Ophelia was on the Stern Magic Journal. Vickers smiled proudly. She didn't want to cause me trouble, so she used the anonymous name of Student A. But I just know that this is my little Ophelia. It is said that this is just my Ophelia's homework. Principal Screech couldn't bear to see Ophelia's hard work go to waste, so he helped to vote for Lady Aurella, hoping to get a little comment. Lady Aurella has always been my Ophelia's idol. I am proud of Ophelia to get a comment from Lady Aurella, even if it is only one word. Please forgive me as a father. Everyone has children at home, and the children are so smart. I think a father can't help but be proud of his children. Vickers said a lot that day. He really stood on the identity of a father, praising his children non-stop. Very down to earth. And the mage masters around him were sour and angry, and their faces twisted. And the nobles and ministers? They were directly jealous. Jealous of Ophelia's good luck. and actually got the evaluation of Lady Aurora. But all this was driven by Screech. Everyone frowned, always feeling very incredible. Not to mention the Crofts. Duke Croft was still in a trance when he got to bed. And what about Mrs. Croft? Her eyes were red, and she couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. But she still got up. No, I have to go to Screech. Duke Croft was shocked. Madam, I feel. I don't want you to feel. I want me to feel. Mrs. Croft's tears flowed down, and her voice choked. I don't believe you don't know how much your son likes Aurora, and how much he admires Aurora. Since Her Highness Ophelia can be praised, my son also wants it. Chris works so hard, is so talented, and loves magic so much. How can he not compare to Ophelia? Mrs. Croft wiped her face and asked people to pack their bags regardless of the midnight time. I will go no matter what Screech asks. She could understand why Screech gave Ophelia this opportunity. And she also knew that it would be complicated for Chris to handle it. But if her child lost this opportunity just because of these external factors, Mrs. Croft would never be able to sleep in her life. Duke Croft hesitated to speak. And finally, he sighed softly. Don't you call Chris back? Mrs. Croft was silent for a while. If Chris can live well there. Yes. The Duke got up at night and wrote a letter to Principal Screech. It would be very rude to go there rashly. Xieshichin didn't know that he was about to get the first chance to call his parents in the other world. The Magic Academy here has a 1-year vacation system. Generally speaking, students study for 10 to 11 months a year under the arrangement of the academy, leaving 1 or 2 months for vacation. During the school period, the children were forbidden to contact their parents unless necessary, and were also forbidden to go out. The reason was to train the children's abilities. On the road to becoming a magician, they had to learn to be alone. Therefore, all contacts could only be sent to the principal or the class teacher, who would communicate and decide whether to tell the students. The current Screech School of Magic did not have such a system, but sending letters was still very troublesome. In order to treat everyone equally, Xieshichin still followed these unspoken rules of the magic school. Anyway, no parents would come to him. Xieshichin only needs to pay attention to the messenger pigeons sent by his partners. Anshin Skricky, you don't know how successful we are this time. Fanny's voice came out of the mouth of the messenger pigeon, which was a little shrill and had a strange tone. This is a kind of communication magic, using specially bred Warcraft messenger pigeons. As long as the messenger pigeon reaches the destination, the owner who feeds the messenger pigeon can use magic to control the messenger pigeon, similar to a telephone. But the downside is that it requires magic. Xieshichin has no magic, so he can only contact Fanny passively, but cannot take the initiative to call. Hearing Fanny's excited voice, Xieshichin smiled and said, Congratulations. If it weren't for your overall control, it wouldn't have been so successful. That's right. But you really have a sharp eye for choosing Ophelia as the first student. Xieshichin smiled and said nothing. Of course it was sharp. He had the files and information of all the students, even if they were very brief. Xieshichin believed that his greatest luck in this time of traveling through time, in addition to the assistance of the school app, was these 20 students. Some of them might not be so talented, but their personalities were not difficult to save. Students who had made big mistakes. They had the hope of studying, and at the same time, they all had a pair of parents who cared about them. Even if the parents might not be so good at expressing love. Even if the parents' love for them might be different. Among them, Ophelia's parents were definitely the most competent. And because of this, they raised Ophelia, who had a strong core and unlimited inner strength. Therefore, Xieshichin chose Ophelia to take the lead without hesitation. This not only helped Ophelia stabilize her inheritance rights, but also promoted Screech's strength. This step was right. Fanny told Xieshichin about the current gains, and trembled when she thought of the scene where the newspaper gradually opened up the market and returned to the top step by step. Anshin, should we prepare for the next step? This time, it has attracted everyone's attention. And even because of the low efficiency of copying, their newspaper has opened a window. You have to be fully prepared next time. Don't worry about that. I haven't written a thank you letter to Aurora yet. Xieshichin calmly comforted her. Speaking of this, are you ready for your medal? Fanny, Scritch, I'm talking to you about business. Can you stop thinking about your dear student for a minute? Of course it's business. Xieshichin explained with a puzzled look on his face. I want to say that if you are not ready yet, I want to give you some small suggestions, such as setting the medal in the style of a medal, and pinning it on your clothes. How dazzling it is. Oh, by the way, Fanny, have you finished designing the badge? Do you need me to provide you with the design? If the badge doesn't look good, it will be embarrassing to take it out. Fanny gritted her teeth. Anshin Skriki. Please respect my gender and identity. As a newspaper editor-in-chief and a female aristocrat, my aesthetics are definitely better than your bad taste blue bear aesthetics much. Sieshichin, He remained calm. I think I need to emphasize again that the bear headband is to help students relax and find childlike fun. And it does not represent my aesthetics. Fanny smiled slightly. Oh? Do you mean your clothes that are so flashy and full of dazzling gems and metals? Like a peacock? Or the colorful black loose principal uniform? Sieshichin, Fanny. You are so sharp-tongued. I hope you use your sharp tongue on students instead of complaining about your future principal. A loyal partner. Fanny was speechless. What does it mean to use a sharp tongue on students? It's really unlucky to be a student of Screech. Forget about that. Let's get back to business. Are you sure Orella will continue to evaluate students' assignments? If you are sure, I will continue to spread the news. Fanny confirmed with Sieshichin again. It's not that she didn't trust Sieshichin, but after hearing about the way Sieshichin got evaluated, Fanny broke out in a cold sweat. Apart from praising Sieshichin for being bold, she had no other thoughts. It's too offensive. Regarding this, Sieshichin was still very confident. Don't worry. My students must each have a comment, and your future 19 submissions to the Journal of Magic are still very valuable. How arrogant. But Fanny likes it. She smiled and told Sieshichin about the medal, which was also a little sweet for Sieshichin. The medal is made of diamonds. It is definitely shiny, big and beautiful. When the next issue starts, I will send this issue's medal to you. Sieshichin paused. That? Fanny was in a good mood and asked, What's wrong? Sieshichin said softly, How about adding a certificate of honor? You know Fanny. Children like this kind of complimenting things. Coo. 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 The black eyes of the messenger pigeon suddenly closed, and it instantly turned into a silly little pigeon. Obviously, the magician who manipulated the fine magic on the other side refused to communicate. Sieshichin sighed softly. Hey, we still have to get a phone out after all. Otherwise, this communication is too passive. Xiaoxia muttered softly, listening to Xiaoxia's pushy app. It was as quiet as a chicken, thinking that now was not a good time to announce a new task. Anyway, the progress bar was quite fast, and the app decided to wait until the monthly exam was over, and the app was updated before telling the host the new task. Fanny's Stern Magic Journal is gradually getting back on track. After receiving the publicity from His Majesty the King, the subsequent Stern Magic Journal was sold out almost immediately after it was put on the newsstand. The entire Stern newspaper was in high spirits, and they were busy willingly. Under such vigorous publicity, Aurora and Leonard, as the parties involved, naturally knew about this matter. Of course, Aurora was only informed of the publication of the journal by Leonard when he came to her. From the time she gave the comments, Aurora knew that they needed to use their reputation. But compared to what Screech sent, Aurora did not mind their short-term use of her identity. After all, the journal was written very objectively, and Aurora liked it very much. Of course, Aurora swore that she would not be deceived by Screech again. This kind of thing is fine once, but if it happens too often, others will laugh at her. There will always be people who think that she, a legendary wizard of common origin, cannot support the operation of the wizard tower. For example, Leonard. Oh, look who it is. It's our great wizard Aurora. Leonard came to Aurora's wizard tower again with a sarcastic tone, and directly mocked. Didn't you say that at the beginning? If you don't have money, you can always come to me. I don't mind taking over this mage tower that was ruined by your disgusting water vapor. Just burn the inside a few more times. Why do you have to do something that lowers the status of our mages? Allura's face was indifferent. She glanced at the cover of the newspaper and didn't care at all. Wait for the next battle to seize the tower, and you can take it away if you have the ability. Leonard gritted his teeth. What are you proud of? If I hadn't been careless, could you have occupied the mage tower for 100 years? The entire Ace continent is not just the Ace Empire, but the Ace Empire is the largest and most famous country among the empires. So it was named after Ace. The empire is only the territory of the human race. There are also dragons, elves, dwarves, demons, and other races. Except for the dragon race, most races know some magic. If you count them carefully, there are countless magicians. Although there are not many legendary magicians, they are not few either. There are more than 10 of them. And not everyone can occupy the magic tower. There are only 9 magic towers in use in the entire continent, and each one is infinite wealth. Therefore, in order to ensure everyone's interests, the legendary magicians will fight a tower-grabbing battle every 100 years. The 9 legendary magicians who successfully seize the tower will have the right to use the magic tower for 100 years. What Leonard hated most in his life was that he was careless and let Aurela, a wild man, climb the mage tower. From then on, she was admired by everyone, while he was rejected wherever he went. Of course, those people dared not make fun of the legendary mage. Leonard was referring to his friends and enemies. This was also the reason why he always made things difficult for Aurela. Petty! Aurela sneered in her heart, and her face became even colder. Your Majesty, Leonard, if you don't leave my tower, I will open the Forbidden Formation. The Forbidden Array is the self-protection function of the Mage Tower. Why do they still only have these 9 Mage Towers after so many years? The location is not easy to choose. The Mage Tower has too many exquisite arrays and forbidden spells. They can't replicate them, and are still studying. When it comes to the Forbidden Array, Leonard's face changed. He gritted his teeth and looked at Aurora, always feeling that the other party was constantly mocking him. Okay. Then I will wait for your Majesty Aurora to be pulled down from the altar by your admired classmate A in the near future, he said with a smile, threw the newspaper on the table, and disappeared in an instant. There was only a trace of unpleasant burning smell in the air. Aurora waited quietly for a few minutes, and only after making sure that the person had left did she stealthily pick up the newspaper and read it with her mental power. Screech would not give her a bad face. Would he? Aurora read the newspaper several times suspiciously, even the corners of those magic jokes, and made sure that no one said anything bad about her. So she breathed a sigh of relief. Still sensible. Before she finished her sigh, a handsome owl landed on the windowsill of the wizard tower. As soon as the bird opened its beak, Aurora knew what it was going to say. There must be a response. Owl. Alara closed her eyes, her clenched fist showing veins. I can't write another review. If Anshin Screech is smart, he will know when to quit. Her angry words did not get a response. The owl tilted its head to act cute, raised its leg to send the letter, and looked at Alara with its big eyes without blinking. Eagles don't understand. Eagles just need to reply. Don't think it's so obedient now. Alara promises that if she doesn't move for 5 minutes, this damn bird will make her want to find Leonard and die together. Aolila opened the letter with a cold face. It was impossible to comment, and she would never comment again in this life. But it was not impossible to see what Screech farted again. Dear Aolila, thank you for your support and praise for Ophelia. As Ophelia's teacher, I am sincerely happy for her, and I am ashamed of my past and scrupulous means. In addition, another student of mine has been your loyal fan since birth. He grew up listening to your stories, and believed that the victory of the tower capture battle was yours, and it was an inevitable event. When explaining the reasons for your victory, there seemed to be some different opinions. Oh, of course, I am not asking you for your evaluation again and again, but I am worried that my child made some mistakes in the discussion because of her love for you, and it was not pertinent. I hope you can take a look to see if it violates some taboos. Olayla read the thank you letter over and over again, and became more and more angry. How could the discussion be not pertinent because of her love for her? Shouldn't her victory be inevitable? Olayla hesitated and looked at the thick letter on the other side, took a deep breath, and gritted her teeth to open it. She would just read it once to see how it was not pertinent, and would never comment on it to lower her own style. Absolutely. Chapter 27. In the end, Aurela broke the promise she never said. Anyway, she said she didn't say it. This can't be blamed on Aurela. No matter how much the little fans cover up, no matter how fair they are, the admiration and praise in the words can never be eliminated. If Ophelia's essay objectively describes the reasons for Aurela's victory, then in Chris's essay, Aurela's victory is inevitable. Leonard's defeat is inevitable. Not an accident. Nor is it carelessness. The convenience brought by the environment is inevitable. It is chosen by God. It is a small probability of help. It is icing on the cake. And only Aurela's strength is the factor that determines everything. Aurora was born a commoner. Her low-level magic proficiency, her hard work, her experience as a mercenary, all contributed to her victory. Leonard couldn't be accused of being careless just because she was almost There is no such thing as almost. Only success and failure. Only victory and excuses. Aurora was really overjoyed by these words. Yes, she admitted that there were indeed many factors in her favor that day. But that didn't mean that everything depended on these factors or luck. She doesn't have the ability. How can she win? Alayla likes it more and more. Especially Chris's articles, which are fair on the surface, like explanatory texts, speaking with data, but are as crooked as rainbow farts and toxic fans. They really please her. Even though she is cold and unwilling to associate with nobles, she still can't help but write a review letter and print her private seal. After everything was done, Alayla sifted through the letter again and found a concise message attached to the thank you letter. Even though your Majesty Aurora has everything, Skricky cannot but repay your Majesty's kindness. We plan to leave a section in the next weekly report to detail your Majesty's life resume, so as to bring a more profound influence to the new blood, and hope to get your approval. The following is the first draft of our resume, and we look forward to your revisions and corrections. Aurora Partis, 134 years old, is currently the most powerful legendary water mage in the Ace continent, and is also the youngest legendary mage who currently owns a mage tower. His Majesty, famous for fighting. Published works. Aurora was born in the slums, but she never admits defeat. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Aurora still obeyed her heart and wrote a separate letter to Siashichin, asking when this report would be published. She must go to support and give it to many friends and enemies. Alayla was about to send off the Owl of Sure Echoes, and suddenly took out a few magic notebooks from the mailbox. And she felt even better. I have to say that he is worthy of being the principal who can support the entire magic school. He is very good at being a person. Alayla was very fond of Screech School of Magic today. It doesn't take much time for the Owl of Sure Echoes to go back and forth. The system will produce high-quality products. The two places far apart were connected in half a day under the contact of the owl. At that time, Siashichin was highlighting the key points for the students. Yes, before they knew it, they had been at Screech for more than 3 weeks. And in just 3 weeks, they had finished learning the thick foundation of psychodynamics. It can't be said that they had finished learning it. Such a thick book might not be finished even if they read it for a month, let alone studying. Siashichin only focused on the very basic content that needed to be mastered, and gave the rest as extracurricular extensions for them to study on their own. So they finished the book very quickly. But this did not reassure the students. The book was taught too quickly, and they still found it difficult to trust themselves. Siashichin understood this feeling of uncertainty, and he kindly spent an entire afternoon marking the key points for the children. When the whole class first heard Screech say that since it was their first exam, in order to avoid everyone being nervous, the principal was going to mark the key points for everyone personally, they were moved to tears. Even if the principal said that he could only give everyone a 70% range, they did not think that the principal was overdoing it. Instead, they felt that the principal was really thinking about them. Until the afternoon of the day when the scope was drawn. That class meeting. That afternoon suitable for afternoon tea. The elegant Screech sat behind the desk with afternoon tea, drinking black tea while telling the students the key points in a fluent manner. Perhaps he was about to usher in a period when he didn't need to give lectures. Siashichin was very relaxed, and even didn't tie his hair. His shoulder-length curly hair was casually scattered, making him look more gentle. The history of the development of mental mechanics still needs to be remembered, such as scholars like XX, XX, and XXX. Some of them may not even have a high magical talent, but they have talents and strengths in different directions, such as refining equipment and alchemy. Remembering more of their things will be good for everyone's future. The knowledge system of mental power theory is quite complex. I will select a few valuable ones. It is recommended to recite the whole text of mental power stimulation and training. I will test you in detail. So detailed that you can hardly see it. Look at these examples more. The original questions will not be tested, but they will be distorted. The students hurriedly outlined with red ink, and had to be careful to avoid the knowledge they recorded. It was too convenient to record notes in the blank space of the book. They wrote many fragmented knowledge points directly in the book, and they couldn't waste them. Obviously, Screech's speech speed was not fast or slow, and he would drink tea and eat snacks from time to time. But they still could hardly keep up. After Screech finished highlighting the key points and asked them to plan the review for the next week, all the students subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god! Isn't this really a non-key point for Screech? Bori murmured in a low voice. This is too scary. Why does he feel that there is nothing that is not popular? Xieshichin has been in high spirits recently, and the students have gradually trusted him. Ophelia and Chris's trust has even soared to 90. And other students have more or less reached 60 or 70. Add up the bits and pieces, and convert them all into martial arts value. Xieshichin's current strength is pretty good. At least he has the strength of a high-level swordsman. To move up further, the trust value required is higher, and it may depend on the enrollment next year. However, the strength of a high-level swordsman is enough. After the students have trained, he will have a lot more magic immunity, so he doesn't have to worry about his life safety. I digressed. Now that Xieshichin has the strength of a high-level swordsman, his ears are very good. He heard very clearly what Bo-Rui thought was a low muttering. He smiled kindly, of course. Bo-Rui can also review it as a non-key point. Guess if the teacher is speaking in a sarcastic way today. Bo-Rui, Classmates, They really don't want to guess. Bo-Rui opened his mouth and said after a long while, I don't believe you when you say angry words. Xieshichin said leisurely, if you think so. The teacher can't do anything. Bo-Rui, woo. Ah. Where does Screech get so many angry words? He can never finish learning them. After teasing the class conspicuous bag, Xieshichin, who was in a good mood, talked to the classmates about the monthly exam. As long as you get 60 points, you will pass. The extra points can be converted into contribution points. Don't worry if you fail. You can accumulate contribution points in other ways, such as being a teaching assistant to exchange contribution points for the qualification to retake the exam. Herbert's eyes lit up. Contribution points? Xieshichin said meaningfully. It will be the common currency of the academy in the future. Believe me, you will like this thing very much. Chris hit the nail on the head. If the re-examination results are also counted into our actual scores, wouldn't that be unfair? Of course it won't be unfair. Kid, Xieshichin replied with a smile. Everyone can use contribution points to brush up their scores. After all, the scores are just barely passing, which is not very good. Right? Chris was about to say something, but Xieshichin said, the teacher is used to being kind to others, and I can't bear to make everyone sad. So all the scores are recorded as the highest score. But, Xieshichin changed the subject. In order to be relatively fair, the test papers are getting harder and harder, and the test content is getting more and more. I hope that no student will have to retake the whole book to cover the key points, which will give the teacher a headache when setting questions. The student choked. Oh my God. The pit is here. They said how could Screech be so kind. The students who were used to being cheated relaxed a lot. But Chris was still uneasy. He always felt that there were still many loopholes in the contribution point system. Screech never did business at a loss. For example, why should the extra points after passing be converted into contribution points? To let them get more points? But if you want to get more points equals, you need to retake the makeup exam equals spend contribution points equals the difficulty of the makeup exam increases. Spend more contribution points equals reduce contribution points equals accumulate contribution points equals want to get more points. This is a trap in itself. I hope I'm just thinking too much. Chris also rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself. Screech is doing this for our own good after all. How could such a hopeless slavery be a trick that Screech came up with? It's really too cheap. Chris is still trying to excuse Xieshichin. If Xieshichin knew, he would definitely tell them with a smile. Of course not. He just added a lot of reward mechanisms, turning hopeless slavery into self-motivated slavery, which is essentially still going to make students want to die. Xiaoxia hummed and smiled as he flipped open his textbook. It was time to prepare the test paper. Coo coo coo. A burst of owl calls sounded outside the window. Xieshichin looked up slightly and saw that there must be an echo. The eagle has returned. There was a small blue owl next to it. After 2 seconds of hesitation, he chose to receive the message on silent mode. He was in a somewhat impetuous mood now. He was afraid that he could not calm down to prepare for the class. It would be better to deal with some personal matters. Xieshichin opened the blue owl first. This was not his. He was worried that there was a fraud. So he asked Xiao Xiao to scan it, and opened it after confirming that it was safe. It was a letter. Xieshichin opened the letter, read a few lines, and smiled knowingly. He folded the letter casually, and was not in a hurry to reply. Instead, he opened the reply from Aurora. There were 2 letters. One of them was a reply to Chris with a lot of words. Yes. It was no longer a comment, but a reply, and it was very emotional. Sure enough, he said that Aurora would definitely not be able to stand the little guy's self-serving rainbow fart. The second letter was for him. It was very short, but it could not hide Aurora's expectation, asking when the next weekly report would be published. It can be seen that Aurora was also very satisfied with the resume written by Shichen. Chapter 28. The teacher has taken the bait. Shichen is no longer reserved, and his reply to Aurora seems much more friendly, quietly narrowing the distance between the two sides. Of course, he is not in a hurry. The students have just entered the path of magic. Even if Aurora can come to teach, the students may not understand. Compared with the teacher, Shichen wants to develop a friendship with Aurora more. Therefore, Principal Xie's reply is full of sincerity at all costs. He also replied to the previous letter from the parents. After finishing the reply, Shichen did not immediately ask questions, but wrote to Fanny to discuss the details of the follow-up development, and also worked on the teaching plan for next month. Not a bit of time was wasted. Until the bell rang, Shichen gave the children a lot of benefits. It is planned to hold the monthly exam at the class meeting next Friday, and the test papers and student manual 2.0 will be distributed on Sunday, in order to allow everyone to be in the best condition during the exam. Everyone does not need to go to the Warcraft Park or be an assistant during this period. Just go all out to prepare for the exam. The students frowned when they heard this, and always felt that this sentence seemed to contain a lot of information. The once extremely spoiled noble lady Vera thought it was not good, raised her hand and asked, "Teacher, then we have not been able to revise the completed homework." "Right." Shichen smiled. "You can put it aside for now. Editor-in-Chief Fanny also needs to arrange a schedule. There's no rush." Villa's heart skipped a beat. This was too much of a favor. Could it be that this monthly exam was really difficult? She asked the question hesitantly, and Shichen calmly made a joke. "Don't worry. They are all normal test questions. After all, we have to leave room for the difficulty of the makeup exam. Right? Students, eh?" Thinking of this, she was even more scared. Villa put her hand down awkwardly. She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure it out. In the end, she could only conclude that she was overthinking. Skricky is a teacher who knows how to relax and work hard. Since they have to review, he will not force them like before. Right? Thinking about it, there is only 1 week left, just for a passing score, which is more than enough. After all, they have learned many knowledge points very thoroughly, and do not need to spend a lot of time reviewing. Chris frowned and asked a soul-searching question. "The test papers will be distributed on Sunday? We will have classes as usual on Sunday." Shichen was surprised that this child was so sharp. He said with a hint of meaning, "Child, we have entered the next stage of learning. Even the student handbook has become 2.0. Right? There should be new rules for learning." Chris was silent for a while. "Are the changes in the new stage big?" Shichen smiled but said nothing, and Bo-Rui answered for Shichen weakly. "I think so. Chris, if the changes were not big, our great principal would have notified them directly. This kind of effort to make a student handbook 2.0. It is obvious that the rules have been changed too much, and they are afraid that students can't remember them. Right?" It must be said that Bo-Rui was actually true at this time. The whole class looked more and more sad. How to say it? Although it was sad, it was not surprising. Screech was indeed a good teacher, and a good teacher who was relaxed. However, good teachers often spend more time not being a human being than being a human being. Even if they are a human being, they will bury 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 traps, making it difficult for students to guard against. Oh my god! It's only been 3 weeks, and they found that they really understand Screech. This is unscientific. Ophelia was also helpless. She was just doing a small thing, but Screech always liked to tease them, as if he would be happy all day long when he saw their expressions. She asked in a gentle voice, "Teacher, can you briefly tell me about the teaching schedule for next month? I want to be mentally prepared." "Yes. Screech's big change looks like there will be some big changes next month. If they know it in advance, they can be prepared." 20 students looked at Shichen, who adjusted his glasses. "There's nothing I can't tell you. I'm still considering the specific courses, but I can tell you the general arrangements directly." Under the students' nervous gaze, Shichen added, "In terms of courses, next month, we will mainly learn how to stimulate mental power, expand our mental realm, and become proficient in the use of mental power. In terms of exams, the theoretical exam will account for 50%, and the practical exam will account for 50%. Seeing the student's face change drastically, Shichen added slowly, "Don't be nervous. The practical test is divided into physical test and mental test. They are all very simple tests. Everyone can do it." "Really?" The student didn't quite believe it. Ophelia reluctantly comforted him. "Don't worry. You can use contribution points to make up the exam. The teacher will definitely help us." Shichen, "That's right. You are all the teacher's favorite treasures. The teacher will be sad if one of you is missing." The students reluctantly believed it. Anyway, their faces looked much better. Still too naive. Shichen glanced at the children. He had originally planned to take them out to learn after 3 months of study. Now it seems that the children have encountered insidious mercenaries and are afraid that they will be deceived to the point of having nothing left. He still has to make some plans. Little Xie was frantically changing his plans in his mind. But his face remained calm. Seeing that the children were weak, as if their youthful spirit had been worn out by the future, Shichen pondered for a moment and gave them some sweet treats. There will be a new teacher next month. Everyone can look forward to it. Borui's eyes lit up. "Is it Teacher Fanny?" Shichen shook his head and laughed. "Of course not. Teacher Fanny is still busy at the newspaper office. I guess she will come to teach you next month." At that time, he believed that his children had learned magic, and Fanny could teach them magic combat. Borui did not hear the implication of Shichen's words, and was overwhelmed by this huge surprise. Teacher Fanny will come to teach them next month. This exciting news made the whole class excited. Even when they went to the cafeteria to eat after class, everyone was still chattering about it. There were guesses about who the new teacher would be and what he would teach them. Guesses about how interesting life would be in the next month. And Ophelia and Freya sat together, restless, eating incoherently. Freya reached out and patted Ophelia in confusion. "Your Highness?" Ophelia came back to her senses and said apologetically, "Sorry, Freya. I thought too deeply." Freya asked curiously, "Can you tell Freya?" Ophelia hesitated and whispered, "I'm not sure if my guess is right, but, Freya, I really can't calm down." She bit her lower lip, not knowing whether she should say it or not. Perhaps she was just overthinking. If she told Freya and let her expect it. But it didn't happen in the end. Freya comforted him. "If you tell me, I can analyze it for you. Right? Even if you think too much, you will be much happier if you have one more person to share with." On the surface, Freya is Ophelia's maid. But in fact, she is Ophelia's only playmate since childhood. The closest protector, the most loyal supporter, and the most trusted friend. After coming to Screech, Freya became Ophelia's closest friend and classmate. Their relationship here was no longer limited to the princess and maid on the surface, but became more harmonious. Sure enough, with Freya's comfort, Ophelia calmed down a lot. She thought about it and sorted out her words. "The teacher said that Teacher Fanny is still busy at the newspaper office and will not be able to teach us until the next month. I always feel that the teacher's words are a bit wrong. If she is busy at the newspaper office, will she not be busy next month? 1 month is not enough for the Steen Journal to stabilize and then take time out to teach us." As the former heir of the Empire, Ophelia knows more secrets than most people. She can even guess a little about the deal between Screech and the Steen family, but not much. It is precisely because of this that Ophelia understands that the work of the Steen newspaper is endless. At least the past 3 months are very important periods. If she wants to teach, the difference is just being busy or even busier, since it has little to do with the amount of work at Fanny Stern's newspaper. The time she comes to teach depends more on the needs of the college. Perhaps this is just what Screech and Stern have discussed. But Ophelia has a hunch in her heart that this time was set by Screech alone. And the reason is closer to the learning needs of their students. What can Fanny Stern teach them? What courses require her to be busy but also have time to teach? Fanny Stern's magic experience and her identity as a magician are unique to Fanny Stern, and cannot be replaced by Screech. Thinking of this, the word in Ophelia's mind blurted out, magic. Only Screech was sure that they needed Fanny Stern to teach magic in the 3rd month. So he would let her be busy but also serve as a teacher. Apart from this, other reasons are not worthy of such a great effort. The more Ophelia thought about it, the more she felt that this was a hint. Screech was telling the students that in the 3rd month, they would learn magic. Or in other words, be qualified to learn magic. How could Ophelia calm down? She told herself countless times that she was just overthinking. But even if there was a slight possibility, she couldn't calm down. And even her eyes were slightly wet. She waited for a day. Too long. Freya understood. She just patted Ophelia's hand gently and agreed firmly. Your Highness, I believe in your inference. And I also believe in Screech. So, please be more confident and believe that this impossible thing will soon become possible. Ophelia's long eyelashes trembled slightly. And finally, she nodded with a sob. Well, thank you, Freya. She finally couldn't help it. Hugged Freya tightly and buried everything deep in her heart. What's wrong with Ophelia? Beauray pulled Vera and asked in a low voice. Why did Ophelia cry when he just lowered his head? Vera looked at Ophelia calmly, and the emotions flashing in the violet eyes made Beauray difficult to understand. She absent-mindedly picked at the stir-fried beef in the bowl. I don't know. Maybe she's homesick. The Queen and Her Majesty are so good to your Highness. It's normal for her to be homesick. If you ask me, Ophelia should go back and take a look. Time is the most destructive thing for emotions. It's so painful for her to stay here, she said, pretending to be nonchalant and coquettishly to Chris. Chris, don't you think so? Bori twitched his mouth. I say, Vera, I'm talking to you. Why don't you ask me? Vera glanced at Bori with disgust and snorted. What am I talking to you about? You don't understand. Bori's eyes widened. Unconvinced. Why don't I understand? I understand. I am the king of understanding in Screech's mouth, Vera said perfunctorily. I know. Bori, you are annoying. I am talking to my future fiancé. Please don't interrupt me. Bori choked and sat further away. Okay. Okay. You have love. But I don't. I will sit further away and not interrupt you. He even made a zipper gesture to indicate that he was shutting up. Vera pouted, looked at Chris with her bright eyes, and said softly, Chris, you are ignoring me again. Chris lowered his eyes, clenched his fingers, and then loosened them quickly, and agreed in a light voice. Don't you know everything? Why are you asking me? Vera paused, and suddenly lost interest in chatting. She poked the white rice in the bowl and hummed. I'm just a 14-year-old girl. What can I know? But the food here in Screech is so strange. I have never eaten it at home. And the taste is so different. Unique? Chris's expression softened rarely. In Screech, even the food is unique. Verella's expression suddenly turned cold. She knew that Chris was using the food to refute her out of etiquette. Ophelia is unique. Of course she has to stay in Screech and fight for a promising future. Yes, of course she can't go back. Her parents haven't given up. How can she be willing to give up? But she and Chris never talked about Ophelia. But Vera. And Vera will never be the same as Ophelia. She will only be the one who is replaced and abandoned. Whether to her family, her parents, or to Chris. She is the insignificant Vera who can be replaced at will. Vera clenched the spoon in her hand, smiling innocently. Yes, I also like Screech. When I have an engagement party in the future, I must tell my father that I want to hold it at Screech. What do you think, Chris? Chris paused, and seemed to have no other reaction. He said softly, if you are still willing, I have no problem with it. Vera blinked, as if talking to herself. Of course I am willing. Chapter 29. Congratulations to the principal for triggering the achievement task. Villa's thoughts. The current progress is 0 out of 100. Siashichin paused, and silently called up the achievement tasks of Ophelia and Chris that were triggered before. Ophelia's progress has reached 70%, while Chris's is still 60%. After thinking about it, Siashichin still did not act rashly, but put Vera on the list of key concerns. It really makes the teacher worry, Siashichin said softly, because he was worried about his classmates. He accidentally added a few more questions. He was worried that if he added more questions, the children would fail too many exams. He finally stopped with a sense of unsatisfaction. Xiao Xiao. Come out and chat? Siashichin tapped the desktop, calling his golden finger. The app was silent for a long time before slowly replying, I'm here. After a pause, it added with a strong desire to survive. I don't have the principal's value, so I can't buy on credit. Siashichin also paused, and calmly changed the subject. Am I the kind of person who asks for help? Of course not. I just want to talk to you about the future of the children. The little classmates are all very hardworking, but they are too easily influenced by the surrounding environment. At the age of 14 or 15, each one is more worried than the other. It's really worrying. App always felt that this was not what Xieshichan would say, but he didn't know why Xieshichan said this, so he could only casually agree. It's because it's difficult that we need assistance. Don't worry. Host, I will help you. Really? Xieshichan sighed. It's not that I don't trust Xiao Xiao. It's almost a month. And I'm not sure. Then he can't come until the next month. And I don't know when Orella will be willing to cooperate with me. Well, I have so many courses. And I'm still the only one taking them. I hope the little classmates don't vomit when they see me. App thought about it. Although the college has become famous due to the efforts of the host, it still takes time to hire a qualified teacher. Moreover, considering the host's attitude of preferring to have nothing rather than something bad, I guess he would not want to find a teacher casually, which is a blasphemy to the cause of education. App pities the host. If you can pass the monthly exam, you will get a teacher reward. Don't worry too much. It will be fine, App said, suggesting, how about changing the training plan? Fewer courses in the early stage. No. Xieshichan refused without hesitation. The plan can only become more intensive, not less. I can still persist. App was very touched. What a responsible host. He only needs to be the principal. But he is willing to be the head teacher, and psychological counselor. App's electronic voice was about to choke. Host, Xieshichan hummed. But I'm still not very reassured. I don't know what kind of teachers will be rewarded. If they don't meet the standards, I'd better go on my own? No, App said excitedly. As long as all members pass. The teacher reward is one of 5 basic teachers. The higher the average score percentage, the more choices there are. There are 4 directions of teacher selection in total. The personality of the teacher is screened by big data according to the needs of the principal, giving the principal the greatest convenience. We will make targeted selections based on the student's personality, the principal's personality, and the principal's requirements, and finally choose 1 out of 5. Xieshichan pondered. Big data? Where does the big data come from? All the heavens and the worlds. The app must have had a lot of fun chatting. And it mumbled a lot. I am an education app specially made by the Lord God to train qualified educators and educate children of luck, Xieshichan said. Your goal is to train children of luck and maintain world order. Right? Now I understand. That's how novels are written. App curled his lips. No. Maintaining world order is the purpose of the Son of Luck and the systems they carry. I am a more advanced education system. My host can be a teacher of luck. Xieshichan was silent. Seeing that Xieshichan didn't speak, App continued with great interest. So host, don't worry. I am very reliable. As a top-level auxiliary tool for assisting educators, I will definitely provide convenience to the host as much as possible. That's great. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do, Xieshichan added with a smile, making the app feel embarrassed. The host trusted it so much, but it secretly hid the principal value. It deserved to die. Xiao Xiao hesitated and whispered, actually, if you really need it, I can still give you some principal value. And the host has completed the task. And the principal value is still here. No. How can I keep asking you to give me money? Xieshichan said gently. I know you don't give it to me because you are afraid that I will abuse the principal value. If you really need it, can you still not give it to me? The app nodded frantically where Xieshichan couldn't see. Yes. 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 How could it not give the host principal value? Principal value can be earned at any time. But teachers can't always have it. Can I see what my future colleagues are good at? Xieshichan pondered for a moment and asked. It made the app feel guilty that it couldn't give the host principal value. What's so difficult about seeing the teacher's expertise in advance? The app agreed without hesitation. And it also whispered. If the monthly test scores are good, you can draw a lottery. Yes. Yes. Xieshichan's expression was mysterious. I understand. You will stand with me. App responded with a hum, and directly showed Xieshichan the 4 areas of expertise awarded to basic teachers. Physical skills, space, magic, alchemy. Because they are basic teachers. The teachers are also good at the basics. But the knowledge system they have is still very rich. App promoted it crazily. And Xieshichan comforted App a few more words. Looking at these 4 areas thoughtfully. Physical skills are the most needed. After all, he is not a professional martial arts teacher. And students do not need to specialize in martial arts. It is enough to be able to save their lives with the basics. Of the remaining 3 directions, Xieshichan was quite interested in space. But after much hesitation, he decided to choose alchemy. The app's prompt about the rich knowledge system made him guess that the return ratio of teachers who mastered alchemy must be very high. Xieshichan seemed to say unintentionally, "The physical training teacher is quite good. I am old and it is hard to practice with students. But the alchemy teacher is also very good and can subsidize the school. Speaking of which, the monster cubs I raised seem to be ready to be sold." App was confused, and only vaguely grasped the key words. That its host wanted a physical training and alchemy teacher. Okay. The lottery will be this black box. App was ready to give the host black box a powerful return. And what about its kind? Gentle and selfless host? After Xieshichan coaxed the app away, he read the reply from Chris's mother and prepared the reception etiquette while thinking about the little information the app gave. From the main God world. A more advanced educational auxiliary app with the purpose of training educators who can educate the son of destiny. Could his students have a brighter future? Xieshichan touched his chin. His previous goal was a little too small. How bold a person is. How big the land is. Host. Chris's mother has arrived at the gate of the academy and is about to send you a letter. The little app showed off himself secretly and didn't ask the host for a single point of principal value. Xieshichan gathered his thoughts and got up to go down the mountain to pick someone up. Do the ladies in the magic world like to visit late at night? This is too hasty. As he said this, Xieshichan was in a good mood and sped up. Chapter 30. I'm really sorry for visiting you so late at night. I hope you can forgive me for my anxiety as a mother. Mrs. Croft sat on the delicate and warm sofa, sipped her tea gently, and her tone was unmistakable. If it weren't for that slightly anxious and nervous expression, it would be more convincing. How could it be? Mrs. Croft is just worried about Chris's recent situation. It is an honor for Screech to tell Mrs. Chris's recent situation. Xieshichan chuckled and pushed a plate of snacks, adding, "It's late. Mrs. Croft must be hungry. Why don't you eat something to fill your stomach first?" In fact, Mrs. Croft didn't come very late at night. At most around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. But everyone generally went to bed early and didn't have much nightlife. So it was indeed presumptuous to visit at this time. If it weren't for Chris, Mrs. Croft wouldn't be so rude. Xieshichan's actions undoubtedly eased her mood a lot. But she didn't eat right away, but sighed softly and played the emotional card with Xieshichan first. "Thank you for your consideration. You are such an elegant and considerate gentleman," she said, pursing her lips and chuckling, then lowering her eyes with worry. "But please understand that my little Chris is leaving home for the first time to attend the Magic Academy. And he came to such a far place alone. I was really worried about him. So I thought of coming to see him. Little Chris left home for the first time. And he went to the Screech School of Magic. She was so worried that she let the child come alone. But she couldn't let go of her mother's heart. So she finally wanted to come secretly to understand the situation." Xieshichan immediately recognized the goodwill that Chris's mother was showing him. She was telling him that their family trusted Screech very much. So they let Chris, a child who had never attended a magic school, come here to take classes. They hoped that Xieshichan would not think that they did not trust her because of her arrival. Regardless of whether Chris really had never attended a magic school, Mrs. Croft had a reason to prove that he had not attended. Anyway, since the polite words were spoken, Xieshichan naturally had to agree with them. However, Xieshichan was not disgusted by this kind of small thoughts. He was always patient with reasonable and loving parents. "I understand." Chris's mother. Xieshichan also changed the address, indicating that this was a conversation between a parent and a teacher, and it was about the child, not about the family or honor. Chris is a very good child. He has always been a role model, and weather vane for everyone in the academy. I wonder what Chris's mother wants to know. Xieshichan pretended to be worried. "Our assessment will not start for nearly a week, and I can only tell you some recent news about Chris's life." "Assessment? What assessment is so urgent?" Mrs. Croft tried to calm down. She rolled up her hair and slowed down her voice. "It would be great to know about Chris's recent situation. I'm just..." a little worried that the child might not be able to get used to the food. He is still too delicate. So, Xieshichan pondered for a moment, and said a few words simply. Chris has performed very well in the past few weeks. He is not like a delicate child. He works very hard. Not only can he understand the content in class, but he also increases his knowledge after class. Even the homework I assigned, he can overcome difficulties, and complete it very well. Well, I really can't find anything I need to report to you. Why don't I let Chris talk to you? No. 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 No thanks. Mrs. Croft waved her hands. This child has always been strong-willed. If she knew that other children had no parents and only I came, she would definitely be shy. I just want to chat with you. As she spoke, Mrs. Croft became more confused. Could it be that Screech was just talking to her for show? Since Chris is so outstanding, why is Chris not included in the cooperation with Stern? You know, this is Aurora's comment. If Chris knew, he would definitely participate actively. Mrs. Croft's fingers were tangled together. She hesitated for a moment, but she still planned to ask Ophelia in a roundabout way, and then extend it to her family's Chris. No matter what the cost, she must give this opportunity to Chris. Mrs. Croft took a deep breath and looked at Xieshichan. Unexpectedly, Xieshichan also spoke at the same time. Indeed, Chris is a proud child, but I think if he knew that you came all the way to see him, he would be very happy. No one doesn't like to know that their parents care about them. Right? Mrs. Croft was stunned, thinking that Screech still didn't understand her son. The stubborn guy's first reaction when he saw the couple was that they were going through the back door. Surprise? It's good enough that they didn't quarrel. She smiled awkwardly, took a sip of tea as a cover-up, and changed the subject. That's right. By the way, Principal, I heard that Aoife. Knock. Knock. A rhythmic knock on the door sounded softly. Exactly 3 times. And stopped after knocking, waiting politely for the response from the person inside. It was Chris. Several students, who often came to his office, were very recognizable. For example, this habit was unique to Chris. Xieshichan looked at Mrs. Croft with a little apology, asking with his eyes if he could interrupt for a while. Mrs. Croft agreed very tolerantly. She straightened her clothes. Although she was exhausted, she still couldn't be rude in front of the children. Xieshichan raised his voice with a smile. Come in. The person outside the door pushed open the door lightly, and at the same time, as if saving time, he said concisely, Teacher, I have accumulated a few questions. Can you help me answer them? Mother? Chris paused, his beautiful deep blue eyes full of shock and confusion. You? Why are you here? Mrs. Croft also covered her mouth in surprise. You are Chris? Chris. He lowered his head, looked at his plain but clean brown trousers, and his white toes after taking off his muddy shoes, and thought for a while. Could it be that this sloppy appearance made his mother, who always pays attention to etiquette, angry? Just when Chris was about to explain, his mother's voice was full of disbelief. Why did you become stronger? Oh my God! You seem to have grown taller? It's only been a short time. Is this really my Chris? Chris pinched his thin arms without much muscle, and fell silent. He wasn't so delicate before. Was he? Xieshichan was also silent. He touched his chin, and his excellent memory quickly compared the original Chris with the current Chris. Xieshichan had been watching the children, and he really didn't notice it. Now that someone pointed it out and recalled it again, he had changed a lot. At the beginning, Chris, wearing a large magic robe, looked like a child wearing adult clothes. Not only was his face immature, but his thighs were not as thick as Xieshichan's arms. He was more fragile than Lin Dayu, and was more easily blown away by the wind. After a few weeks of Tai Chi and morning jogging, the little guy became lazy. His hair was often tied in a high ponytail, and his clothes were trousers made of various materials. His immature face was full of determination and carelessness. His figure, well, it was indeed a little stronger than before, which made him look like he had grown half a head even though he had not grown much taller. Xieshichan coughed a few times. Since Chris is here, why don't you chat with your mother? Your mother is very concerned about your college life. Chris looked complicated. Mrs. Croft's face changed. Child, listen to your mother. Your mother is? Xieshichan interrupted Mrs. Croft's explanation rudely. Little Chris, don't you want to share your life in the past few weeks with your mother now? Yes. Such a fulfilling life. You can't finish talking about it in one night. Chris lowered his head, a little hesitant. He also wanted to share with his mother. But every time they talked, they ended up quarreling. Now they were still in the academy, and he didn't want to cause trouble for the principal. Shichen didn't persuade him much, but casually took out 2 letters and a stack of magic journals and handed them to Chris. Teacher Fanny asked me to tell you that the first issue of the magic journal was very successful. Everyone knows that classmate A is excellent. The second issue is being prepared. I was planning to tell everyone this good news after the monthly exam. Since you are here, please ask Chris to help bring the news. Okay? Chris took the journal and the envelope in a daze. Before he could think about why Screech suddenly did this, Shichen seemed to have just remembered and pointed at the 2 letters. I decided to give you the original comments on the letters. This is Aurella's comments on your and Ophelia's homework. Go back and take a look. I hope it will give you some motivation for your monthly exam. Chris felt that his brain was no longer working. Oh, Aurella's comments on us? Mrs. Croft also exclaimed. Did Chris also comment? No. I mean, I'm really happy for Chris. Can I take a look? Chris paused, vaguely guessing why Mrs. Croft came to visit late at night. He pursed his lips and frowned. Mother, are you here for Aurora's comments? He remembered. Yes. Didn't Screech just point out that Ophelia's homework had been sent out? Didn't everyone know it? So, his mother came to him in a hurry, worried that he couldn't compare to Ophelia, and wanted him to report it to protect the honor of the Croft family. Chris's hands gradually tightened. His heart felt empty. He no longer knew what he should do to become their pride. Mrs. Croft felt bad. She was very nervous, frowned and raised her voice. Yes, but I don't distrust you. I'm just worried about you. Chris, you don't have to be so sensitive. Chris laughed at himself. I understand. Mrs. Croft didn't care that Shichen was still there. She said anxiously. You don't understand. I really don't distrust you. My Chris is naturally the smartest. I just want to know how you are doing. Mrs. Croft didn't know how to explain herself. She felt that every effort she made over the years was pushing the child further and further away. But she didn't know why it was like this. She had reduced her help and supervision of the child, and didn't stand up for the child when she saw the child being ridiculed by others. But she still didn't understand where she was wrong. Why the child didn't get close to her at all. Did someone say something gossipy? But she only had Chris as a child. Mrs. Croft was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. She couldn't help but look at Screech, praying that Screech could give her some advice. I really don't understand. Shichen smiled playfully and interrupted without complaining. After all, in your mother's eyes, her children must have what other children have. Otherwise her children will cry. If a crying child is not careful, he will shrink into the snail shell, and it will be difficult to coax him out. Mrs. Croft quickly retorted. No, my Chris won't cry. He is a very smart and independent child. He just doesn't want to rely on us. Chris, don't listen to their nonsense. Shichen hummed, his voice full of laughter. Nonsense? Chris, don't you plan to talk to your mother? Little Ophelia got the Aurora review. But you didn't. You really won't cry? Shichen deliberately lengthened the tone. Little boy, tell the truth. Otherwise your mother will worry. You see, your mother is here to find a place for you. Chris looked up blankly. He didn't really understand what Screech meant. Give him a fight? Chris subconsciously looked at his mother. His mother bit her lower lip and opened her mouth anxiously, but found that she couldn't refute. She could only lower her head in annoyance. With a face full of regret, he looked at Screech again. Screech still looked like he was watching a show. He leaned on the sofa with a smile on his face, and he didn't know what he was writing in his hands. Chris was silent for a while, and asked Mrs. Croft in a very soft voice. Really? Are you afraid that I will cry? He was very nervous, and rarely revealed his lack of confidence. 15-year-old Chris didn't exercise often, and he had just started to grow. He was only 1.7 meters tall, half a head shorter than Mrs. Croft, who was 1.75 meters tall. He raised his head slightly, and Mrs. Croft could see the little guy's wet and expectant eyes like a puppy. This made her realize for the first time that her communication with the child was indeed not on the same track. The child was looking forward to a nod in response, as if possessed by a ghost. She nodded gently, her eyes red, and tears flowed unconsciously. I just don't want you to think that what you got was taken away by the Croft family. Obviously you are so outstanding and so hardworking. I don't want them to look down on you because of us. But that was Aurella. Her child's Aurella since childhood. How could she bear to let her child miss it? Chris was also at a loss. He could only mechanically approach Mrs. Croft, clumsily patting his mother on the back, and whispered, I don't think so. I'm just afraid. Afraid that I can't be your pride. I'm already working hard. I want to be your pride. I want them to envy you. He just felt that his parents had always been looking at him with regret because he was not good enough. So every time there was an opportunity, his parents would come to help him fight for it. He was afraid that it was because he was not as good as other children and disappointed his parents. So his parents came to help. Chris never thought that maybe from the beginning to the end. His mother just thought that she should secretly give her child more opportunities. Her child should also have the opportunities that other children have. Otherwise the children at home will be sad and cry. He didn't know. But now he knows. Chris is thinking that he has made his mother sad many times. The office door closed gently, and Chris knew that this was Screech's kindness to them. And it was also a signal. Maybe at this time, he should be a little kid, instead of acting like a big friend to stop his mother from crying. Chris pursed his lips, hugged his mother carefully, and leaned his head against her neck. He was a little embarrassed, but said seriously, I will cry. Mrs. Croft hummed in confusion. Chris nudged her and whispered, Mom, I used to envy Ophelia. Her parents have always supported her. I thought I didn't. Mrs. Croft held Chris's shoulders in shock and forgot to cry. How could you not have it? Chris, no one loves children more than me. No one. His Majesty Fickle had to abolish the inheritance rights of His Highness Ophelia for the sake of those magicians. But I won't, she said fiercely. If your father dares to remove your inheritance rights just because you are a muggle, I will take away his title and let him die. Mrs. Croft seemed to be afraid that Chris would be scared, and patted Chris on the shoulder. Don't worry. Your grandfather will soon break through to the level of a magic saint. And Mom is not afraid of him. Chris couldn't help but hug Mrs. Croft again, and his cold voice softened. I know. Mom. Thank you. I'm very happy. Perhaps he was too sensitive to feel his mother's indulgence towards him, and always longed for and envied the harmonious family atmosphere like Ophelia's parents. But tonight, he knew that his mother didn't think so. And he had always misunderstood his mother's efforts. And he was wrong. He wanted to apologize to his mother. But when he looked up, he saw his mother's face that was slightly stunned but couldn't help smiling. Chris's brain, which didn't have much emotional intelligence, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and suddenly felt that it didn't seem so appropriate to apologize at this time. Perhaps getting along with Screech helped Chris improve his emotional intelligence. At least at this time. He suddenly knew what to say to his mother. Are you sleepy? I want to show you my homework. Screech said that he can help me submit it to the second issue of the Magic Journal. Chris held the envelope in his hand, feeling a little embarrassed. Inside, there is a letter from Her Majesty Aurora. I haven't had time to read it yet. Mom, I want to read it with you. Mrs. Croft laughed heartily. Great. Chris, let me see how good my Chris has become in places I don't know. Chris blinked his eyelashes, and a smile bloomed gently on his cold face. Congratulations to the principal for completing the achievement task. Chris's thoughts, and gaining 1,000 points of principal value. Congratulations to the principal for triggering the stage task. Parents meeting. Oh my god. So many children's thoughts are because of their families and parents. This is not conducive to the physical and mental growth of children. A friendly and harmonious parent-child relationship is the first step for children to become excellent. As an excellent principal, it is your duty to promote effective communication between parents and children. Task requirements. Within 1 year, parents of students will learn about their children's learning situation and initially improve their stereotypes of their children. Xieshichin paused while arranging books. He had nothing to do after leaving the office and could only tidy up the library a little. He didn't expect to get a task. This is a free question. Xieshichin sighed. How many principals are worth it? I will ask Fanny to send the journal to the parents of the students one by one. It seems that it is really a free point question? Oh my god. Xieshichin is too smart. Right? Isn't he really looking ahead? If Xieshichin could read minds, he would definitely say that he was wronged. He came up with the idea to improve the school's reputation, the children's resumes, and the students' confidence. Who knew that it would go so wrong? Of course, the journal has not been distributed yet, and Xieshichan is not in a hurry to complete the task. Instead, the monthly exam is about to begin, and he has a little idea. Let me see Chris take the exam. Really? Mrs. Croft and Chris have resolved their grievances. Now is the time when she doesn't want to leave. She couldn't be more happy to hear Xieshichan's proposal, no matter how detailed Chris's explanation is. Mrs. Croft is still very nervous if she doesn't see how the child is doing in person. But she also understands that this is the case in all magic schools. Screech is magnanimous and generous for allowing her to enter the school and communicate with Chris. I didn't really want to stay. I just felt a little reluctant. Xieshichan smiled. It's my fault. The test was a little difficult this time. I think if you were here, the children would want to perform better. Right? Mrs. Croft was very excited. But, won't it put a lot of pressure on them? Xieshichan was surprised. Of course not. My little ones have hearts of steel. Editor-in-Chief Stern has come to listen to the class before. You just stay a few more days to see how Chris is doing. Right? Xieshichan's calculations were going well. It was just a monthly exam. It was impossible for him to fail. If he didn't do well in the exam, he could let the children use their contribution points to improve their scores. He wouldn't lose anything. But Mrs. Croft was the Duchess. If she went out to promote him, they wouldn't have to worry about the enrollment of Screech next year. If he didn't show Mrs. Croft how life was here, how could she help him to brag about it with real feelings? Mrs. Croft didn't see it, but she still agreed. It was too tempting. She swore that she would only watch secretly, and would never disturb the children's study in life. The two smiled at each other, and Mrs. Croft stayed at Screech School of Magic for a while, watching the life of Screech School these days. She didn't avoid the children deliberately, but because the monthly exam had a lot of content. Although everyone was curious about the addition of a beautiful lady, they didn't explore too much. Just wanted to pass the exam well. After all, it was the first time for the monthly exam, and they were not sure at all. As for Chris, he was studying like crazy. If he had just worked hard before and thought that a 90% score would be enough, now he was studying hard all night, and his mother was invigilating in person, and he must win the first place. Teacher Xieshichan had disappeared a long time ago, and he was out of sight all day. But none of the children were lazy. Mrs. Croft looked at the children's self-discipline and energetic appearance, and her child's handsome figure during night jogging and morning exercises, and couldn't help but sigh that this academy was the right place by accident. They are all a group of very good children. A group of hard-working children worked hard until the day of the monthly exam, when Screech smiled and asked the elegant lady to help distribute the papers and supervise the exam. The lady sat on the podium and looked at the students. The students sat on the desks in the lecture hall, looking down at the test papers. Next to them was Anshan Skricky, who was walking silently. If I didn't look at Xieshichan, I'm afraid I would misunderstand. This space has been still. Otherwise, how could the students move in unison and stiffly? As for the reason, Bo-Ray gently flipped through the paper. There were 8 pages, densely packed, with no space left. There were also monthly exam questions with draft papers and answer sheets, lying on his desk like a little goblin. But he had no desire to communicate with the little goblin at all. His eyes were dull, as if he had entered some restricted scene. His head was empty, and he couldn't squeeze out even a little knowledge. There was only confusion, dumbfounded, and choked in his heart. Skricky, you really dared to ask questions.